Chapter 1 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Smalley. The driver of the wagon, swaying through forest and swamp of the Ohio wilderness, was a ragged girl of 14. Her mother they had buried near the Monongahela. The girl herself had heaped with torn sods the grave beside the river of the beautiful name. Her father lay shrinking with fever on the floor of the wagon box, and about him played her brothers and sisters, dirty brats, tattered brats, hilarious brats. She halted at the fork in the grassy road, and the sick man quavered, "Emmy, you better turn down towards Cincinnati. If we could find your Uncle Ed, I guess he'd take us in." "Nobody ain't going to take us in," she said. "We're going on just as long as we can. Going west. There's a whole lot of new things I aim to be seeing." She cooked the supper, she put the children to bed, and sat by the fire alone. That was the great-grandmother of Martin Arrowsmith. Part 2. Cross-legged in the examining chair in Doc Vickerson's office, a boy was reading Gray's Anatomy. His name was Martin Arrowsmith of Elk Mills in the state of Winnemac. There was a suspicion in Elk Mills, now, in 1897, a dowdy red brick village smelling of apples, that this brown leather adjustable seat, which Doc Vickerson used for minor operations, for the infrequent pulling of teeth, and for highly frequent naps, had begun life as a barber's chair. There was also a belief that its proprietor must once have been called Dr. Vickerson, but for years he had been only the Doc, and he was scurfier and much less adjustable than the chair. Martin was the son of J. Arrowsmith, who conducted the New York clothing bazaar. By sheer brass and obstinacy, he had, at 14, become the unofficial, also decidedly unpaid, assistant to the Doc, and while the Doc was on a country call, he took charge, though what there was to take charge of, no one could ever make out. He was a slender boy, not very tall. His hair and restless eyes were black, his skin unusually white, and the contrast gave him an air of passionate variability. The squareness of his head and a reasonable breadth of shoulders saved him from an appearance of effeminacy or of that querulous timidity which artistic young gentlemen call sensitiveness. When he lifted his head to listen, his right eyebrow, slightly higher than the left, rose and quivered in his characteristic expression of energy, of independence, and a hint that he could fight, a look of impertinent inquiry which had been known to annoy his teachers and the Sunday school superintendent. Martin was, like most inhabitants of Elk Mills before the Slavo-Italian immigration, a typical pure-bred Anglo-Saxon American, which means that he was a union of German, French, Scotch, Irish, perhaps a little Spanish, conceivably a little of the strains lumped together as Jewish, and a great deal of English, which is itself a combination of primitive Briton, Celt, Phoenician, Roman, German, Dane, and Swede. It is not certain that, in attaching himself to Doc Vickerson, Martin was entirely and edifyingly controlled by a desire to become a great healer. He did awe his gang by bandaging stone bruises, dissecting squirrels, and explaining the astounding and secret matters to be discovered at the back of the physiology, but he was not completely free from an ambition to command such glory among them as was enjoyed by the son of the Episcopalian minister, who could smoke an entire cigar without becoming sick. Yet this afternoon he read steadily at the section on the lymphatic system, and he muttered the long and perfectly incomprehensible words in a hum which made drowsier the dusty room. It was the central room of the three occupied by Doc Vickerson, facing on Main Street above the New York clothing bazaar. On one side of it was the foul waiting room, on the other the Doc's bedroom. He was an aged widower. For what he called female fixings he cared nothing, and the bedroom, with its tottering bureau and its cot of frowsy blankets, was cleaned only by Martin, in not very frequent attacks of sanitation. This central room was at once business office, consultation room, operating theatre, living room, poker den, and warehouse for guns and fishing tackle. Against a brown plaster wall was a cabinet of zoological collections and medical curiosities, and beside it the most dreadful and fascinating object known to the boy world of Elk Mills, a skeleton with one gaunt gold tooth. On evenings when the doc was away, Martin would acquire prestige among the trembling gang by leading them into the unutterable darkness and scratching a sulphur match on the skeleton's jaw. On the wall was a home-stuffed pickerel on a home-varnished board. Beside the rusty stove, a sawdust box cuspidor rested on a slimy oilcloth worn through to the threads. On the senile table was a pile of memoranda of debts, which the doc was always swearing he would collect from those deadbeats right now, and which he would never, by any chance, at any time, collect from any of them. A year or two, a decade or two, a century or two, they were all the same to the plodding doctor in the bee-murmuring town. The most unsanitary corner was devoted to the cast-iron sink, which was oftener used for washing eggy breakfast plates than for sterilizing instruments. On its ledge were a broken test tube, a broken fishhook, an unlabeled and forgotten bottle of pills, a nail-bristling heel, a fraying cigar butt, and a rusty lancet stuck in a potato. The wild raggedness of the room was the soul and symbol of Doc Vickerson. It was more exciting than the flat-faced stack of shoeboxes in the New York Bazaar. It was the lure to questioning and adventure for Martin Arrowsmith. Part 3. The boy raised his head, cocked his inquisitive brow. On the stairway was the cumbersome step of Doc Vickerson. The doc was sober. Martin would not have to help him into bed. But it was a bad sign that the doc should first go down the hall to his bedroom. The boy listened sharply. He heard the doc open the lower part of the washstand, where he kept his bottle of Jamaica rum. After a long gurgle, the invisible doc put away the bottle and decisively kicked the doors shut. Still good. Only one drink. If he came into the consultation room at once, he would be safe. But he was still standing in the bedroom. Martin sighed as the washstand doors were hastily opened again, as he heard another gurgle, and a third. The doc's step was much livelier when he loomed into the office, a grey mass of a man with a grey mass of mustache, a form vast and unreal and undefined, like a cloud taking for the moment a likeness of humanity. With the brisk attack of one who wishes to escape the discussion of his guilt, the doc rumbled while he waddled toward his desk chair. "What you doing here, young fella? What you doing here? I knew the cat would drag in something if I left the door unlocked." He gulped slightly. He smiled to show that he was being humorous. People had been known to misconstrue the doc's humor. He spoke more seriously, occasionally forgetting what he was talking about. "Reading old Gray? That's right. Physician's library, just 3 books. Gray's Anatomy, and Bible, and Shakespeare. Study. You may become a great doctor. Locate in Zenith and make $5,000 a year, much as United States Senator. Set a high goal. Don't let things slide. Get training. Go college before go medical school. Study. Chemistry. Latin. Knowledge. I'm plug doc. Got chick nor child. Nobody. Old drunk. But you, leadin' physician. Make $5,000 year. Murray woman's got endocarditis. Not thing I can do for her. Want somebody hold her hand. Road's damn disgrace. Culvert's out. Beyond the grove. S'grace. Endocarditis and... Training. That's what you got to get. Fundamentals. No chemistry. Biology. I never did. Mrs. Reverend Jones thinks she's got gastric ulcer. Wants to go city for operation. Ulcer hell. She and the Reverend both eat too much. Why they don't repair that culvert. And don't be a booze hoister like me either. And get your basic science. I'll splain. The boy, normal village youngster though he was, given to stoning cats and to playing pom-pom pull-away, gained something of the intoxication of treasure hunting as the doc struggled to convey his vision of the pride of learning, the universality of biology, the triumphant exactness of chemistry. A fat old man, and dirty and unvirtuous was the doc. His grammar was doubtful, his vocabulary alarming, and his references to his rival, good Dr. Needham, were scandalous. Yet he invoked in Martin a vision of making chemicals explode with much noise and stink, and of seeing animalcules that no boy in Elk Mills had ever beheld. The doc's voice was thickening. He was sunk in his chair, blurry of eye and lax of mouth. Martin begged him to go to bed, but the doc insisted. Don't need nap. No, now you listen. You don't appreciate, but old man now, giving you all I've learned. Show you collection, only museum in whole county. Scientific pioneer. 100 times had Martin obediently looked at the specimens in the brown, crackly varnished bookcase. The beetles and chunks of mica, the embryo of a two-headed calf, the gallstones removed from a respectable lady whom the doc enthusiastically named to all visitors. The doc stood before the case, waving an enormous but shaky forefinger. Look at that butterfly. Name is Porthesia chrysoria. Doc Needham couldn't tell you that. He don't know what butterflies are called. He don't care if you get trained. Remember that name now? He turned on Martin. You paying attention? You interested? Huh? Oh, the devil. Nobody wants to know about my museum. Not a person. Only one in county, but I'm an old failure. Martin asserted. Honest, it's slick. Look here, look here. See that, in the bottle? It's an appendix. First one ever took out round here. I did it. Old Doc Vickerson, he did the first pendectomy in this neck of the woods, you bet. And first museum. It ain't so big, but it's a start. I haven't put away money like Doc Needham, but I started first collection. I started it. He collapsed in a chair, groaning. You're right, got to sleep. All in. But as Martin helped him to his feet, he broke away, scrabbled about on his desk, and looked back doubtfully. Want to give you something. Start your training. And remember the old man. Will anybody remember the old man? He was holding out the beloved magnifying glass, which for years he had used in botanizing. He watched Martin slip the lens into his pocket. He sighed. He struggled for something else to say. And silently he lumbered into his bedroom. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The state of Winnemac is bounded by Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, and Indiana, and like them it is half eastern, half midwestern. There is a feeling of New England in its brick and sycamore villages, its stable industries, and a tradition which goes back to the Revolutionary War. Zenith, the largest city in the state, was founded in 1792. But Winnemac is Midwestern in its fields of corn and wheat, its red barns and silos, and, despite the immense antiquity of Zenith, many counties were not settled till 1860. The University of Winnemac is at Mohalis, 15 miles from Zenith. There are 12,000 students. Beside this prodigy, Oxford is a tiny theological school, and Harvard a select college for young gentlemen. The university has a baseball field under glass. Its buildings are measured by the mile. It hires hundreds of young doctors of philosophy to give rapid instruction in Sanskrit, navigation, accountancy, spectacle fitting, sanitary engineering, Provençal poetry, tariff schedules, rutabaga growing, motor car designing, the history of Voronezh, the style of Matthew Arnold, the diagnosis of myohypertrophia chymoparalytica, and department store advertising. Its president is the best money raiser and the best after-dinner speaker in the United States. And Winnemac was the first school in the world to conduct its extension courses by radio. It is not a snobbish rich man's college devoted to leisurely nonsense. It is the property of the people of the state, and what they want, or what they are told they want, is a mill to turn out men and women who will lead moral lives, play bridge, drive good cars, be enterprising in business, and occasionally mention books, though they are not expected to have time to read them. It is a motor Ford factory, and if its products rattle a little, they are beautifully standardized, with perfectly interchangeable parts. Hourly, the University of Winnemac grows in numbers and influence, and by 1950 one may expect it to have created an entirely new world civilization, a civilization larger and brisker and purer. Part 2. In 1904, when Martin Arrowsmith was an arts and science junior preparing for medical school, Winnemac had but 5,000 students, yet it was already brisk. Martin was 21. He still seemed pale, in contrast to his black smooth hair, but he was a respectable runner, a fair basketball center, and a savage hockey player. The co-eds murmured that he looked so romantic, but as this was before the invention of sex and the era of petting parties, they merely talked about him at a distance, and he did not know that he could have been a hero of amours. For all his stubbornness, he was shy. He was not entirely ignorant of caresses, but he did not make an occupation of them. He consorted with men whose virile pride it was to smoke filthy corncob pipes and to wear filthy sweaters. The university had become his world. For him, Elk Mills did not exist. Doc Vickerson was dead and buried and forgotten. Martin's father and mother were dead, leaving him only enough money for his arts and medical courses. The purpose of life was chemistry and physics, and the prospect of biology next year. His idol was Professor Edward Edwards, head of the Department of Chemistry, who was universally known as Encore. Edwards' knowledge of the history of chemistry was immense. He could read Arabic, and he infuriated his fellow chemists by asserting that the Arabs had anticipated all their researches. Himself, Professor Edwards never did researches. He sat before fires and stroked his collie and chuckled in his beard. This evening, Encore was giving one of his small and popular at-homes. He lolled in a brown corduroy Morris chair, being quietly humorous for the benefit of Martin and half a dozen other fanatical young chemists, and baiting Dr. Norman Brumfitt, the instructor in English. The room was full of heartiness and beer and Brumfitt. Every university faculty must have a wild man to provide thrills and to shock crowded lecture rooms. Even in so energetically virtuous an institution as Winnemac, there was one wild man, and he was Norman Brumfitt. He was permitted, without restriction, to speak of himself as immoral, agnostic, and socialistic, so long as it was universally known that he remained pure, Presbyterian, and Republican. Dr. Brumfitt was informed tonight. He asserted that whenever a man showed genius, it could be proved that he had Jewish blood. Like all discussions of Judaism at Winnemac, this led to the mention of Max Gottlieb, professor of bacteriology in the medical school. Professor Gottlieb was the mystery of the university. It was known that he was a Jew, born and educated in Germany, and that his work on immunology had given him fame in the East and in Europe. He rarely left his small brown weedy house except to return to his laboratory, and few students outside of his classes had ever identified him, but everyone had heard of his tall, lean, dark aloofness. 1,000 fables fluttered about him. It was believed that he was the son of a German prince, that he had immense wealth, that he lived as sparsely as the other professors only because he was doing terrifying and costly experiments which probably had something to do with human sacrifice. It was said that he could create life in the laboratory, that he could talk to the monkeys which he inoculated, that he had been driven out of Germany as a devil worshipper or an anarchist, and that he secretly drank real champagne every evening at dinner. It was the tradition that faculty members did not discuss their colleagues with students, but Max Gottlieb could not be regarded as anybody's colleague. He was impersonal as the chill northeast wind. Dr. Brumfitt rattled, "I'm sufficiently liberal, I should assume, toward the claims of science, but with a man like Gottlieb, I'm prepared to believe that he knows all about material forces, but what astounds me is that such a man can be blind to the vital force that creates all others. He says that knowledge is worthless until it is proven by rows of figures. Well, when one of you scientific sharks can take the genius of a Ben Jonson and measure it with a yardstick, then I'll admit that we literary chaps, with our doubtless absurd belief in beauty and loyalty and the world of dreams, are off on the wrong track." Martin Arrowsmith was not exactly certain what this meant, and he enthusiastically did not care. He was relieved when Professor Edwards, from the midst of his beardedness and smokiness, made a sound curiously like, "Oh, hell," and took the conversation away from Brumfitt. Ordinarily, Encore would have suggested, with amiable malice, that Gottlieb was a crepe-hanger, who wasted time destroying the theories of other men instead of making new ones of his own. But tonight, in detestation of such literary playboys as Brumfitt, he exalted Gottlieb's long, lonely, failure-burdened effort to synthesize antitoxin, and his diabolic pleasure in disproving his own contentions as he would those of Ehrlich or Sir Amroth Wright. He spoke of Gottlieb's great book, Immunology, which had been read by 7/9 of all the men in the world who could possibly understand it, the number of these being 9. The party ended with Mrs. Edwards' celebrated doughnuts. Martin tramped toward his boarding house through a veiled spring night. The discussion of Gottlieb had roused him to a reasonless excitement. He thought of working in a laboratory at night, alone, absorbed, contemptuous of academic success and of popular classes. Himself, he believed, he had never seen the man, but he knew that Gottlieb's laboratory was in the main medical building. He drifted toward the distant medical campus. The few people whom he met were hurrying with midnight timidity. He entered the shadow of the anatomy building, grim as a barracks, still as the dead men lying up there in the dissecting room. Beyond him was the turreted bulk of the main medical building, a harsh and blurry mass, high up in its dark wall, a single light. He started. The light had gone out abruptly, as though an agitated watcher were trying to hide from him. On the stone steps of the main medical, 2 minutes after, appeared beneath the arc light a tall figure, ascetic, self-contained, apart. His swart cheeks were gaunt, his nose high-bridged and thin. He did not hurry, like the belated homebodies. He was unconscious of the world. He looked at Martin and through him. He moved away, muttering to himself, his shoulders stooped, his long hands clasped behind him. He was lost in the shadows, himself a shadow. He had worn the threadbare top-coat of a poor professor, yet Martin remembered him as wrapped in a black velvet cape with a silver star arrogant on his breast. Part 3. On his first day in medical school, Martin Arrowsmith was in a high state of superiority. As a medic, he was more picturesque than other students, for medics are reputed to know secrets, horrors, exhilarating wickedness. Men from the other departments go to their rooms to peer into their books, but also as an academic graduate with a training in the basic sciences, he felt superior to his fellow medics, most of whom had but a high school diploma, with perhaps 1 year in a 10-room Lutheran college among the cornfields. For all his pride, Martin was nervous. He thought of operating, of making a murderous wrong incision, and with a more immediate, macabre fear, he thought of the dissecting room and the stony, steely anatomy building. He had heard other medics mutter of its horrors, of corpses hanging by hooks, like rows of ghastly fruit, in an abominable tank of brine in the dark basement; of Henry the janitor, who was said to haul the cadavers out of the brine, to inject red lead into their veins, and to scold them as he stuffed them on the dumbwaiter. There was prairie freshness in the autumn day, but Martin did not heed. He hurried into the slate-colored hall of the main medical, up the wide stairs to the office of Max Gottlieb. He did not look at passing students, and when he bumped into them he grunted in confused apology. It was a portentous hour. He was going to specialize in bacteriology. He was going to discover enchanting new germs. Professor Gottlieb was going to recognize him as a genius, make him an assistant, predict for him. He halted in Gottlieb's private laboratory, a small, tidy apartment with racks of cotton-corked test tubes on the bench, a place unimpressive and unmagical save for the constant temperature bath with its tricky thermometer and electric bulbs. He waited till another student, a stuttering gawk of a student, had finished talking to Gottlieb, dark, lean, impassive at his desk, in a cubby-hole of an office. Then he plunged. If in the misty April night Gottlieb had been romantic as a cloaked horseman, he was now testy and middle-aged. Near at hand, Martin could see wrinkles beside the hawk eyes. Gottlieb had turned back to his desk, which was heaped with shabby notebooks, sheets of calculations, and a marvelously precise chart with red and green curves descending to vanish at zero. The calculations were delicate, minute, exquisitely clear, and delicate were the scientist's thin hands upon the papers. He looked up, spoke with a hint of German accent. His words were not so much mispronounced as colored with a warm, unfamiliar tint. "Well, yes?" "Oh, Professor Gottlieb, my name is Arrowsmith. I'm a medic freshman, Winnemac B.A. I'd like awfully to take bacteriology this fall instead of next year. I've had a lot of chemistry—" "No, it is not time for you." "Honest, I know I could do it now." "There are two kinds of students that the gods give me. One kind they dump on me like a bushel of potatoes. I do not like potatoes, and the potatoes they do not ever seem to have great affection for me. But I take them and teach them to kill patients. The other kind, they are very few. They seem for some reason that is not at all clear to me to wish a little bit to become scientists, to work with bugs and make mistakes. Those, I seize them, I denounce them. I teach them right away the ultimate lesson of science, which is to wait and doubt. Of the potatoes I demand nothing. Of the foolish ones like you, who think I could teach them something, I demand everything. No, you are too young. Come back next year." "But honestly, with my chemistry—" "Have you taken physical chemistry?" "No, sir, but I did pretty well in organic." "Organic chemistry, puzzle chemistry, stink chemistry, drugstore chemistry. Physical chemistry is power, it is exactness, it is life. But organic chemistry, that is a trade for pot washers. No, you are too young. Come back in a year." Gottlieb was absolute. His taloned fingers waved Martin to the door, and the boy hastened out, not daring to argue. He slunk off in misery. On the campus he met that jovial historian of chemistry, Encore Edwards, and begged, "Say, Professor, tell me, is there any value for a doctor in organic chemistry?" "Value? Why, it seeks the drugs that allay pain. It produces the paint that slicks up your house. It dyes your sweetheart's dress, and maybe, in these degenerate days, her cherry lips. Who the dickens has been talking scandal about my organic chemistry?" "Nobody. I was just wondering," Martin complained. And he drifted to the College Inn, where, in an injured and melancholy manner, he devoured an enormous banana split and a bar of almond chocolate, as he meditated. "I want to take bacteriology. I want to get down to the bottom of this disease stuff. I'll learn some physical chemistry. I'll show old Gottlieb, damn him. Some day I'll discover the germ of cancer or something, and then he'll look foolish in the face." Oh, Lord, I hope I won't take sick first time I go into the dissecting room. I want to take bacteriology now. He recalled Gottlieb's sardonic face. He felt and feared his quality of dynamic hatred. Then he remembered the wrinkles, and he saw Max Gottlieb not as a genius, but as a man who had headaches, who became agonizingly tired, who could be loved. I wonder if Encore Edwards knows as much as I thought he did. What is truth? He puzzled. Part 4. Martin was jumpy on his first day of dissecting. He could not look at the inhumanly stiff faces of the starveling grey men lying on the wooden tables. But they were so impersonal, those lost old men, that in 2 days he was, like the other medics, calling them Billy and Ike and the parson, and regarding them as he had regarded animals in biology. The dissecting room itself was impersonal. Hard cement floor, walls of hard plaster between wire-glass windows. Martin detested the reek of formaldehyde. That and some dreadful subtle other odor seemed to cling about him outside the dissecting room. But he smoked cigarettes to forget it, and in a week he was exploring arteries with youthful and altogether unholy joy. His dissecting partner was the Reverend Ira Hinckley, known to the class by a similar but different name. Ira was going to be a medical missionary. He was a man of 29, a graduate of Pottsburg Christian College, and of the Sanctification Bible and Mission School. He had played football. He was as strong and nearly as large as a steer, and no steer ever bellowed more enormously. He was a bright and happy Christian, a romping optimist who laughed away sin and doubt, a joyful Puritan who with annoying virility preached the doctrine of his tiny sect, the Sanctification Brotherhood, that to have a beautiful church was almost as damnable as the debaucheries of card-playing. Martin found himself viewing Billy, their cadaver, an undersized, blotchy old man with a horrible little red beard on his petrified, veal-y face, as a machine, fascinating, complex, beautiful, but a machine. It damaged his already feeble belief in man's divinity and immortality. He might have kept his doubts to himself, revolving them slowly as he dissected out the nerves of the mangled upper arm, but Ira Hinckley would not let him alone. Ira believed that he could bring even medical students to bliss, which, to Ira, meant singing extraordinarily long and unlovely hymns in a chapel of the Sanctification Brotherhood. "Mart, my son," he roared, "do you realize in this, what some might call a sordid task, we are learning things that will enable us to heal the bodies and comfort the souls of countless lost unhappy folks?" "Huh, souls. I haven't found one yet in old Billy. Honest, do you believe that junk?" Ira clenched his fist and scowled, then belched with laughter, slapping Martin distressingly on the back, and clamored, "Brother, you've got to do better than that to get Ira's goat. You think you've got a lot of these fancy modern doubts? You haven't. You've only got indigestion. What you need is exercise and faith. Come on over to the YMCA and I'll take you for a swim and pray with you. Why, you poor skinny little agnostic, here you have a chance to see the Almighty's handiwork, and all you grab out of it is a feeling that you're really smart. Buck up, young Arrowsmith. You don't know how funny you are to a fellow that's got a serene faith." To the delight of Cliff Clawson, the class jester, who worked at the next table, Ira chucked Martin in the ribs, patted him, very painfully, upon the head, and amiably resumed work, while Martin danced with irritation. Part 5. In college, Martin had been a barb. He had not belonged to a Greek letter secret society. He had been rushed, but he had resented the condescension of the aristocracy of men from the larger cities. Now that most of his arts classmates had departed to insurance offices, law schools, and banks, he was lonely, and tempted by an invitation from Di Gamma Pi, the chief medical fraternity. Di Gamma Pi was a lively boarding house with a billiard table and low prices. Rough and amiable noises came from it at night, and a good deal of singing about "When I die, don't bury me at all." Yet for 3 years Digams had won the valedictory and the Hugh Loiseau Medal in experimental surgery. This autumn the Digams elected Ira Hinckley because they had been gaining a reputation for dissipation. Girls were said to have been smuggled in late at night, and no company which included the Reverend Mr. Hinckley could possibly be taken by the dean as immoral, which was an advantage if they were to continue comfortably immoral. Martin had prized the independence of his solitary room. In a fraternity, all tennis rackets, trousers, and opinions are held in common. When Ira found that Martin was hesitating, he insisted, "Oh, come on, Digam needs you. You do study hard, I'll say that for you, and think what a chance you'll have to influence the fellows for good." On all occasions Ira referred to his classmates as the fellows, and frequently he used the term in prayers at the YMCA. "I don't want to influence anybody. I want to learn the doctor trade and make $6,000 a year." My boy, if you only knew how foolish you sound when you try to be cynical. When you're as old as I am, you'll understand that the glory of being a doctor is that you can teach folks high ideals while you soothe their tortured bodies. Suppose they don't want my particular brand of high ideals. Mart, have I got to stop and pray with you? No, quit. Honestly, Hinckley, of all the Christians I ever met, you take the rottenest advantages. You can lick anybody in the class, and when I think of how you're going to bully the poor heathen when you get to be a missionary, and make the kids put on breeches and marry off all the happy lovers to the wrong people, I could bawl. The prospect of leaving his sheltered den for the patronage of the Reverend Mr. Hinckley was intolerable. It was not till Angus Dewar accepted election to Digamma Pi that Martin himself came in. Dewar was one of the few among Martin's classmates in the academic course who had gone on with him to the Winnemac Medical School. Dewar had been the valedictorian. He was a silent, sharp-faced, curly-headed, rather handsome young man, and he never squandered an hour or a good impulse. So brilliant was his work in biology and chemistry that a Chicago surgeon had promised him a place in his clinic. Martin compared Angus Dewar to a razor blade on a January morning. He hated him, was uncomfortable with him, and envied him. He knew that in biology Dewar had been too busy passing examinations to ponder, to get any concept of biology as a whole. He knew that Dewar was a tricky chemist, who neatly and swiftly completed the experiments demanded by the course, and never ventured on original experiments which, leading him into a confused land of wondering, might bring him to glory or disaster. He was sure that Dewar cultivated his manner of chill efficiency to impress instructors. Yet the man stood out so bleakly from a mass of students who could neither complete their experiments, nor ponder, nor do anything save smoke pipes and watch football practice, that Martin loved him while he hated him, and almost meekly he followed him into Digamma Pi. Martin, Ira Hinckley, Angus Dewar, Cliff Clawson, the meaty class jester, and Fatty Pfaff were initiated into Digamma Pi together. It was a noisy and rather painful performance, which included smelling asafoetida. Martin was bored, but Fatty Pfaff was in squeaking, billowing, gasping terror. Fatty was, of all the new freshman candidates, the most useful to Digamma Pi. He was planned by nature to be a butt. He looked like a distended hot water bottle. He was magnificently imbecile. He believed everything. He knew nothing. He could memorize nothing. And anxiously he forgave the men who got through the vacant hours by playing jokes upon him. They persuaded him that mustard plasters were excellent for colds. Solicitously they gathered about him, affixed an enormous plaster to his back, and afterward fondly removed it. They concealed the ear of a cadaver in his nice, clean, new pocket handkerchief when he went to Sunday supper at the house of a girl cousin in Zenith. At supper he produced the handkerchief with a flourish. Every night, when Fatty retired, he had to remove from his bed a collection of objects which thoughtful housemates had stuffed between the sheets, soap, alarm clocks, fish. He was the perfect person to whom to sell useless things. Cliff Clawson, who combined a brisk huckstering with his jokes, sold to Fatty for $4 a history of medicine which he had bought, second hand, for $2, and while Fatty never read it, never conceivably could read it, the possession of the fat red book made him feel learned. But Fatty's greatest beneficence to Digamma was his belief in spiritualism. He went about in terror of spooks. He was always seeing them emerging at night from the dissecting room windows. His classmates took care that he should behold a great many of them flitting about the halls of the fraternity. Part 6. Digamma Pi was housed in a residence built in the expansive days of 1885. The living room suggested a recent cyclone. Knife-gashed tables, broken Morris chairs, and torn rugs were flung about the room, and covered with backless books, hockey shoes, caps, and cigarette stubs. Above, there were 4 men to a bedroom, and the beds were iron double-deckers, like a steerage. For ashtrays, the Digams used sawed skulls, and on the bedroom walls were anatomical charts, to be studied while dressing. In Martin's room was a complete skeleton. He and his roommates had trustingly bought it from a salesman who came out from a Zenith surgical supply house. He was such a genial and sympathetic salesman. He gave them cigars and told G.U. stories and explained what prosperous doctors they were all going to be. They bought the skeleton gratefully on the installment plan. Later, the salesman was less genial. Martin roomed with Cliff Clawson, Fatty Pfaff, and an earnest second-year medic named Irving Waters. Any psychologist desiring a perfectly normal man for use in demonstrations could not have done better than to have engaged Irving Waters. He was always and carefully dull, smilingly, easily, dependably dull. If there was any cliché which he did not use, it was because he had not yet heard it. He believed in morality, except on Saturday evenings. He believed in the Episcopal Church, but not the High Church. He believed in the Constitution, Darwinism, systematic exercise in the gymnasium, and the genius of the president of the university. Among them, Martin most liked Cliff Clawson. Cliff was the clown of the fraternity house. He was given to raucous laughter. He clogged and sang meaningless songs. He even practiced on the cornet. Yet he was somehow a good fellow and solid. And Martin, in his detestation of Ira Hinckley, his fear of Angus Dorr, his pity for Fatty Pfaff, his distaste for the amiable dullness of Irving Waters, turned to the roaring Cliff as to something living and experimenting. At least Cliff had reality, the reality of a plowed field, of a steaming manure pile. It was Cliff who would box with him. Cliff who, though he loved to sit for hours, smoking, grunting, magnificently loafing, could be persuaded to go for a 5-mile walk. And it was Cliff who risked death by throwing baked beans at the Reverend Ira Hinckley at supper, when Ira was bulkily and sweetly corrective. In his dissecting room, Ira was maddening enough with his merriment at such of Martin's ideas as had not been accepted in Pottsburg Christian College, but in the fraternity house he was a moral pest. He never ceased trying to stop their profanity. After 3 years on a backwoods football team, he believed with unflinching optimism that he could sterilize young men by administering reproofs, with the nickering of a lady Sunday school teacher and the delicacy of a charging elephant. Ira also had statistics about clean living. He was full of statistics. Where he got them did not matter to him. Figures in the daily papers, in the census report, or in the miscellany column of the Sanctification Herald were equally valid. He announced at supper table, "Cliff, it's a wonder to me how as bright a fella as you can go on sucking that dirty old pipe. Do you realize that 67.9% of all women who go to the operating table have husbands who smoke tobacco?" "What the devil would they smoke?" demanded Cliff. "Where'd you get those figures?" from Martin. "They came out of a medical convention in Philadelphia in 1902. Ira condescended. Of course I don't suppose it'll make any difference to a bunch of wise galoots like you that some day you'll marry a nice bright little woman and ruin her life with your vices. Sure, keep right on, fine brave virile bunch. A poor weakling preacher like me wouldn't dare do anything so brave as smoke a pipe. He left them triumphantly, and Martin groaned. Ira makes me want to get out of medicine and be an honest harness maker. Aw, gee now, Mart, Fatty Pfaff complained. You oughtn't to cuss Ira out. He's awful sincere. Sincere? Hell, so is a cockroach. Thus they jabbered, while Angus Dorr watched them in a superior silence that made Martin nervous. In the study of the profession to which he had looked forward all his life, he found irritation and vacuity as well as serene wisdom. He saw no one clear path to truth, but 1,000 paths to 1,000 truths far off and doubtful. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John A. Robertshaw, John Aldington Robertshaw, professor of physiology in the medical school, was rather deaf, and he was the only teacher in the University of Winnemac who still wore mutton chop whiskers. He came from Back Bay. He was proud of it and let you know about it. With 3 other Brahmins, he formed in Mohalis a Boston colony which stood for sturdy sweetness and decorously shaded light. On all occasions he remarked, "When I was studying with Ludwig in Germany," he was too absorbed in his own correctness to heed individual students, and Cliff Clausen and the other young men, technically known as Hellraisers, looked forward to his lectures on physiology. They were held in an amphitheater whose seats curved so far around that the lecturer could not see both ends at once, and while Dr. Robertshaw, continuing to drone about blood circulation, was peering to the right to find out who was making that outrageous sound like a motor horn. Far over on the left, Cliff Clausen would rise and imitate him, with sawing arm and stroking of imaginary whiskers. Once Cliff produced the masterpiece of throwing a brick into the sink beside the platform, just when Dr. Robertshaw was working up to his annual climax about the effect of brass bands on the intensity of the knee jerk. Martin had been reading Max Gottlieb's scientific papers, as much of them as he could read, with the morass of mathematical symbols, and from them he had a conviction that experiments should be something dealing with the foundations of life and death, with the nature of bacterial infection, with the chemistry of bodily reactions. When Robertshaw chirped about fussy little experiments, standard experiments, maiden aunt experiments, Martin was restless. In college he had felt that prosody and Latin composition were futile, and he had looked forward to the study of medicine as illumination. Now, in melancholy worry about his own unreasonableness, he found that he was developing the same contempt for Robertshaw's rules of the thumb and for most of the work in anatomy. The professor of anatomy, Dr. Oliver O. Stout, was himself an anatomy, a dissection chart, a thinly covered knot of nerves and blood vessels and bones. Stout had precise and enormous knowledge. In his dry voice he could repeat more facts about the left little toe than you would have thought anybody would care to learn regarding the left little toe. No discussion at the Digamma Pi supper table was more violent than the incessant debate over the value to a doctor, a decent, normal doctor who made a good living and did not worry about reading papers at medical associations, of remembering anatomical terms. But no matter what they thought, they all ground at learning the lists of names which enable a man to crawl through examinations and become an educated person with a market value of $5 an hour. Unknown sages had invented rhymes which enabled them to memorize. At supper, the 30 piratical digams, sitting at a long and spotty table, devouring clam chowder and beans and codfish balls and banana layer cake, the freshman earnestly repeated after a senior, "On old Olympus' topmost top, a fat-eared German viewed a hop." Thus by association with the initial letters they mastered the 12 cranial nerves: olfactory, optic, oculomotor, trochlear, and the rest. To the Digams it was the world's noblest poem, and they remembered it for years after they had become practicing physicians and altogether forgotten the names of the nerves themselves. Part 2. In Dr. Stout's anatomy lectures there were no disturbances, but in his dissecting room were many pleasantries. The mildest of them was the insertion of a firecracker in the cadaver on which the two virginal and unhappy co-eds worked. The real excitement during freshman year was the incident of Cliff Clawson and the pancreas. Cliff had been elected class president for the year because he was so full of greetings. He never met a classmate in the hall of Maine Medical without shouting, "How's your vermiform appendix functioning this morning?" or "I bid thee a lofty greeting, old pediculosis." With booming decorum he presided at class meetings, indignant meetings to denounce the proposal to let the Aggies use the North Side tennis courts. But in private life he was less decorous. The terrible thing happened when the Board of Regents were being shown through the campus. The Regents were the supreme rulers of the university. They were bankers and manufacturers and pastors of large churches. To them even the president was humble. Nothing gave them more interesting thrills than the dissecting room of the medical school. The preachers spoke morally of the effect of alcohol on paupers, and the bankers of the disrespect for savings accounts which is always to be seen in the kind of men who insist on becoming cadavers. In the midst of the tour, led by Dr. Stout and the umbrella-carrying secretary of the university, the plumpest and most educational of all the bankers stopped near Cliff Clawson's dissecting table, with his derby hat reverently held behind him, and into that hat Cliff dropped a pancreas. Now a pancreas is a damp and disgusting thing to find in your new hat, and when the banker did so find one, he threw down the hat and said that the students of Winnemac had gone to the devil. Dr. Stout and the secretary comforted him. They cleaned the derby and assured him that vengeance should be done on the man who could put a pancreas in a banker's hat. Dr. Stout summoned Cliff as president of the freshmen. Cliff was pained. He assembled the class. He lamented that any Winnemac man could place a pancreas in a banker's hat, and he demanded that the criminal be manly enough to stand up and confess. Unfortunately, the Reverend Ira Hinckley, who sat between Martin and Angus Dewar, had seen Cliff drop the pancreas. He growled, "This is outrageous. I'm going to expose Clawson, even if he is a frat brother of mine." Martin protested. "Cut it out. You don't want to get him fired?" "He ought to be." Angus Dewar turned in his seat, looked at Ira, and suggested, "Will you kindly shut up?" And as Ira subsided, Angus became to Martin more admirable and more hateful than ever. Part 3. When he was depressed by a wonder as to why he was here, listening to a Professor Robert Shaw, repeating verses about fat-eared Germans, learning the trade of medicine like Fatty Pfaff or Irving Waters, then Martin had relief in what he considered debauches. Actually, they were extremely small debauches. They rarely went beyond too much lager in the adjacent city of Zenith, or the smiles of a factory girl parading the sordid back avenues. But to Martin, with his pride in taut strength, his joy in a clear brain, they afterward seemed tragic. His safest companion was Cliff Clawson. No matter how much bad beer he drank, Cliff was never much more intoxicated than in his normal state. Martin sank or rose to Cliff's buoyancy, while Cliff rose or sank to Martin's speculativeness. As they sat in a back room at a table glistening with beer glass rings, Cliff shook his finger and babbled, "You're only one 'at gets me, Mart. You know what all the hell-raising and all the talk about being commercial that I put on these high boys like Ira Stinkley. I'm just sick of commercialism and bunk as you are." "Sure, you bet," Martin agreed with alcoholic fondness. "You're just like me. My God, do you get it? Dough-face like Irving Waters or heartless climber like Angus Dewar, and then old Gottlieb. Ideal of research, never being content with what seems true. Alone, not caring a damn, squared-toed as a captain on the bridge, working all night, getting to the bottom of things." "Thash stuff. That's my idea too. Let's have another beer." "Shake you for it," observed Cliff Clawson. Zenith, with its saloons, was 15 miles from Mohalis and the University of Winnemac. Half an hour by the huge, roaring, steel interurban trolleys, and to Zenith the medical students went for their forays. To say that one had "gone into town last night" was a matter for winks and leers. But with Angus Dewar, Martin discovered a new Zenith. At supper, Dewar said abruptly, "Come into town with me and hear a concert." For all his fancied superiority to the class, Martin was illimitably ignorant of literature, of painting, of music. That the bloodless and acquisitive Angus Dewar should waste time listening to fiddlers was astounding to him. He discovered that Dewar had enthusiasm for two composers called Bach and Beethoven, presumably Germans, and that he himself did not yet comprehend all the ways of the world. On the interurban, Dewar's gravity loosened, and he cried, "Boy, if I hadn't been born to carve up innards, I'd have been a great musician. Tonight I'm going to lead you right into heaven." Martin found himself in a confusion of little chairs and vast gilded arches, of polite but disapproving ladies with programs in their laps, unromantic musicians making unpleasant noises below, and, at last, incomprehensible beauty, which made for him pictures of hills and deep forests, then suddenly becoming achingly long-winded. He exulted, "I'm going to have 'em all. The fame of Max Gottlieb, I mean his ability, and the lovely music, and lovely women. Golly, I'm going to do big things and see the world. Will this piece never quit?" Part 4. It was a week after the concert that he rediscovered Madeline Fox. Madeline was a handsome, high-colored, high-spirited, opinionated girl whom Martin had known in college. She was staying on, ostensibly to take a graduate course in English, actually to avoid going back home. She considered herself a superb tennis player. She played it with energy and voluble swoopings and large lack of direction. She believed herself to be a connoisseur of literature. The fortunates to whom she gave her approval were Hardy, Meredith, Howells, and Thackeray, none of whom she had read for 5 years. She had often reproved Martin for his inappreciation of Howells, for wearing flannel shirts, and for his failure to hand her down from streetcars in the manner of a fiction hero. In college they had gone to dances together, though as a dancer Martin was more spirited than accurate, and his partners sometimes had difficulty in deciding just what he was trying to dance. He liked Madeline's tall comeliness and her vigor. He felt that with her energetic culture she was somehow good for him. During this year he had scarcely seen her. He thought of her late in the evenings, and planned to telephone to her, and did not telephone. But as he became doubtful about medicine, he longed for her sympathy, and on a Sunday afternoon of spring he took her for a walk along the Chalusa River. From the river bluffs the prairie stretches in exuberant rolling hills. In the long barley fields, the rough pastures, the stunted oaks and brilliant birches, there is the adventurousness of the frontier, and like young plainsmen they tramped the bluffs and told each other they were going to conquer the world. He complained, "These damn medics." "Oh, Martin, do you think damn is a nice word?" said Madeline. He did think it was a very nice word indeed, and constantly useful to a busy worker. But her smile was desirable. Well, these darn studes, they aren't going to learn science, they're simply learning a trade. They just want to get the knowledge that'll enable them to cash in. They don't talk about saving lives, but about losing cases, losing dollars. And they wouldn't even mind losing cases if it was a sensational operation that'd advertise 'em. They make me sick. How many of 'em do you find that are interested in the work Ehrlich is doing in Germany? Yes, or that Max Gottlieb is doing right here and now. Gottlieb's just taken an awful fall out of Wright's opsonin theory. Has he really? Has he? I should say he had. And do you get any of the medics stirred up about it? You do not. They say, oh sure, science is all right in its way, helps a doc to treat his patients. And then they begin to argue about whether they can make more money if they locate in a big city or a town, and is it better for a young doc to play the good fellow and lodge game, or join the church and look earnest. You ought to hear Irv Waters. He just got one idea. The fellow that gets ahead in medicine. Is he the lad that knows his pathology? Oh no. The bird that succeeds is the one that gets an office on a northeast corner, near a trolley car junction, with a phone number that'll be easy for patients to remember. Honest, he said so. I swear, when I graduate, I believe I'll be a ship's doctor. You see the world that way, and at least you aren't racing up and down the boat trying to drag patients away from some rival dock that has an office on another deck. Yes, I know. It's dreadful the way people don't have ideals about their work. So many of the English grad students just want to make money teaching instead of enjoying scholarship the way I do. It was disconcerting to Martin that she should seem to think that she was a superior person quite as much as himself, but he was even more disconcerted when she bubbled. At the same time, Martin, one does have to be practical, doesn't one? Think how much more money, no, I mean how much more social position and power for doing good a successful doctor has than one of these scientists that just putter and don't know what's going on in the world. Look at a surgeon like Dr. Loiseau, riding up to the hospital in a lovely car with a chauffeur in uniform, and all his patients simply worshipping him. And then your Max Gottlieb, somebody pointed him out to me the other day, and he had on a dreadful old suit, and I certainly thought he could stand a haircut. Martin turned on her with fury, statistics, vituperation, religious zeal, and confused metaphors. They sat on a crooked old-fashioned rail fence where over the sun-soaked bright plantains the first insects of spring were humming. In the storm of his fanaticism she lost her airy culture and squeaked, "Yes, I see now, I see," without stating what it was she saw. "Oh, you do have a fine mind and such integrity." "Honest? Do you think I have?" "Oh, indeed I do, and I'm sure you're going to have a wonderful future. And I'm so glad you aren't commercial like the others. Don't mind what they say." He noted that Madeline was not only a rare and understanding spirit, but also an extraordinarily desirable woman. Fresh color, tender eyes, adorable slope from shoulder to side. As they walked back, he perceived that she was incredibly the right mate for him. Under his training, she would learn the distinction between vague ideals and the hard sureness of science. They paused on the bluff, looking down at the muddy Chalusa, a springtime western river wild with floating branches. He yearned for her. He regretted the casual affairs of a student and determined to be a pure and extremely industrious young man, to be, in fact, worthy of her. "Oh, Madeline," he mourned, "you're so darn lovely." She glanced at him timidly. He caught her hand. In a desperate burst he tried to kiss her. It was very badly done. He managed only to kiss the point of her jaw, while she struggled and begged, "Oh, don't." They did not acknowledge, as they ambled back into Mohalis, that the incident had occurred, but there was softness in their voices, and without impatience now she heard his denunciation of Professor Robertshaw as a phonograph, and he listened to her remarks on the shallowness and vulgarity of Dr. Norman Brumfitt, that sprightly English instructor. At her boarding house she sighed, "I wish I could ask you to come in, but it's almost supper time, and will you call me up some day?" "You bet I will," said Martin, according to the rules for amorous discourse in the University of Winnemac. He raced home in adoration. As he lay in his narrow upper bunk at midnight, he saw her eyes, now impertinent, now reproving, now warm with trust in him. "I love her. I love her. I'll phone her. Wonder if I dare call her up as early as 8 in the morning." But at 8 he was too busy studying the lachrymal apparatus to think of ladies' eyes. He saw Madeline only once, and in the publicity of her boarding-house porch, crowded with co-eds, red cushions and marshmallows, before he was hurled into hectic studying for the year's final examinations. Part 5. At examination time, De Gamma Pi fraternity showed its value to urgent seekers after wisdom. Generations of digams had collected test papers and preserved them in the sacred quiz book. Geniuses for detail had labored through the volume and marked with red pencil the problems most often set in the course of years. The freshmen crouched in a ring about Ira Hinckley in the digam living room, while he read out the questions they were most likely to get. They writhed, clawed their hair, scratched their chins, bit their fingers, and beat their temples in the endeavor to give the right answer before Angus Dewar should read it to them out of the textbook. In the midst of their sufferings, they had to labor with Fatty Pfaff. Fatty had failed in the mid-year anatomical, and he had to pass a special quiz before he could take the finals. There was a certain fondness for him in Digamma Pi. Fatty was soft, Fatty was superstitious, Fatty was an imbecile, yet they had for him the annoyed affection they might have had for a second-hand motor or a muddy dog. All of them worked on him. They tried to lift him and thrust him through the examination as through a trapdoor. They panted and grunted and moaned at the labor, and Fatty panted and moaned with them. The night before his special examination, they kept him at it till 2, with wet towels, black coffee, prayer, and profanity. They repeated lists to him. They shook their fists in his mournful red round face, and howled, "Damn you, will you remember that the bicuspid valve is the same as the mitral valve and not another one?" They ran about the room, holding up their hands and wailing, "Won't he never remember nothing about nothing?" and charged back to purr with fictive calm, "Now no use getting fussed, Fatty. Take it easy. Just listen to this, quietly, will ya? And try." Coaxingly, "Do try to remember one thing anyway." They led him carefully to bed. He was so filled with facts that the slightest jostling would have spilled them. When he awoke at 7, with red eyes and trembling lips, he had forgotten everything he had learned. "There's nothing for it," said the president of Digamma Pi. "He's got to have a crib, and take his chance on getting caught with it. I thought so. I made one out for him yesterday. It's a Lulu. It'll cover enough of the questions so he'll get through." Even the Reverend Ira Hinckley, since he had witnessed the horrors of the midnight before, went his ways, ignoring the crime. It was Fatty himself who protested. "Gee, I don't like to cheat. I don't think a fellow that can't get through an examination had hardly ought to be allowed to practice medicine. That's what my dad said." They poured more coffee into him and, on the advice of Cliff Clawson, who wasn't exactly sure what the effect might be but who was willing to learn, they fed him a potassium bromide tablet. The president of Digamma, seizing Fatty with some firmness, growled, "I'm going to stick this crib in your pocket. Look, here in your breast pocket, behind your handkerchief." "I won't use it. I don't care if I fail," whimpered Fatty. "That's all right, but you keep it there. Maybe you can absorb a little information from it through your lungs. For God knows—" The president clenched his hair. His voice rose, and in it was all the tragedy of night watches and black drafts and hopeless retreats. "God knows you can't take it through your head." They dusted Fatty, they took him right side up and pushed him through the door on his way to anatomy building. They watched him go, a balloon on legs, a sausage in corduroy trousers. "Is it possible he's going to be honest?" marveled Cliff Clawson. "Well, if he is, we better go up and begin packing his trunk. And this old frat'll never have another goat like Fatty," grieved the president. They saw Fatty stop, remove his handkerchief, mournfully blow his nose, and discover a long thin slip of paper. They saw him frown at it, tap it on his knuckles, begin to read it, stuff it back into his pocket, and go on with a more resolute step. They danced hand in hand about the living room of the fraternity, piously assuring one another, "He'll use it. It's all right. He'll get through or get hanged." He got through. Part 6. Digamma Pie was more annoyed by Martin's restless doubtings than by Fatty's idiocy, Cliff Clawson's raucousness, Angus Dewar's rasping, or the Reverend Ira Hinckley's nagging. During the strain of study for examinations, Martin was peculiarly vexing in regard to laying in the best quality medical terms like the best quality sterilizers, not for use but to impress your patients. As one the Digams suggested, "Say, if you don't like the way we study medicine, we'll be tickled to death to take up a collection and send you back to Elk Mills, where you won't be disturbed by all us lowbrows and commercialists. Look here, we don't tell you how you ought to work. Where do you get the idea you got to tell us? Oh, turn it off, will you?" Angus Dewar observed with sour sweetness, "We'll admit we're simply carpenters, and you're a great investigator. But there's several things you might turn to when you finish science. What do you know about architecture? How's your French verbs? How many big novels have you ever read? Who's the premier of Austro-Hungary?" Martin shrugged. "I don't pretend to know anything, except I do know what a man like Max Gottlieb means. He's got the right method, and all these other hams of profs, they're simply witch doctors. You think Gottlieb isn't religious, Hinckley? Why, his just being in a lab is a prayer. Don't you idiots realize what it means to have a man like that here, making new concepts of life? Don't you?" Cliff Clawson, with a chasm of yawning, speculated, "Praying in the lab. I'll bet I get the pants took off me when I take bacteriology if Pa Gottlieb catches me praying during experiment hours." "Damn it, listen," Martin wailed. "I tell you, you fellows are the kind that keep medicine nothing but guesswork diagnosis. And here you have a man—" So they argued for hours after their sweaty fact grinding. When the others had gone to bed, when the room was a muck heap of flung clothing and weary young men snoring in iron bunks, Martin sat at the splintery long pine study table, worrying. Angus Dewar glided in, demanding, "Look here, old son, we're all sick of your crabbing. If you think medicine is rot the way we study it, and if you're so confoundedly honest, why don't you get out?" He left Martin to agonize. "He's right. I've got to shut up or get out. Do I really mean it? What do I want? What am I going to do?" Part 7. Angus Dewar's studiousness and his reverence for correct manners were alike offended by Cliff's bawdy singing, Cliff's howling conversation, Cliff's fondness for dropping things in people's soup, and Cliff's melancholy inability to keep his hands washed. For all his appearance of nerveless steadiness, during the tension of examination time Dewar was as nervous as Martin, and one evening at supper, when Cliff was bellowing, Dewar snapped, "Will you kindly not make so much racket?" "I'll make all the damn racket I damn please," Cliff asserted, and a feud was on. Cliff was so noisy thereafter that he almost became tired of his own noise. He was noisy in the living room. He was noisy in the bath, and with some sacrifice he lay awake pretending to snore. If Dewar was quiet and book-wrapped, he was not in the least timid. He faced Cliff with the eye of a magistrate, and cowed him. Privately, Cliff complained to Martin. Darn him, he acts like I was a worm. Either he or me has got to get out of Digam, that's a cinch, and it won't be me." He was ferocious and very noisy about it, and it was he who got out. He said that the Digams were a "bunch of bum sports, don't even have a decent game of poker." But he was fleeing from the hard eyes of Angus Dewar, and Martin resigned from the fraternity with him, planning to room with him the coming autumn. Cliff's blustering rubbed Martin as it did Dewar. Cliff had no reticences. When he was not telling slimy stories, he was demanding, "How much to pay for those shoes? Must think you're a Vanderbilt." Or, "Di see you walking with that Madeline Fox femme? What you trying to do?" But Martin was alienated from the civilized, industrious, nice young men of Digamma Pi, in whose faces he could already see prescriptions, glossy white sterilizers, smart enclosed motors, and glass office signs in the best gilt lettering. He preferred a barbarian loneliness, for next year he would be working with Max Gottlieb, and he could not be bothered. That summer he spent with a crew installing telephones in Montana. He was a lineman in the wire gang. It was his job to climb the poles, digging the spurs of his leg irons into the soft and silvery pine, to carry up the wire, lash it to the glass insulators, then down and to another pole. They made perhaps 5 miles a day. At night they drove into little rickety wooden towns. Their retiring was simple. They removed their shoes and rolled up in a horse blanket. Martin wore overalls and a flannel shirt. He looked like a farmhand. Climbing all day long, he breathed deep, his eyes cleared of worry, and one day he experienced a miracle. He was atop a pole, and suddenly, for no clear cause, his eyes opened and he saw. As though he had just awakened, he saw that the prairie was vast, that the sun was kindly on rough pasture and ripening wheat, on the old horses, the easy, broad-beamed, friendly horses, and on his red-faced, jocose companions. He saw that the meadow larks were jubilant, and blackbirds shining by little pools, and with the living sun all life was living. Suppose the Angus Dewars and Irving Waterses were tight tradesmen. What of it? I'm here, he gloated. The wire gang were as healthy and as simple as the west wind. They had no pretentiousness. Though they handled electrical equipment, they did not, like medics, learn a confusion of scientific terms and pretend to the farmers that they were scientists. They laughed easily and were content to be themselves, and with them Martin was content to forget how noble he was. He had for them an affection such as he had for no one at the university save Max Gottlieb. He carried in his bag one book, Gottlieb's Immunology. He could often get through half a page of it before he bogged down in chemical formulae. Occasionally, on Sundays or rainy days, he tried to read it, and longed for the laboratory. Occasionally he thought of Madeline Fox, and became certain that he was devastatingly lonely for her. But week slipped into careless and robust week, and when he awoke in a stable, smelling the sweet hay and the horses and the lark-ringing prairie that crept near to the heart of these shanty towns, he cared only for the day's work, the day's hiking, westward toward the sunset. So they straggled through the Montana wheatland, whole duchies of wheat in one shining field, through the cattle country and the sagebrush desert. And suddenly, staring at a persistent cloud, Martin realized that he beheld the mountains. Then he was on a train. The wire gang were already forgotten, and he was thinking only of Madeline Fox, Cliff Clawson, Angus Dewar, and Max Gottlieb. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Professor Max Gottlieb was about to assassinate a guinea pig with anthrax germs, and the bacteriology class was nervous. They had studied the forms of bacteria, they had handled petri dishes and platinum loops, they had proudly grown on potato slices the harmless red cultures of Bacillus prodigiosus, and they had come now to pathogenic germs and the inoculation of a living animal with swift disease. These two beady-eyed guinea pigs, chittering in a battery jar, would in 2 days be stiff and dead. Martin had an excitement not free from anxiety. He laughed at it. He remembered with professional scorn how foolish were the lay visitors to the laboratory, who believed that sanguinary microbes would leap upon them from the mysterious centrifuge, from the benches, from the air itself. But he was conscious that in the cotton-plugged test tube between the instrument bath and the bichloride jar on the demonstrator's desk were millions of fatal anthrax germs. The class looked respectful and did not stand too close. With the flair of technique, the sure rapidity which dignified the slightest movement of his hands, Dr. Gottlieb clipped the hair on the belly of a guinea pig held by the assistant. He soaped the belly with one flicker of a hand brush. He shaved it and painted it with iodine. And all the while Max Gottlieb was recalling the eagerness of his first students, when he had just returned from working with Koch and Pasteur, when he was fresh from enormous beer seidels and Korpsbruder and ferocious arguments, passionate, beautiful days, the golden Zeit. His first classes in America, at Queen City College, had been awed by the sensational discoveries in bacteriology. They had crowded about him reverently. They had longed to know. Now the class was a mob. He looked at them, Fatty Pfaff in the front row, his face vacant as a doorknob, the co-eds emotional and frightened. Only Martin Arrowsmith and Angus Dewar visibly intelligent. His memory fumbled for a pale blue twilight in Munich, a bridge and a waiting girl, and the sound of music. He dipped his hands in the bichloride solution and shook them, a quick shake, fingers down, like the fingers of a pianist above the keys. He took a hypodermic needle from the instrument bath and lifted the test tube. His voice flowed indolently, with German vowels and blurred W's. This, gentlemen, is a 24-hour culture of Bacillus anthracis. You will note, I am sure you will have noted already, that in the bottom of the tumbler there was cotton to keep the tube from being broken. I cannot advise breaking tubes of anthrax germs and afterwards getting the hands into the culture. You might merely get anthrax boils. The class shuddered. Gottlieb twitched out the cotton plug with his little finger, so neatly that the medical students who had complained, "Bacteriology is junk. Your analysis and blood tests are all the lab stuff we need to know," now gave him something of the respect they had for a man who could do card tricks or remove an appendix in 7 minutes. He agitated the mouth of the tube in the Bunsen burner, droning, "Every time you take the plug from a tube, flame the mouth of the tube. Make that a rule. It is a necessity of the technique, and technique, gentlemen, is the beginning of all science. It is also the least known thing in science." The class was impatient. Why didn't he get on with it? On to the entertainingly dreadful moment of inoculating the pig. And Max Gottlieb, glancing at the other guinea pig in the prison of its battery jar, meditated, "Wretched innocent. Why should I murder him? To teach Dummkopf? It would be better to experiment on that fat young man." He thrust the syringe into the tube. He withdrew the piston dexterously with his index finger and lectured, "Take 1/2 cc of the culture. There are 2 kinds of MDs, those to whom cc means cubic centimeter and those to whom it means compound cathartic. The second kind are more prosperous. But one cannot convey the quality of it, the thin drawl, the sardonic amiability, the hiss of the S's, the D's turned into blunt and challenging T's." The assistant held the guinea pig close. Gottlieb pinched up the skin of the belly and punctured it with a quick down thrust of the hypodermic needle. The pig gave a little jerk, a little squeak, and the co-eds shuddered. Gottlieb's wise fingers knew when the peritoneal wall was reached. He pushed home the plunger of the syringe. He said quietly, "This poor animal will now soon be dead as Moses." The class glanced at one another uneasily. Some of you will think that it does not matter. Some of you will think, like Bernard Shaw, that I am an executioner and the more monstrous because I am cool about it. And some of you will not think at all. This difference in philosophy is what makes life interesting. While the assistant tagged the pig with a tin disc in its ear and restored it to the battery jar, Gottlieb set down its weight in a notebook, with the time of inoculation and the age of the bacterial culture. These notes he reproduced on the blackboard, in his fastidious script, murmuring, "Gentlemen, the most important part of living is not the living, but pondering upon it. And the most important part of experimentation is not doing the experiment, but making the notes, very accurate, quantitative notes, in ink. I am told that a great many clever people feel they can keep notes in their heads. I have often observed with pleasure that such persons do not have heads in which to keep their notes. This is very good, because thus the world never sees their results and science is not encumbered with them. I shall now inoculate the second guinea pig, and the class will be dismissed. Before the next lab hour, I shall be glad if you will read Pater's Marius the Epicurean, to derive from it the calmness which is the secret of laboratory skill." Part 2. As they bustled down the hall, Angus Dewar observed to a brother Digan, "Gottlieb is an old laboratory plug. He hasn't got any imagination. He sticks here instead of getting out into the world and enjoying the fight. But he certainly is handy. Awfully good technique. He might have been a first-rate surgeon and made $50,000 a year. As it is, I don't suppose he gets a cent over 4,000. Ira Hinckley, walking alone, worrying. He was an extraordinarily kind man, this huge and bumbling parson. He reverently accepted everything, no matter how contradictory to everything else, that his medical instructors told him. But this killing of animals, he hated it. By a connection not evident to him, he remembered that the Sunday before, in the slummy chapel where he preached during his medical course, he had exalted the sacrifice of the martyrs, and they had sung of the blood of the Lamb, the fountain filled with blood drawn from Emmanuel's veins. But this meditation he lost, and he lumbered toward Digama Pie in a fog of pondering pity. Cliff Clawson, walking with Fatty Pfaff, shouted, "Gosh, old pig certainly did jerk when Pa Gottlieb rammed that needle home." And Fatty begged, "Don't, please." But Martin Arrowsmith saw himself doing the same experiment and, as he remembered Gottlieb's unerring fingers, his hands curved in imitation. Part 3. The guinea pigs grew drowsier and drowsier. In 2 days they rolled over, kicked convulsively, and died. Full of dramatic expectation, the class reassembled for the necropsy. On the demonstrators' table was a wooden tray, scarred from the tacks which for years had pinned down the corpses. The guinea pigs were in a glass jar, rigid, their hair ruffled. The class tried to remember how nibbling and alive they had been. The assistant stretched out one of them with thumbtacks. Gottlieb swabbed its belly with a cotton wad soaked in Lysol, slit it from belly to neck, and cauterized the heart with a red-hot spatula. The class quivered as they heard the searing of the flesh. Like a priest of diabolic mysteries, he drew out the blackened blood with a pipette. With the distended lungs, the spleen and kidneys and liver, the assistant made wavy smears on glass slides, which were stained and given to the class for examination. The students who had learned to look through the microscope without having to close one eye were proud and professional, and all of them talked of the beauty of identifying the bacillus as they twiddled the brass thumbscrews to the right focus, and the cells rose from cloudiness to sharp distinctness on the slides before them. But they were uneasy, for Gottlieb remained with them that day, stalking behind them, saying nothing, watching them always, watching the disposal of the remains of the guinea pigs, and along the benches ran nervous rumors about a bygone student who had died from anthrax infection in the laboratory. Part 4. There was for Martin in these days a quality of satisfying delight, the zest of a fast hockey game, the serenity of the prairie, the bewilderment of great music, and a feeling of creation. He woke early and thought contentedly of the day. He hurried to his work, devout, unseeing. The confusion of the bacteriology laboratory was ecstasy to him. The students in shirt sleeves, filtering nutrient gelatin, their fingers gummed from the crinkly gelatin leaves, or heating media in an autoclave like a silver howitzer. The roaring Bunsen flames beneath the hot air ovens, the steam from the Arnold sterilizers rolling to the rafters, clouding the windows, were to Martin lovely with activity, and to him the most radiant things in the world were rows of test tubes filled with watery serum and plugged with cotton singed to a coffee brown, a fine platinum loop leaning in a shiny test glass, a fantastic hedge of tall glass tubes mysteriously connecting jars, or a bottle rich with gentian violet stain. He had begun, perhaps in youthful imitation of Gottlieb, to work by himself in the laboratory at night. The long room was dark, thick dark, but for the glass mantel behind his microscope. The cone of light cast a gloss on the bright brass tube, a sheen on his black hair, as he bent over the eyepiece. He was studying trypanosomes from a rat, an 8-branched rosette stained with polychrome methylene blue, a cluster of organisms delicate as a narcissus, with their purple nuclei, their light blue cells, and the thin lines of the flagella. He was excited and a little proud. He had stained the germs perfectly, and it is not easy to stain a rosette without breaking the petal shape. In the darkness a step, the weary step of Max Gottlieb, and a hand on Martin's shoulder. Silently Martin raised his head, pushed the microscope toward him. Bending down, a cigarette stub in his mouth, the smoke would have stung the eyes of any human being, Gottlieb peered at the preparation. He adjusted the gas light a quarter inch and mused, "Splendid. You have craftsmanship. Oh, there is an art in science for a few. You Americans, so many of you, all full with ideas, but you are impatient with the beautiful dullness of long labors. I see already, and I watch you in the lab before. Perhaps you may try the trypanosomes of sleeping sickness. They are very, very interesting, and very, very ticklish to handle. It is quite a nice disease. In some villages in Africa, 50% of the people have it, and it is invariably fatal. Yes, I think you might work on the bugs." Which to Martin was getting his brigade in battle. "I shall have," said Gottlieb, "a little sandwich in my room at midnight. If you should happen to work so late, I should be very pleased if you would come to have a bite." Diffidently, Martin crossed the hall to Gottlieb's immaculate laboratory at midnight. On the bench were coffee and sandwiches, curiously small and excellent sandwiches, foreign to Martin's lunchroom taste. Gottlieb talked till Cliff had faded from existence and Angus Dewar seemed but an absurd climber. He summoned forth London laboratories, dinners on frosty evenings in Stockholm, walks on the Pincio, with sunset behind the dome of San Pietro, extreme danger and overpowering disgust from the excreta-smeared garments in an epidemic at Marseilles. His reserve slipped from him, and he talked of himself and of his family as though Martin were a contemporary. The cousin who was a colonel in Uruguay, and the cousin, a rabbi, who was tortured in a pogrom in Moscow. His sick wife, it might be cancer. The 3 children, the youngest girl, Miriam, she was a good musician, but the boy, the 14-year-old, he was a worry. He was saucy. He would not study. Himself, he had worked for years on the synthesis of antibodies. He was at present in a blind alley, and at Mohalis there was no one who was interested, no one to stir him, but he was having an agreeable time massacring the Upsonen theory, and that cheered him. No, I have done nothing except be unpleasant to people that claim too much, but I have dreams of real discoveries some day. And no, not 5 times in 5 years do I have students who understand craftsmanship and precision and maybe some big imagination in hypotheses. I think perhaps you may have them. If I can help you, so. I do not think you will be a good doctor. Good doctors are fine. Often they are artists. But their trade, it is not for us lonely ones that work in labs. Once I took an M.D. label. In Heidelberg, that was. Herr Gott, back in 1875. I could not get much interested in bandaging legs than looking at tongues. I was a follower of Helmholtz. What a wild, blithering young fellow. I tried to make researches into the physics of sound. I was bad, most unbelievable. But I learned that in this whale of tears there's nothing certain but the quantitative method. And I was a chemist. A fine stink-maker was I. And so into biology and much trouble. It has been good. I have found 1 or 2 things. And if sometimes I feel an exile, cold, I had to get out of Germany one time for refusing to sing Die Wacht am Rhein and trying to kill a cavalry captain. He was a stout fellow. I had to choke him. You see, I am boasting. But I was a lively Kerl 30 years ago. Ah, so. There is but one trouble of a philosophical bacteriologist. Why should we destroy these amiable pathogenic germs? Are we too sure when we regard these, most unbeautiful young students attending YMCAs and singing Dinkle songs and wearing hats with initials burned into them, is it worthwhile to protect them from the so elegantly functioning Bacillus typhosus with its lovely flagella? You know, once I asked Dean Silva, would it not be better to let loose the pathogenic germs on the world and so solve all economic questions? But he did not care for my method. Oh, well, he is older than I am. He also gives, I hear, some dinner parties with bishops and judges present, all in nice clothes. He would know more than a German Jew who loves Father Nietzsche and Father Schopenhauer. But damn him, he was theological-minded. And Father Koch and Father Pasteur and Brother Jacques Loeb and Brother Arrhenius. Yah, I talk foolishness. Let us go look at your slides, and so good night. When he had left Gottlieb at his stupid brown little house, his face as reticent as though the midnight supper and all the rambling talk had never happened, Martin ran home altogether drunk. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Though bacteriology was all of Martin's life now, it was the theory of the university that he was also studying pathology, hygiene, surgical anatomy, and enough other subjects to swamp a genius. Cliff Clawson and he lived in a large room with flowered wallpaper, piles of filthy clothes, iron beds, and cuspidors. They made their own breakfasts. They dined on hash at the Pilgrim lunch wagon or the Dewdrop Inn. Cliff was occasionally irritating. He hated open windows. He talked of dirty socks. He sang "Some Die of Diabetes" when Martin was studying. And he was altogether unable to say anything directly. He had to be humorous. He remarked, "Is it your combobulatory concept that we might now feed the old faces?" Or, "How about ingurgitating a few calories?" But he had for Martin a charm that could not be accounted for by cheerfulness, his shrewdness, his vague courage. The whole of Cliff was more than the sum of his various parts. In the joy of his laboratory work, Martin thought rarely of his recent associates in Di Gamma Pi. He occasionally protested that the Reverend Ira Hinckley was a village policeman and Irving Waters a plumber. that Angus Dewar would walk to success over his grandmother's head, and that for an idiot like Fatty Faff to practice on helpless human beings was criminal. But mostly he ignored them and ceased to be a pest. And when he had passed his first triumphs in bacteriology and discovered how remarkably much he did not know, he was curiously humble. If he was less annoying in regard to his classmates, he was more so in his classrooms. He had learned from Gottlieb the trick of using the word control in reference to the person or animal or chemical left untreated during an experiment as a standard for comparison. And there is no trick more infuriating. When a physician boasted of his success with this drug or that electric cabinet, Gottlieb always snorted, "Where was your control? How many cases did you have under identical conditions, and how many of them did not get the treatment?" Now Martin began to mouth it, "Control, control, control. Where's your control? Where's your control?" till most of his fellows and a few of his instructors desired to lynch him. He was particularly tedious in materia medica. The professor of materia medica, Dr. Lloyd Davidson, would have been an illustrious shopkeeper. He was very popular. From him a future physician could learn that most important of all things, the proper drugs to give a patient, particularly when you cannot discover what is the matter with him. His classes listened with zeal, and memorized the sacred 150 favorite prescriptions. He was proud that this was 50 more than his predecessor had required. But Martin was rebellious. He inquired, and publicly, "Dr. Davidson, how do they know ichthyol is good for erysipelas? Isn't it just rotten fossil fish? Isn't it like the mummy dust and puppy ear stuff they used to give in the olden days?" "How do they know? Why, my critical young friend, because thousands of physicians have used it for years and found their patients getting better, and that's how they know." "But honest, doctor, wouldn't the patients maybe have gotten better anyway? Wasn't it maybe a post hoc propter hoc? Have they ever experimented on a whole slew of patients together, with controls? Probably not, and until some genius like yourself, Arrowsmith, can herd together a few hundred people with exactly identical cases of erysipelas, it probably never will be tried. Meanwhile, I trust that you other gentlemen, who perhaps lack Mr. Arrowsmith's profound scientific attainments and the power to use such handy technical terms as control, will, merely on my feeble advice, continue to use ichthyol." But Martin insisted. "Please, Mr. Davidson, what's the use of getting all these prescriptions by heart anyway? We'll forget most of 'em, and besides, we can always look 'em up in the book." Davidson pressed his lips together, then, "Arrowsmith, with a man of your age, I hate to answer you as I would a 3-year-old boy, but apparently I must. Therefore, you will learn the properties of drugs and the contents of prescriptions because I tell you to. If I did not hesitate to waste the time of the other members of this class, I would try to convince you that my statements may be accepted, not on my humble authority, but because they are the conclusions of wise men, men wiser or certainly a little older than you, my friend, through many ages. But as I have no desire to indulge in fancy flights of rhetoric and eloquence, I shall merely say that you will accept, and you will study, and you will memorize, because I tell you to." Martin considered dropping his medical course and specializing in bacteriology. He tried to confide in Cliff, but Cliff had become impatient of his fretting, and he turned again to the energetic and willowy Madeline Fox. Part 2. Madeline was at once sympathetic and sensible. Why not complete his medical course and then see what he wanted to do? They tramped, they skated, they skied, they went to the University Dramatic Society play. Madeline's widowed mother had come to live with her, and they had taken a top-floor flat in one of the tiny apartment houses which were beginning to replace the expansive old wooden houses of Mohalis. The flat was full of literature and decoration. A bronze Buddha from Chicago, a rubbing of Shakespeare's epitaph, a set of Anatole France in translation, a photograph of Cologne Cathedral, a wicker tea table with a samovar whose operation no one in the university understood, and a souvenir postcard album. Madeline's mother was a Main Street dowager duchess. She was stately and white-haired, but she attended the Methodist church. In Mohalis she was flustered by the chatter of the students. She longed for her hometown, for the church sociables and the meetings of the women's club. They were studying education this year, and she hated to lose all the information about university ways. With a home and a chaperone, Madeline began to entertain. 8 o'clock parties with coffee, chocolate cake, chicken salad, and word games. She invited Martin, but he was jealous of his evenings, beautiful evenings of research. The first affair to which she enticed him was her big New Year's Eve party in January. They did advertisements, guessed at tableaux representing advertising pictures. They danced to the phonograph, and they had not merely a lap supper, but little tables excessively covered with doilies. Martin was unaccustomed to such elegance. Though he had come in sulky unwillingness, he was impressed by the supper, by the frocks of the young women. He realized that his dancing was rusty, and he envied the senior who could do the new waltz called the Boston. There was no strength, no grace, no knowledge that Martin Arrowsmith did not covet, when consciousness of it had pierced through the layers of his absorption. If he was but little greedy for possessions, he was hungry for every skill. His reluctant wonder at the others was drowned in his admiration for Madeline. He had known her as a jacketed outdoor girl, but this was an exquisite indoor Madeline, slender in yellow silk. She seemed to him a miracle of tact and ease as she bullied her guests into an appearance of merriment. She had need of tact, for Dr. Norman Brumfitt was there, and it was one of Dr. Brumfitt's evenings to be original and naughty. He pretended to kiss Madeline's mother, which vastly discomforted the poor lady. He sang a strongly improper Negro song containing the word hell. He maintained to a group of women graduate students that George Sand's affairs might perhaps be partially justified by their influence on men of talent, and when they looked shocked, he pranced a little and his eyeglasses glittered. Madeline took charge of him. She trilled, "Dr. Brumfitt, you're terribly learned," and so on and so forth, and sometimes in English classes I'm simply scared to death of you. But other times you're nothing but a bad small boy, and I won't have you teasing the girls. You can help me bring in the sherbet, that's what you can do. Martin adored her. He hated Brumfitt for the privilege of disappearing with her into the closet-like kitchen of the flat. Madeline, she was the one person who understood him. Here, where everyone snatched at her, and Dr. Brumfitt beamed on her with almost matrimonial fondness, she was precious. She was something he must have. On pretense of helping her set the tables, he had a moment with her and whimpered, "Lord, you're so lovely." "I'm glad you think I'm a wee bit nice." She, the rose and the adored of all the world, gave him her favor. "Can I come call on you tomorrow evening?" "Well, perhaps." Part 3. It cannot be said, in this biography of a young man who was in no degree a hero, who regarded himself as a seeker after truth, yet who stumbled and slid back all his life and bogged himself in every obvious morass, that Martin's intentions toward Madeline Fox were what is called honorable. He was not a Don Juan, but he was a poor medical student who would have to wait for years before he could make a living. Certainly he did not think of proposing marriage. He wanted, like most poor and ardent young men in such a case, he wanted all he could get. As he raced toward her flat, he was expectant of adventure. He pictured her melting. He felt her hand glide down his cheek. He warned himself, "Don't be a fool now. Probably nothing doing at all. Don't go get all worked up and then be disappointed. She'll probably cuss you out for something you did wrong at the party. She'll probably be sleepy and wish you hadn't come. Nothing." But he did not for a second believe it. He rang. He saw her opening the door. He followed her down the meager hall, longing to take her hand. He came into the overbright living room, and he found her mother, solid as a pyramid, permanent-looking as sunless winter. But of course Mother would obligingly go and leave him to conquest. Mother did not. In Mohalis, the suitable time for young men callers to depart is 10 o'clock, but from 8 till 11:15 Martin did battle with Mrs. Fox, talked to her in 2 languages, an audible gossip and a mute but furious protest, while Madeline, she was present. She sat about and looked pretty. In an equally silent tongue, Mrs. Fox answered him, till the room was thick with their antagonism, while they seemed to be discussing the weather, the university, and the trolley service into Zenith. "Yes, of course, some day I guess they'll have a car every 20 minutes," he said weightily. "Damn her, why doesn't she go to bed? Cheers, she's doing up her knitting. Nope, damn it, she's taking another ball of wool." "Oh yes, I'm sure they'll have to have better service," said Mrs. Fox. Thinking, "Young man, I don't know much about you, but I don't believe you're the right kind of person for Madeline to go with. Anyway, it's time you went home." "Oh yes, sure, you bet. Lot better service." Thinking, "I know I'm staying too long, and I know you know it, but I don't care." It seemed impossible that Mrs. Fox should endure his stolid persistence. He used thought forms, willpower, and hypnotism, and when he rose defeated, she was still there, extremely placid. They said goodbye not too warmly. Madeline took him to the door. For an exhilarating half-minute he had her alone. "I wanted so much. I wanted to talk to you." "I know. I'm sorry. Sometime," she muttered. He kissed her. It was a tempestuous kiss, and very sweet. Part 4. Fudge parties, skating parties, sleighing parties, a literary party with the guest of honor, a lady journalist who did the social page for the Zenith Advocate-Times. Madeline leaped into an orgy of jocund but extraordinarily tiring entertainments, and Martin obediently and smolderingly followed her. She appeared to have trouble in getting enough men, and to the literary evening Martin dragged the enraged Cliff Clawson. Cliff grumbled, "This is the damnedest zoo of sparrows I ever did time in." But he bore off treasure. He had heard Madeline call Martin by her favorite name of Martykins. That was very valuable. Cliff called him Martykins. Cliff told others to call him Martykins. Fatty Pfaff and Irving Waters called him Martykins, and when Martin wanted to go to sleep, Cliff croaked, You'll probably marry her. She's a dead shot. She can hit a smart young MD at 90 paces. Oh, you'll have one fine young time going on with science after that skirt sets you at tonsil snatching. She's one of those literary birds. She knows all about literature, except maybe how to read. She's not so bad looking now. She'll get fat like her ma." Martin said that which was necessary, and he concluded, "She's the only girl in the graduate school that's got any pep. The others just sit around and talk, and she gets up the best parties." "Any kissing parties?" "Now you look here. I'll be getting sore, first thing you know. You and I are roughnecks, but Madeline Fox, she's like Angus Doer in some ways. I realize all the stuff we're missing, music and literature, yes, and decent clothes too. No harm to dressing well. That's just what I was telling you. She'll have you all dolled up in a Prince Albert and a boiled shirt, diagnosing everything as rich widowitis. How you can fall for that flower-flushing dame? Where's your control?" Cliff's opposition stirred him to consider Madeline, not merely with a sly and avaricious interest, but with a dramatic conviction that he longed to marry her. Part 5. Few women can for long periods keep from trying to improve their men. And to improve means to change a person from what he is, whatever that may be, into something else. Girls like Madeline Fox, artistic young women who do not work at it, cannot be restrained from improving for more than a day at a time. The moment the urgent Martin showed that he was stirred by her graces, she went at his clothes, his corduroys and soft collars and eccentric old grey felt hat, at his vocabulary and his taste in fiction, with new and more patronizing vigor. Her sketchy way of saying, "Why, of course, everybody knows that Emerson was the greatest thinker," irritated him the more in contrast to Gottlieb's dark patience. "Oh, let me alone," he hurled at her. "You're the nicest thing the Lord ever made, when you stick to things you know about. But when you spring your ideas on politics and chemotherapy, darn it, quit bullying me. I guess you're right about slang. I'll cut out all this junk about feeding your face and so on, but I will not put on a hard-boiled collar. I won't." He might never have proposed to her but for the spring evening on the roof. She used the flat roof of her apartment house as a garden. She had set out one box of geraniums and a cast-iron bench like those once held in cemetery plots. She had hung up 2 Japanese lanterns. They were ragged and they hung crooked. She spoke with scorn of the other inhabitants of the apartment house, who were so prosaic, so conventional, that they never came up to this darling hiding place. She compared her refuge to the roof of a Moorish palace, to a Spanish patio, to a Japanese garden, to a plaisance of old Provençal. But to Martin it seemed a good deal like a plain roof. He was vaguely ready for a quarrel, that April evening, when he called on Madeline, and her mother sniffily told him that she was to be found on the roof. "Damned Japanese lanterns. Rather look at liver sections," he grumbled, as he trudged up the curving stairs. Madeline was sitting on the funereal iron bench, her chin in her hands. For once she did not greet him with flowery excitement, but with a non-committal "Hello." She seemed spiritless. He felt guilty for his scoffing. He suddenly saw the pathos in her pretense that this stretch of tar paper and slatted walks was a blazing garden. As he sat beside her, he piped, "Say, that's a dandy new strip of matting you've put down." "It is not. It's mangy." She turned toward him. She wailed, "Oh, Mart, I'm so sick of myself tonight. I'm always trying to make people think I'm somebody. I'm not. I'm a bluff." "What is it, dear?" "Oh, it's lots. Dr. Brumfitt, hang him. Only he was right. He has as good as told me that if I don't work harder, I'll have to get out of the graduate school. I'm not doing a thing, he said, and if I don't have my Ph.D., then I won't be able to land a nice job teaching English in some swell school. And I'd better land one too, because it doesn't look to poor Madeline as if anybody was going to marry her." His arm about her, he blared, "I know exactly who." "No, I'm not fishing. I'm almost honest tonight. I'm no good, Mart. I tell people how clever I am, and I don't suppose they believe it. Probably they go off and laugh at me." "They do not. If they did, I'd like to see anybody that tried laughing." "It's awfully sweet and dear of you, but I'm not worth it. This poetic Madeline, with her refined vocabulary. I'm a, Martin, I'm a tin-horn sport. I'm everything your friend Cliff thinks I am. Oh, you needn't tell me. I know what he thinks. And I'll have to go home with mother. And I can't stand it, dear. I can't stand it. I won't go back. That town. Never anything doing. The old tabbies and the beastly old men, always telling the same old jokes. I won't." Her head was in the hollow of his arm. She was weeping, hard. He was stroking her hair, not covetously now, but tenderly, and he was whispering, "Darling, I almost feel as if I dared to love you. You're going to marry me, and take me couple more years to finish my medical course, and couple in hospital. Then we'll be married, and, by thunder, with you helping me, I'm going to climb to the top, be big surgeon. We're going to have everything." "Dearest, do be wise. I don't want to keep you from your scientific work." Oh, well, I would like to keep up some research. But thunder, I'm not just a lab cat. Battle of life, smashing your way through, competing with real men in real he struggle. If I can't do that, and do some scientific work too, I'm no good. Of course, while I'm with Gottlieb, I want to take advantage of it, but afterward, oh, Madeline. Then was all reasoning lost in a blur of nearness to her. Part 6. He dreaded the interview with Mrs. Fox. He was certain that she would demand, "Young man, how do you expect to support my Mattie? And you use bad language." But she took his hand and mourned, "I hope you and my baby will be happy. She's a dear, good girl, even if she is a little flighty sometimes. And I know you're nice and kind and hard-working. I shall pray you'll be happy. Oh, I'll pray so hard. You young people don't seem to think much of prayer, but if you knew how it helped me, oh, I'll petition for your sweet happiness." She was weeping. She kissed Martin's forehead with the dry, soft, gentle kiss of an old woman, and he was near to weeping with her. At parting, Madeline whispered, "Boy, I don't care a bit myself, but mother would love it if we went to church with her. Don't you think you could, just once?" The astounded world, the astounded and profane Cliff Clawson, had the spectacle of Martin in shiny pressed clothes, a painful linen collar, and an arduously tied scarf, accompanying Mrs. Fox and the chastely chattering Madeline to the Mohalis Methodist Church to hear the Reverend Dr. Myron Schwab discourse on the One Way to Righteousness. They passed the Reverend Ira Hinckley, and Ira gloated with a holy gloating at Martin's captivity. Part 7. For all his devotion to Max Gottlieb's pessimistic view of the human intellect, Martin had believed that there was such a thing as progress, that events meant something, that people could learn something, that if Madeline had once admitted she was an ordinary young woman who occasionally failed, then she was saved. He was bewildered when she began improving him more airily than ever. She complained of his vulgarity and what she asserted to be his slack ambition. "You think it's terribly smart of you to feel superior. Sometimes I wonder if it isn't just laziness. You like to daydream around labs. Why should you be spared the work of memorizing your materia medica, and so on and so forth? All the others have to do it. No, I won't kiss you. I want you to grow up and listen to reason." In fury at her badgering, in desire for her lips and forgiving smile, he was whirled through to the end of the term. A week before examinations, when he was trying to spend 24 hours a day in making love to her, 24 in grinding for examinations, and 24 in the bacteriological laboratory, he promised Cliff that he would spend that summer vacation with him, working as a waiter in a Canadian hotel. He met Madeline in the evening, and with her walked through the cherry orchard on the agricultural experiment station grounds. "You know what I think of your horrid Cliff Clawson," she complained. "I don't suppose you care to hear my opinion of him." "I've had your opinion, my beloved." Martin sounded mature and not too pleasant. "Well, I can tell you right now, you haven't had my opinion of your being a waiter. For the life of me, I can't understand why you don't get some gentlemanly job for vacation, instead of hustling dirty dishes. Why couldn't you work on a newspaper, where you'd have to dress decently and meet nice people? Sure, I might edit the paper, but since you say so, I won't work at all this summer. Fool thing to do anyway. I'll go to Newport and play golf and wear a dress shirt every night." "It wouldn't hurt you any. I do respect honest labor. It's like Burns says. But waiting on table! Oh, Mart, why are you so proud of being a roughneck? Do stop being smart for a minute. Listen to the night and smell the cherry blossoms. Or maybe a great scientist like you, that's so superior to ordinary people, is too good for cherry blossoms." "Well, except for the fact that every cherry blossom has been gone for weeks now, you're dead right." "Oh, they have they? They may be faded, but—" Will you be so good as to tell me what that pale white mass is up there? I will. It looks to me like a hired man's shirt. Martin Arrowsmith, if you think for one moment that I'm ever going to marry a vulgar, crude, selfish, microbe-grubbing smart-aleck, and if you think I'm going to marry a dame that keeps naggin', and jabbin' at me all day long. They hurt each other. They had pleasure in it. And they parted forever. Twice they parted forever. The second time very rudely, near a fraternity house where students were singing heartbreaking summer songs to a banjo. In 10 days, without seeing her again, he was off with Cliff to the North Woods, and in his sorrow of losing her, his longing for her soft flesh, and for her willingness to listen to him, he was only a little excited that he should have led the class in bacteriology, and that Max Gottlieb should have appointed him undergraduate assistant for the coming year. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The waiters at Nokomis Lodge, among the Ontario pines, were all of them university students. They were not supposed to appear at the lodge dances. They merely appeared and took the prettiest girls away from the elderly and denunciatory suitors in white flannels. They had to work but 7 hours a day. The rest of the time they fished, swam, and tramped the shadowy trails, and Martin came to Mohalis placid and enormously in love with Madeline. They had written to each other, politely, regretfully, and once a fortnight, then passionately and daily. For the summer she had been dragged to her hometown near the Ohio border of Winnemac, a town larger than Martin's native Elk Mills, but more sun-baked, more barren with little factories. She sighed, in a huge, loose script dashing all over the page. Perhaps we shall never see each other again, but I do want you to know how much I prize all the talks we had together about science and ideals and education, etc. I certainly appreciate them here, when I listen to these stick-in-the-muds going on, oh, it is too dreadful, about their automobiles and how much they have to pay their maids, and so on and so forth. You gave me so much, but I did give you something, didn't I? I can't always be in the wrong, can I? My dear, my little girl, he lamented, can't always be in the wrong. You poor kid, you poor dear kid. By midsummer they were firmly re-engaged, and though he was slightly disturbed by the cashier, a young and giggling Wisconsin schoolteacher with ankles, he so longed for Madeline that he lay awake thinking of giving up his job and fleeing to her caresses, lay awake for minutes at a time. The returning train was torturingly slow, and he dismounted at Mohalis, fevered with visions of her. 20 minutes after, they were clinging together in the quiet of her living room. It is true that 20 minutes after that, she was sneering at Cliff Clawson, at fishing, and at all schoolteachers, but to his fury she yielded in tears. Part 2. His junior year was a whirlwind. To attend lectures on physical diagnosis, surgery, neurology, obstetrics, and gynecology in the morning, with hospital demonstrations in the afternoon. To supervise the making of media and the sterilization of glassware for Gottlieb. To instruct a new class in the use of microscope and filter and autoclave. To read a page now and then of scientific German or French. To see Madeline constantly. To get through it all, he drove himself to hysterical hurrying, and in the dizziest of it, he began his first original research, his first lyric, his first ascent of unexplored mountains. He had immunized rabbits to typhoid, and he believed that if he mixed serum taken from these immune animals with typhoid germs, the germs would die. Unfortunately, he felt, the germs grew joyfully. He was troubled. He was sure that his technique had been clumsy. He performed his experiment over and over, working till midnight, waking at dawn to ponder on his notes. Though in letters to Madeline his writing was an inconsistent scrawl, in his laboratory notes it was precise. When he was quite sure that nature was persisting in doing something she ought not to, he went guiltily to Gottlieb, protesting, "The darned bugs ought to die in this immune serum, but they don't. There's something wrong with the theories." "Young man, do you set yourself up against science?" grated Gottlieb, flapping the papers on his desk. "Do you feel competent, to attack the dogmas of immunology?" "I'm sorry, sir. I can't help what the dogma is. Here's my protocols. Honestly, I've gone over and over the stuff, and I get the same results as you can see. I only know what I observe." Gottlieb beamed. "I give you, my boy, my episcopal blessings. That is the way. Observe what you observe, and if it does violence to all the nice correct views of science, out they go. I am very pleased, Martin, but now find out the why, the underneath principle." Ordinarily Gottlieb called him Arrowsmith, or you, or When he was furious he called him, or any other student, Doctor. It was only in high moments that he honored him with Martin, and the boy trotted off blissfully to try to find, but never to succeed in finding, the why that made everything so. Part 3. Gottlieb had sent him into Zenith, to the huge Zenith General Hospital, to secure a strain of meningococcus from an interesting patient. The bored reception clerk, who was interested only in obtaining the names, business addresses, and religions of patients, and did not care who died or who spat on the beautiful blue and white linoleum, or who went about collecting meningococci, so long as the addresses were properly entered, loftily told him to go up to Ward D. Through the long hallways, past numberless rooms from which peered yellow-faced old women sitting up in bed in linty nightgowns, Martin wandered, trying to look important, hoping to be taken for a doctor, and succeeding only in feeling extraordinarily embarrassed. He passed several nurses, rapidly, half nodding to them, in the manner, or what he conceived to be the manner, of a brilliant young surgeon who was about to operate. He was so absorbed in looking like a brilliant young surgeon that he was completely lost, and discovered himself in a wing filled with private suites. He was late. He had no more time to go on being impressive. Like all males, he hated to confess ignorance by asking directions, but grudgingly he stopped at the door of a bedroom in which a probationer nurse was scrubbing the floor. She was a smallish and slender probationer, muffled in a harsh blue denim dress, an enormous white apron, and a turban bound about her head with an elastic, a uniform as grubby as her pail of scrub water. She peered up with the alert impudence of a squirrel. "Nurse," he said, "I want to find Ward D." Lazily, "Do you?" "I do. If I can interrupt your work—" "Doesn't matter. The damn superintendent of nurses put me at scrubbing, and we aren't even supposed to scrub floors, because she caught me smoking a cigarette. She's an old terror. If she found a child like you wandering around here, she'd drag you out by the ear." "My dear young woman, it may interest you to know—" "Oh, my dear young woman, it may—" Sounds exactly like our old prof back home. Her indolent amusement, her manner of treating him as though they were a pair of children, making tongues at each other in a railroad station, was infuriating to the earnest young assistant of Professor Gottlieb. "I am Dr. Arrowsmith," he snorted, "and I've been informed that even probationers learn that the first duty of a nurse is to stand when addressing doctors. I wish to find Ward D, to take a strain of, it may interest you to know, a very dangerous microbe, and if you will kindly direct me—" "Oh, gee, I've been getting fresh again. I don't seem to get along with this military discipline. All right, I'll stand up." She did. Her every movement was swiftly smooth as the running of a cat. You go back, turn right, then left. I'm sorry I was fresh, but if you saw some of the old muffs of doctors that a nurse has to be meek to, honestly, doctor, if you are a doctor—" "I don't see that I need to convince you," he raged, as he stalked off. All the way toward D, he was furious at her veiled derision. He was an eminent scientist, and it was outrageous that he should have to endure impudence from a probationer, a singularly vulgar probationer, a thin and slangy young woman apparently from the West. He repeated his rebuke. "I don't see that I need to convince you." He was proud of himself for having been lofty. He pictured himself telling Madeline about it, concluding, "I just said to her quietly, 'My dear young woman, I don't know that you are the person to whom I have to explain my mission here,' I said, and she wilted." But her image had not wilted when he had found the intern who was to help him and had taken the spinal fluid. She was before him, provocative, enduring. He had to see her again and convince her, "Take a better man than she is, better man than I've ever met, to get away with being insulting to me," said the modest young scientist. He had raced back to her room, and they were staring at each other before it came to him that he had not worked out the crushing things he was going to say. She had risen from her scrubbing. She had taken off her turban, and her hair was silky and honey-colored. Her eyes were blue, her face childish. There was nothing of the slavery in her. He could imagine her running down hillsides, shinnying up a stack of straw. "Oh," she said gravely, "I didn't mean to be rude then. I was just—scrubbing makes me bad-tempered. I thought you were awfully nice, and I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, but you did seem so young for a doctor." "I'm not. I'm a medic. I was showing off." "So was I." He felt an instant and complete comradeship with her, a relation free from the fencing and posing of his struggle with Madeline. He knew that this girl was of his own people. If she was vulgar, jocular, unreticent, she was also gallant. She was full of laughter at humbugs. She was capable of a loyalty too casual and natural to seem heroic. His voice was lively, though his words were only, "Pretty hard, this training for nursing, I guess." "Not so awful, but it's just as romantic as being a hired girl. That's what we call 'em in Dakota." "Come from Dakota?" "I come from the most enterprising town, 362 inhabitants, in the entire state of North Dakota, Wheatsylvania. Are you in the U Medical School?" To a passing nurse, the two youngsters would have seemed absorbed in hospital business. Martin stood at the door, she by her scrubbing pail. She had reassumed her turban. Its bagginess obscured her bright hair. "Yes, I'm a junior medic in Mohalis. But, I don't know, I'm not much of a medic. I like the lab side. I think I'll be a bacteriologist and raise Cain with some of the fool theories of immunology. And I don't think much of the bedside manner." "I'm glad you don't. You get it here. You ought to hear some of the docs that are the sweetest old pussies with their patients, the way they bawl out the nurses. But labs, they seem sort of real. I don't suppose you can bluff a bacteria. What is it? Bacterium?" "No, they're— What do they call you?" "Me? Oh, it's an idiotic name. Leora Tozer." "What's the matter with Leora? It's fine." Sound of mating birds, sound of spring blossoms dropping in the tranquil air, the bark of sleepy dogs at midnight. Who is to set them down and make them anything but hackneyed? And as natural, as conventional, as youthfully gauche, as eternally beautiful and authentic as those ancient sounds, was the talk of Martin and Leora in that passionate half-hour when each found in the other a part of his own self, always vaguely missed, discovered now with astonishing joy. They rattled like hero and heroine of a sticky tale, like sweatshop operatives, like bouncing rustics, like prince and princess. Their words were silly and inconsequential, heard one by one, yet taken together, They were as wise and important as the tides or the sounding wind. He told her that he admired Max Gottlieb, that he had crossed her North Dakota on a train, and that he was an excellent hockey player. She told him that she adored vaudeville, that her father, Andrew Jackson Tozer, was born in the East, by which she meant Illinois, and that she didn't particularly care for nursing. She had no especial personal ambition. She had come here because she liked adventure. She hinted, with debonair regret, that she was not too popular with the superintendent of nurses. She meant to be good, but somehow she was always dragged into rebellions connected with midnight fudge or elopements. There was nothing heroic in her story, but from her placid way of telling it, he had an impression of gay courage. He interrupted her with an urgent, "When can you get away from the hospital for dinner? Tonight?" "Why, please." "All right." "When can I call for you?" "Do you think I ought to? Well, 7." All the way back to Mahalis, he alternately raged and rejoiced. He informed himself that he was a moron to make this long trip into Zenith twice in one day. He remembered that he was engaged to a girl called Madeline Fox. He worried the matter of unfaithfulness. He asserted that Leora Tozer was merely an imitation nurse, who was as illiterate as a kitchen wench and as impertinent as a newsboy. He decided, several times he decided, to telephone her and free himself from the engagement. He was at the hospital at 7:15. He had to wait for 20 minutes in a reception room like that of an undertaker. He was in a panic. What was he doing here? She'd probably be agonizingly dull through a whole long dinner. Would he even recognize her in mufti? Then he leaped up. She was at the door. Her sulky blue uniform was gone. She was childishly slim and light in a princess frock that was a straight line from high collar and soft young breast to her feet. It seemed natural to tuck her hand under his arm as they left the hospital. She moved beside him with a little dancing step, shyer now than she had been in the dignity of her job, but looking up at him with confidence. "Glad I came?" he demanded. She thought it over. She had a trick of gravely thinking over obvious questions, and gravely, but with the gravity of a child, not the ponderous gravity of a politician or an office manager. She admitted, "Yes, I am glad. I was afraid you'd go and get sore at me because I was so fresh, and I wanted to apologize and I liked your being so crazy about your bacteriology. I think I'm a little crazy too. The interns here, they come bothering around a lot, but they're so sort of soggy with their new stethoscopes and their brand new dignity. Oh," most gravely of all, "oh, gee, yes, I'm glad you came. Am I an idiot to admit it?" "You're a darling to admit it." He was a little dizzy with her. He pressed her hand with his arm. "You won't think I let every medic and doctor pick me up, will you?" "Leora! And you don't think I try to pick up every pretty girl I meet? I felt somehow we two could be chums. Can't we? Can't we?" "I don't know. We'll see. Where are we going for dinner?" "The Grand Hotel." "We are not. It's terribly expensive. Unless you're awfully rich. You aren't, are you?" "No, I'm not. Just enough money to get through medic school. But I want—" "Let's go to the Bijou. It's a nice place, and it isn't expensive." He remembered how often Madeline Fox had hinted that it would be a tasty thing to go to the Grand, Zenith's most resplendent hotel. But that was the last time he thought of Madeline that evening. He was absorbed in Leora. He found in her a casualness, a lack of prejudice, a directness, surprising in the daughter of Andrew Jackson Tozer. She was feminine, but undemanding. She was never improving and rarely shocked. She was neither flirtatious nor cold. She was indeed the first girl to whom he had ever talked without self-consciousness. It is doubtful if Leora herself had a chance to say anything, for he poured out his every confidence as a disciple of Gottlieb. To Madeline, Gottlieb was a wicked old man who made fun of the sanctities of marriage and Easter lilies. To Cliff he was a bore. But Leora glowed as Martin banged the table and quoted his idol. Up to the present, even in the work of Ehrlich, most research has been largely a matter of trial and error, the empirical method, which is the opposite of the scientific method, by which one seeks to establish a general law governing a group of phenomena so that he may predict what will happen. He intoned it reverently, staring across the table at her, almost glaring at her. He insisted, "Do you see where he leaves all these detail-grubbing, machine-made researchers buzzing in the manure heap just as much as he does the commercial docs? Do you get him? Do you?" "Yes, I think I do. Anyway, I get your enthusiasm for him. But please don't bully me so." "Was I bullying? I didn't mean to. Only, when I get to thinking about the way most of these damned profs don't even know what he's up to." Martin was off again, and if Leora did not altogether understand the relation of the synthesis of antibodies to the work of Arrhenius, yet she listened with comfortable pleasure in his zeal, with none of Madeline Fox's gently corrective admonitions. She had to warn him that she must be at the hospital by 10. "I've talked too much. Lord, I hope I haven't bored you," he blurted. "I loved it." "And I was so technical and so noisy. Oh, I am a chump." "I like having you trust me. I'm not earnest, and I haven't any brains whatever, but I do love it when my menfolks think I'm intelligent enough to hear what they really think and... Good night." They dined together twice in 2 weeks, and only twice in that time, though she telephoned to him, did Martin see his honest affianced, Madeline. He came to know all of Leora's background. Her bedridden grand-aunt in Zenith, who was her excuse for coming so far to take hospital training. The hamlet of Wheatsylvania, North Dakota, one street of shanties with the red grain elevators at the end. Her father, Andrew Jackson Tozer, sometimes known as Jackass Tozer, owner of the bank, of the creamery, and an elevator, therefore the chief person in town, pious at Wednesday evening prayer meeting, fussing over every penny he gave to Leora or her mother. Bert Tozer, her brother, squirrel teeth, a gold eyeglass chain over his ear, cashier and all the rest of the staff in the one-room bank owned by his father. The chicken salad and coffee suppers at the United Brethren Church. German Lutheran farmers singing ancient Teutonic hymns. The Hollanders, the Bohemians and Poles. And round about the village the living wheat, arched above by tremendous clouds. He saw Leora, always an odd child, doing obediently enough the flat household tasks, but keeping snug the belief that some day she would find a youngster with whom, in whatever danger or poverty, she would behold all the colored world. It was at the end of her hesitating effort to make him see her childhood that he cried, "Darling, you don't have to tell me about you. I've always known you. I'm not going to let you go, no matter what. You're going to marry me." They said it with clasping hands, confessing eyes, in that blatant restaurant. Her first words were, "I want to call you Sandy. Why do I? I don't know why. You're as unsandy as can be, but somehow Sandy means you to me, and, oh my dear, I do like you." Martin went home, engaged to 2 girls at once. Part 4. He had promised to see Madeline the next morning. By any canon of respectable behavior, he should have felt like a low dog. He assured himself that he must feel like a low dog. But he could not bring it off. He thought of Madeline's pathetic enthusiasms, her Provençal plaisance, and the limp leather volumes of poetry which she patted with fond fingertips, of the tie she had bought for him, and her pride in his hair when he brushed it like the patent leather heroes in magazine illustrations. He mourned that he had sinned against loyalty. But his agitation broke against the solidity of his union with Leora. His companionship released his soul, even when, as advocate for Madeline, he pleaded that Leora was a trivial young woman who probably chewed gum in private and certainly was careless about her nails in public. Her commonness was dear to the commonness that was in himself, valid as ambition or reverence, an earthy base to her gaiety as it was to his nervous scientific curiosity. He was absent-minded in the laboratory that fatal next day. Gottlieb had twice to ask him whether he had prepared the new batch of medium, and Gottlieb was an autocrat, sterner with his favorites than with the ruck of students. He snarled, "Arrowsmith, you are a mooncalf. My God, am I to spend my life with Dummkopf? I cannot be always alone, Martin. Are you going to fail me? 2-3 days now you have not been keen about work." Martin went on mumbling, "I love that man." In his tangled mood, he catalogued Madeline's pretenses, her nagging, her selfishness, her fundamental ignorance. He worked himself up to a state of virtue in which it was agreeably clear to him that he must throw Madeline over, entirely as a rebuke. He went to her in the evening, prepared to blaze out at her first complaining, to forgive her finally, but to break their engagement and make life resolutely simple again. She did not complain. She ran to him. "Dear, you're so tired. Your eyes look tired. Have you been working frightfully hard? I've been so sorry you couldn't come round this week. Dear, you mustn't kill yourself. Think of all the years you have ahead to do splendid things in. No, don't talk. I want you to rest. Mother's gone to the movies. Sit here. See, I'll make you so comfy with these pillows. Just lean back. Go to sleep if you want to, and I'll read you The Crock of Gold. You'll love it." He was determined that he would not love it, and, as he probably had no sense of humor whatever, it is doubtful whether he appreciated it, but its differentness aroused him. Though Madeline's voice was shrill and cornfieldish after Leora's lazy softness, she read so eagerly that he was sick ashamed of his intention to hurt her. He saw that it was she, with her pretenses, who was the child, and the detached and fearless Leora who was mature, mistress of a real world. The reproofs with which he had planned to crush her vanished. Suddenly she was beside him, begging, "I've been so lonely for you all week." So he was a traitor to both women. It was Leora who had intolerably roused him. It was really Leora whom he was caressing now, but it was Madeline who took his hunger to herself. And when she whimpered, "I'm so glad you're glad to be here," he could say nothing. He wanted to talk about Leora, to shout about Leora, to exult in her, his woman. He dragged out a few sound but impassioned flatteries. He observed that Madeline was a handsome young woman and a sound English scholar, and while she gaped with disappointment at his lukewarmness, he got himself away at 10. He had finally succeeded very well indeed in feeling like a low dog. He hastened to Cliff Clawson. He had told Cliff nothing about Leora. He resented Cliff's probable scoffing. He thought well of himself for the calmness with which he came into their room. Cliff was sitting on the small of his back, shoeless feet upon the study table, reading a Sherlock Holmes story which rested on the powerful volume of Osler's Medicine, which he considered himself to be reading. "Cliff, want a drink. Tired. Let's sneak down to Barney's and see if we can rustle one." "Thou speakest as one having tongues, and who putteth the speed behind the old rhombencephalon, comprising the cerebellum and the medulla oblongata." "Oh, cut out the cuteness. I'm in a bad temper." "Ah, laddie has been having a scrap with his chaste lil Madeline. Was she horrid to ickly Martykins? All right, I'll quit. Come on, yoicks for the drink." He told 3 new stories about Professor Robert Shaw, all of them scurrilous and most of them untrue, on their way, and he almost coaxed Martin into cheerfulness. Barney's was a pool room, a tobacco shop, and, since Mohalis was dry by local option, an admirable blind pig. Cliff and the hairy-handed Barney greeted each other in a high and worthy manner. "The benisons of eventide to you, Barney. May your circulation proceed unchecked, and particularly the dorsal carpal branch of the ulnar artery, in which connection Comrade Prof. Dr. Colonel Egbert Arrowsmith and I would fain trifle for another bottle of that renowned strawberry pop." "Gosh, Cliff, you certainly got a swell line of jaw music. If I ever need a arm amputated when you get to be a doc, I'll come around and let you talk it off. Strawberry pop, gents?" The front room of Barney's was an impressionistic painting in which a pool table, piles of cigarettes, chocolate bars, playing cards, and pink sporting papers were jumbled in chaos. The back room was simpler, cases of sweet and thinly flavored soda, a large ice box, and two small tables with broken chairs. Barney poured from a bottle plainly marked ginger ale, 2 glasses of powerful and appalling raw whiskey, and Cliff and Martin took them to the table in the corner. The effect was swift. Martin's confused sorrows turned to optimism. He told Cliff that he was going to write a book exposing idealism, but what he meant was that he was going to do something clever about his dual engagement. He had it. He would invite Leora and Madeline to lunch together, tell them the truth, and see which of them loved him. He whooped and had another whiskey. He told Cliff that he was a fine fellow, and Barney that he was a public benefactor, and unsteadily he retired to the telephone, which was shut off from public hearing in a closet. At the Zenith General Hospital he got the night superintendent, and the night superintendent was a man frosty and suspicious. "This is no time to be calling up a probationer. 11:30. Who are you, anyway?" Martin checked the "I'll damn soon tell you who I am," which was his natural reaction, and explained that he was speaking for Leora's invalid grand-aunt, that the poor old lady was very low, and if the night superintendent cared to take upon himself the murder of a blameless gentlewoman. When Leora came to the telephone he said quickly, and soberly now, feeling as though he had come from the menace of thronging strangers into the security of her presence, "Leora? Sandy. Meet me Grand Lobby tomorrow, 12:30. Must. Important. Fixed somehow. Your aunt's sick." "All right, dear. Good night," was all she said. It took him long minutes to get an answer from Madeline's flat. Then Mrs. Fox's voice sounded, sleepily, quaveringly. "Yes, yes?" "Smartin." "Who is it? Who is it? What is it? Are you calling the Fox apartment?" Yes, Mrs. Fox. It's Martin Arrowsmith speaking." Oh, my dear. The phone woke me out of a sound sleep, and I couldn't make out what you were saying. I was so frightened. I thought maybe it was a telegram or something. I thought something had happened to Mattie's brother. What is it, dear? Oh, I do hope nothing's happened." Her confidence in him, the affection of this uprooted old woman, bewildered in a strange land, overcame him. He lost all his whiskey-colored feeling that he was a nimble fellow, and in a melancholy way, with all the weight of life again upon him, he sighed that no, nothing had happened, but he'd forgotten to tell Madeline something. So sorry to call so late. Could I speak Mad just minute?" Then Madeline was bubbling. "Why, Marty dear, what is it? I do hope nothing has happened. Why, dear, you just left here." "Listen, dear, forgot to tell you. There's a great friend of mine in Zenith that I want you to meet." "Who is he?" "You'll see tomorrow. Listen, I want you to come in and come meet 'em at lunch. Going," with a ponderous jocularity, "going to blow you all to a swell feed at the Grand." "Oh, how nice." "So I want you to meet me at the 1140 Interurban at College Square. Can you?" Vaguely. "Oh, I'd love to, but I have an 11 o'clock, and I don't like to cut it, and I promised May Harmon to go shopping with her. She's looking for some kind of shoes that you can wear with her pink crêpe de chine, but that you can walk in. And we sort of thought maybe we might lunch at Ye College Karayansarai. And I'd half planned to go to the movies with her, or somebody. Mother says that the new Alaska film is simply dandy. She saw it tonight, and I thought I might go see it before they take it off. Though heaven knows I ought to come right home and study and not go anywhere at all. Now listen, it's important. Don't you trust me? Will you come or not? Why, of course I trust you, dear. All right, I'll try to be there. The 11:40? Yes. At College Square or at Bluthman's bookshop? At College Square. Her gentle, I trust you, and her wambling, I'll try to, were warring in his ears as he plunged out of the suffocating cell and returned to Cliff. What's the grief? Cliff wondered. Wife passed away? Or did the Giants win in the ninth? Barney, our wandering boy, tonight looks like a necropsy. Slip him another strawberry pop, quick. Say, doctor, I think you better call a physician. Oh, shut up, was all Martin had to say, and that without conviction. Before telephoning, he had been full of little brightnesses. He had praised Cliff's pool playing and called Barney old Cimex lecturalius. But now, while the affectionate Cliff worked on him, he sat brooding save when he grumbled, with a return of self-satisfaction. If you knew all the troubles I have, all the doggone mess a fellow can get into, you'd feel down in the mouth. Cliff was alarmed. Look here, old socks. If you've gotten in debt, I'll raise the cash somehow. If it's been going out a little too far with Madeline. You make me sick. You've got a dirty mind. I'm not worthy to touch Madeline's hand. I regard her with nothing but respect. The hell you do. But never mind, if you say so. Gosh, wish there was something I could do for you. Oh, have another shot. Barney, come a-runnin'. By several drinks, Martin was warmed into a hazy carelessness, and Cliff solicitously dragged him home after he had desired to fight 3 large academic sophomores. But in the morning he awoke with a crackling skull and a realization that he was going to face Leora and Madeline at lunch. Part 5. His half-hour journey with Madeline into Zenith seemed a visible and oppressing thing, like a tornado cloud. He had not merely to get through each minute as it came. The whole grim 30 minutes were present at the same time. While he was practicing the tactful observation he was going to present 2 minutes from now, he could still hear the clumsy thing he had said 2 minutes before. He fought to keep her attention from the great friend of his whom they were to meet. With fatuous beaming, he described a night at Barney's. Without any success whatever, he tried to be funny, and when Madeline lectured him on the evils of liquor and the evils of association with immoral persons, he was, for once, relieved. But he could not sidetrack her. Who is this man we're going to see? What are you so mysterious about? Oh, Martykins, is it a joke? Are we going to meet anybody? Did you just want to run away from Mama for a while, and we have a bat at the Grand together? Oh, what fun! I've always wanted to lunch at the Grand. Of course, I do think it's too sort of rococo, but still, it is impressive and... Did I guess it, darling? No, there's someone... Oh, we're going to meet somebody, all right. Then why don't you tell me who he is? Honestly, Mart, you make me impatient. Well, I'll tell you. It isn't a him. It's a her. Oh. You know my work takes me to the hospitals, and some of the nurses at Zenith General have been awfully helpful. He was panting. His eyes ached. Since the torture of the coming lunch was inevitable, he wondered why he should go on trying to resist his punishment. Especially there's one nurse there who's a wonder. She's learned so much about the care of the sick, and she puts me onto a lot of good stunts, and she seems like a nice girl, Miss Tozer, her name is. I think her first name is Lee or something like that. And she's so... Her father is one of the big men in North Dakota. Awfully rich. Big banker. I guess she just took up nursing to do her share in the world's work." He had achieved Madeline's own tone of poetic uplift. "I thought you two might like to know each other. You remember you were saying how few girls there are in Mohalis that really appreciate ideals?" "Yes." Madeline gazed at something far away and, whatever it was, she did not like it. "I shall be very pleased to meet her, of course. Any friend of yours. Oh, Mart, I do hope you don't flirt. I hope you don't get too friendly with all these nurses. I don't know anything about it, of course, but I keep hearing how some of these nurses are regular manhunters." "Well, let me tell you right now, Leora isn't." "No, I'm sure, but, oh, Martykins, you won't be silly and let these nurses just amuse themselves with you? I mean, for your own sake. They have such an advantage. Poor Madeline, she wouldn't be allowed to go hanging around men's rooms learning things. And you think you're so psychological, Mart. But honestly, any smart woman can twist you around her finger." "Well, I guess I can take care of myself." "Oh, I don't mean, but I do hope this Tozer person, I'm sure I shall like her, if you do, but I am your own true love, aren't I, always?" She, the proper, ignored the passengers as she clasped his hand. She sounded so frightened that his anger at her reflections on Leora turned into misery. Incidentally, her thumb was gouging painfully into the back of his hand. He tried to look tender as he protested. Sure. Gosh, honest, Mad, look out. That old duffer across the aisle is staring at us." For whatever infidelities he might ever commit, he was adequately punished before they had reached the Grand Hotel. The Grand was, in 1907, the best hotel in Zenith. It was compared by traveling salesmen to the Parker House, the Palmer House, the West Hotel. It has been humbled since by the supercilious modesty of the vast Hotel Thornley, dirty now as its tessellated floor and all the wild gilt tarnished, and in its ponderous leather chairs are torn seams and stogie ashes and horse dealers. But in its day it was the proudest inn between Chicago and Pittsburgh, an oriental palace, the entrance a score of brick Moorish arches, the lobby towering from a black and white marble floor, up past gilt iron balconies, to the green, pink, pearl and amber skylight 7 stories above. They found Leora in the lobby, tiny on an enormous couch built round a pillar. She stared at Madeline, quiet, waiting. Martin perceived that Leora was unusually sloppy, his own word. It did not matter to him how clumsily her honey-colored hair was tucked under her black hat, a characterless little mushroom of a hat, but he did see and resent the contrast between her shirt-waist, with the third button missing, her checkered shirt, her unfortunate bright blonde bolero jacket, and Madeline's sleekness of blue serge. The resentment was not toward Leora, scanning them together, not haughtily as the choosing and lofty male, but anxiously. He was more irritated than ever by Madeline. That she should be better dressed was an affront. His affection flew to guard Leora, to wrap and protect her. And all the while he was bumbling, "Thought you two girls ought to know each other. Miss Fox, want to make you acquainted with Miss Dozer. Little celebration. Lucky dog have 2 queens of Sheba." And to himself, "Oh, hell." While they murmured nothing in particular to each other, he herded them into the famous dining room of the Grand. It was full of gilt chandeliers, red plush chairs, heavy silverware, and aged Negro retainers, with gold and green waistcoats. Round the walls ran select views of Pompeii, Venice, Lake Como, and Versailles. "Swell room," chirped Leora. Madeline looked as though she intended to say the same thing in longer words, but she considered the frescoes all over again and explained, "Well, it's very large." He was ordering with agony. He had appropriated $4 for the orgy, strictly including the tip, and his standard of good food was that he must spend every cent of the $4. While he wondered what purée Saint Germain could be, and the waiter hideously stood watching behind his shoulder, Madeline fell to. She chanted with horrifying politeness, "Mr. Arrowsmith tells me you are a nurse, Miss Tozer." "Yes, sort of." "Do you find it interesting?" "Well, yes, I think it's interesting." "I suppose it must be wonderful to relieve suffering." "Of course, my work. I'm taking my Doctor of Philosophy degree in English." She made it sound as though she were taking her earldom. "It's rather dry and detached. I have to master the growth of the language and so on and so forth. With your practical training, I suppose you'd find that rather stupid." "Yes, it must be. No, it must be very interesting." "Do you come from Zenith, Miss Tozer?" "No, I come from just a little town. Well, hardly a town. North Dakota." "Oh, North Dakota." "Yes, way west." "Oh, yes. Are you staying east for some time?" It was precisely what a much resented New York cousin had once said to Madeline. "Well, I don't. Yes, I guess I may be here quite some time." Do you find you like it here?" "Oh, yes, it's pretty nice. These big cities, so much to see." "Big? Well, I suppose it all depends on the point of view, doesn't it? I always think of New York as big, but, of course. Do you find the contrast to North Dakota interesting?" "Well, of course, it's different." "Tell me what North Dakota's like. I've always wondered about these western states." It was Madeline's second plagiarism of her cousin. "What is the general impression it makes on you?" "I don't think I know just how you mean." "I mean, what is the general effect, the impression?" "Well, it's got lots of wheat and lots of Swedes." "But I mean, I suppose you're all terribly virile and energetic, compared with us Easterners." "I don't, well, yes, maybe." "Have you met lots of people in Zenith?" "Not so awfully many." "Oh, have you met Dr. Birchall, that operates in your hospital? He's such a nice man, and not such a good surgeon, but frightfully talented. He sings wonderfully, and he comes from the most frightfully nice family." "No, I don't think I've met him yet," Leora bleated. "Oh, you must. And he plays the slickest, the most gorgeous game of tennis. He always goes to all these millionaire parties on Royal Ridge. Frightfully smart." Martin now first interrupted. "Smart? Him? He hasn't got any brains whatever." "My dear child, I didn't mean smart in that sense." He sat alone and helpless while she again turned on Leora and ever more brightly inquired whether Leora knew this son of a corporation lawyer and that famous debutante, this hat shop and that club. She spoke familiarly of what were known as the leaders of Zenith society, the personages who appeared daily in the society columns of the Advocate Times, the Cowkses and Van Antrams and Dodsworths. Martin was astonished by the familiarity. He remembered that she had once gone to a charity ball in Zenith, but he had not known that she was so intimate with the peerage. Certainly Leora had appallingly never heard of these great ones, nor ever attended the concerts, the lectures, the recitals at which Madeline apparently spent all her glittering evenings. Madeline shrugged a little then. "Well, of course, with the fascinating doctors and everybody that you meet in the hospital, I suppose you'd find lectures frightfully tame. Well—" She dismissed Leora and looked patronizingly at Martin. "Are you planning some more work on the what is it with rabbits?" He was grim. He could do it now, if he got over it quickly. "Madeline, brought you two together because—don't know whether you cotton to each other or not, but I wish you could, because I'm not making any excuses for myself. I couldn't help it. I'm engaged to both of you, and I want to know—" Madeline sprung up. She had never looked quite so proud and fine. She stared at them and walked away, wordless. She came back. She touched Leora's shoulder and quietly kissed her. "Dear, I'm sorry for you. You've got a job. You poor baby." She strode away, her shoulders straight. Hunched, frightened, Martin could not look at Leora. He felt her hand on his. He looked up. She was smiling, easy, a little mocking. "Sandy, I warn you that I'm never going to give you up. I suppose you're as bad as she says. I suppose I'm foolish. I'm a hussy. But you're mine. I warn you, it isn't a bit of use your getting engaged to somebody else again. I'd tear her eyes out. Now don't think so well of yourself. I guess you're pretty selfish, but I don't care. You're mine." He said brokenly many things beautiful in their commonness. She pondered, "I do feel we're nearer together than you and her. Perhaps you like me better because you can bully me, because I tag after you and she never would. And I know your work is more important to you than I am, maybe more important than you are. But I am stupid and ordinary and she isn't. I simply admire you frightfully. Heaven knows why, but I do. While she has sense enough to make you admire her and tag after her. No, I swear it isn't because I can bully you, Leora. I swear it isn't. I don't think it is. Dearest, don't think she's brighter than you are. She's glib, but— Oh, let's stop talking. I've found you. My life's begun. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The difference between Martin's relations to Madeline and to Leora was the difference between a rousing duel and a serene comradeship. From their first evening, Leora and he depended on each other's loyalty and liking, and certain things in his existence were settled forever. Yet his absorption in her was not stagnant. He was always making discoveries about the observations of life which she kept incubating in her secret little head while she made smoke rings with her cigarettes and smiled silently. He longed for the girl Leora. She stirred him, and with gay frank passion she answered him. But to another, sexless Leora, he talked more honestly than to Gottlieb or his own worried self, while with her boyish nod or an occasional word she encouraged him to confidence in his evolving ambition and disdains. Part 2. Di Gamma Pi fraternity was giving a dance. It was understood among the anxiously whispering medics that so cosmopolitan was the University of Winnemac becoming that they were expected to wear the symbols of respectability known as dress suits. On the solitary and nervous occasion when Martin had worn evening clothes, he had rented them from the varsity pantorium. But he must own them, now that he was going to introduce Leora to the world as his pride and flowering. Like two little old people, absorbed in each other and diffidently exploring new, unwelcoming streets of the city where their alienated children live, Martin and Leora edged into the garnished magnificence of Benson, Hanley & Koch's, the loftiest department store in Zenith. She was intimidated by the luminous cases of mahogany and plate glass, by the opera hats and lustrous mufflers and creamy riding breeches. When he had tried on a dinner suit and come out for her approval, his long brown tie and soft collared shirt somewhat rustic behind the low evening waistcoat, and when the clerk had gone to fetch collars, she wailed, "Darn it, Sandy, you're too grand for me. I just simply can't get myself to fuss over my clothes. And here you're going to look so spiffy, I won't have a chance with you." He almost kissed her. The clerk returned, warbled, "I think, madame, you'll find that your husband will look very nice indeed in these wing collars." Then, while the clerk sought ties, he did kiss her, and she sighed, "Oh, gee, you're one of these people that get ahead. I never thought I'd have to live up to a man with a dress suit and a come-to-heaven collar. Oh well, I'll tag." Part 3. For the Digamma Ball, the University Armory was extremely decorated. The brick walls were dizzy with bunting, spotty with paper chrysanthemums and plaster skulls and wooden scalpels 10 feet long. In 6 years at Mohalis, Martin had gone to less than a score of dances, though the refined titillations of communal embracing were the chief delight of the coeducational university. When he arrived at the Armory, with Leora timorously brave in a blue crêpe de chine made in no recognizable style, he did not care whether he had a single two-step, though he did achingly desire to have the men crowd in and ask Leora, admire her and make her welcome. Yet he was too proud to introduce her about, lest he seem to be begging his friends to dance with her. They stood alone under the balcony, disconsolately facing the vastness of the floor, while beyond them flashed the current of dancers, beautiful, formidable, desirable. Leora and he had assured each other that, for a student affair, dinner jacket and black waistcoat would be the thing, as stated in the Benson, Hanley & Koch chart of correct gents' wearing apparel. But he grew miserable at the sight of voluptuous white waistcoats, and when that embryo famous surgeon, Angus Dewar, came by, disdainful as a greyhound, and pushing on white gloves, which are the whitest, the most superciliously white objects on earth, then Martin felt himself a hobbledehoy. "Come on, we'll dance," he said, as though it were a defiance to all Angus Dewars. He very much wanted to go home. He did not enjoy the dance, though she waltzed easily and himself not too badly. He did not even enjoy having her in his arms. He could not believe that she was in his arms. As they revolved, he saw Dewar join a brilliance of pretty girls and distinguished-looking women about the great Dr. Silva, dean of the medical school. Angus seemed appallingly at home, and he waltzed off with the prettiest girl, sliding, swinging, deft. Martin tried to hate him as a fool, but he remembered that yesterday Angus had been elected to the honorary society of Sigma Chi. Leora and he crept back to the exact spot beneath the balcony where they had stood before, to their den, their one safe refuge. While he tried to be nonchalant and talk up to his new clothes, he was cursing the men he saw go by laughing with girls, ignoring his Leora. "Not many here yet," he fussed. "Pretty soon they'll all be coming, and then you'll have lots of dances." "Oh, I don't mind." "God, won't somebody come and ask the poor kid?" He fretted over his lack of popularity among the dancing men of the medical school. He wished Cliff Clawson were present. Cliff liked any sort of assembly, but he could not afford dress clothes. Then, rejoicing as at sight of the best beloved, he saw Irving Waters, that paragon of professional normality, wandering toward them. But Waters passed by, merely nodding. Thrice Martin hoped and desponded, and now all his pride was gone. If Leora could be happy... I wouldn't care a hoot if she fell for the gabbiest fusser in the whole U, and gave me the good-bye all evening. Anything to let her have a good time. If I could coax Dewar over... No, that's one thing I couldn't stand, crawling to that dirty snob. I will. Up ambled Fatty Pfaff, just arrived. Martin pounced on him lovingly. "Hello, old Fat. You're a stag tonight? Meet my friend Miss Tozer." Fatty's bulbous eyes showed approval of Leora's cheeks and amber hair. He heaved, "Pleased to meetch. Dance starting. Have the honor?" in so flattering a manner that Martin could have kissed him. That he himself stood alone through the dance did not occur to him. He leaned against a pillar and gloated. He felt gorgeously unselfish. That various girl wallflowers were sitting near him, waiting to be asked, did not occur to him either. He saw Fatty introduce Leora to a decorative pair of digams, one of whom begged her for the next. Thereafter she had more invitations than she could take. Martin's excitement cooled. It seemed to him that she clung too closely to her partners, that she followed their steps too eagerly. After the fifth dance he was agitated. Course, she's enjoying herself. Hasn't got time to notice that I just stand here, yes, by thunder, and hold her scarf. Sure, fine for her. Fact, I might like a little dancing myself. And the way she grins and gawps at that fool Brindle Morgan, the damnedest. Oh, you and I are going to have a talk, young woman. And those hounds trying to pinch her off me, the one thing I've ever loved. Just because they dance better than I, and spiel a lot of foolishness. And that damn orchestra, playing that damn peppery music, and she falling for all their damn cheap compliments, and you and I are going to have one little understanding. When she next returned to him, besieged by 3 capering medics, he muttered to her, "Oh, it doesn't matter about me." "Would you like this one? Course you shall have it." She turned to him fully. She had none of Madeline's sense of having to act for the benefit of observers. Through a strained eternity of waiting, while he glowered, she babbled of the floor, the size of the room, and her dandy partners. At the sound of the music, he held out his arms. "No," she said, "I want to talk to you." She led him to a corner and hurled at him, "Sandy, this is the last time I'm going to stand for your looking jealous. Oh, I know. See here. If we're going to stick together, and we are, I'm going to dance with just as many men as I want to, and I'm going to be just as foolish with them as I want to. Dinners and those things, I suppose. I'll always go on being a clam, nothing to say. But I love dancing, and I'm going to do exactly what I want to. And if you had any sense whatever, you'd know I don't care a hang for anybody but you. Yours, absolute. No matter what fool things you do, and there'll probably be plenty. So when you go and get jealous on me again, you sneak off and get rid of it. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" "I wasn't jealous." "Yes, I was. Oh, I can't help it. I love you so much. I'd be one fine lover, now wouldn't I, if I never got jealous." "All right, only you've got to keep it under cover. Now we'll finish the dance." He was her slave. Part 4. It was regarded as immoral at the University of Winnemac to dance after midnight, and at that hour the guests crowded into the Imperial cafeteria. Ordinarily it closed at 8, but tonight it kept open till 1, and developed a spirit of almost lascivious mirth. Fatty Pfaff did a jig. Another humor student, with a napkin over his arm, pretended to be a waiter, and a girl, but she was much disapproved, smoked a cigarette. At the door Cliff Clawson was waiting for Martin and Leora. He was in his familiar shiny grey suit, with a blue flannel shirt. Cliff assumed that he was the authority to whom all of Martin's friends must be brought for judgment. He had not met Leora. Martin had confessed his double engagement. He had explained that Leora was unquestionably the most gracious young woman on earth, but as he had previously used up all of his laudatory adjectives and all of Cliff's patience on the subject of Madeline, Cliff failed to listen, and prepared to dislike Leora as another siren of morality. He eyed her now with patronizing enmity. He croaked at Martin behind her back. "Good-looking kid, I will say that for her. What's wrong with her?" When they had brought their own sandwiches and coffee and mosaic cake from the long counter, Cliff rasped, "Well, it's grand of a couple of dress-suit swells like you to assassinate with me mid the midmosts of sartorials and society. Gosh, It's fierce I had to miss the select pleasures of an evening with anxious doer and associated highboys, and merely play a low game of poker, in which father deftly removed the sum of 6 simolia, .10, from the foregathered bums and yahoos. Well, Leori, I suppose you and Martykins here have now rationated all these questions of polo and Monte Carlo and so on. She had an immense power of accepting people as they were. While Cliff waited, leering, she placidly investigated the inside of a chicken sandwich and assented, "Mm-hmm. Good boy. I thought you were going to pull that, if you are a roughneck, I don't see why you think you've got to boast about it, stuff that Mart springs on me." Cliff turned into a jovial and, for him, unusually quiet companion. Ex-farmhand, ex-book agent, ex-mechanic, he had so little money, yet so scratching a desire to be resplendent that he took refuge in pride in poverty, pride in being offensive. Now, when Leora seemed to look through his boasting, he liked her as quickly as had Martin, and they buzzed with gaiety. Martin was warmed to benevolence toward mankind, including Angus Dewar, who was at the end of the room at a table with Dean Silva and his silvery women. Without plan, Martin sprang up, raced down the room. Holding out his hand, he clamored, "Angus, old man, want to congratulate you on getting Sigma Chi. That's fine." Dewar regarded the outstretched hand as though it was an instrument which he had seen before, but whose use he could not quite remember. He picked it up and shook it tentatively. He did not turn his back. He was worse than rude. He looked patient. "Well, good luck," said Martin, chilled and shaky. "Very good of you. Thanks." Martin returned to Leora and Cliff to tell them the incident as a cosmic tragedy. They agreed that Angus Dewar was to be shot. In the midst of it, Dewar came past, trailing after Dean Silva's party, and nodded to Martin, who glared back, feeling noble and mature. At parting, Cliff held Leora's hand and urged, "Honey, I think a lot of Mart, and one time I was afraid the old kid was going to get tied up to parties that would turn him into a handshaker. I'm a handshaker myself. I know less about medicine than Prof. Robert Shaw. But this boob has some conscience to him, and I'm so darn glad he's playing around with a girl that's real folks, and listen at me falling all over my clumsy feet. But I just mean, I hope you won't mind Uncle Cliff saying he does, by golly, like you a lot." It was almost 4 when Martin returned from taking Leora home and sagged into bed. He could not sleep. The aloofness of Angus Dewar racked him as an insult to himself, as somehow an implied insult to Leora, but his boyish rage had passed into a bleaker worry. Didn't Dewar, for all his snobbishness and shallowness, have something that he himself lacked? Didn't Cliff, with his puppy-dog humor, his speech of a vaudeville farmer, his suspicion of fine manners as posing, take life too easily? Didn't Dewar know how to control and drive his hard little mind? Wasn't there a technique of manners as there was of experimentation? Gottlieb's fluent bench technique versus the clumsy and podgy hands of Ira Hinckley? Or was all this inquiry a treachery, a yielding to Dewar's own affected standard? He was so tired that behind his closed eyelids were flashes of fire. His whirling mind flew over every sentence he had said or heard that night, till round his twisting body there was fevered shouting. Part 5. As he grumped across the medical campus next day, he came unexpectedly upon Angus, and he was smitten with the guiltiness and embarrassment one has toward a person who has borrowed money and probably will not return it. Mechanically he began to blurt hello, but he checked it in a croak, scowled and stumbled on. "Oh, Mart," Angus called. He was dismayingly even. "Remember speaking to me last evening? It struck me when I was going out that you looked huffy. I was wondering if you thought I'd been rude. I'm sorry if you did. Fact is, I had a rotten headache. Look, I've got 4 tickets for As It Listeth in Zenith next Friday evening. Original New York cast. Like to see it? And I noticed you were with a peach at the dance. Suppose she might like to go along with us? She and some friend of hers? Why, gosh! I'll phone her. Darn nice of you to ask us. It was not till melancholy dusk, when Leora had accepted and promised to bring with her a probationer nurse named Nellie Byers, that Martin began to brood. Wonder if he did have a headache last night. Wonder if somebody gave him the tickets. Why didn't he ask Dad Silva's daughter to go with us? Does he think Leora is some tart I've picked up? Sure, he never really quarrels with anybody. Wants to keep us all friendly, so we'll send him surgical patients someday when we're hick GPs and he's a great and only. Why did I crawl down so meekly? I don't care. If Leora enjoys it. Me personally, I don't care 2 hoots for all this trotting around. Though of course it isn't so bad to see pretty women in fine clothes and be dressed as good as anybody. Oh, I don't know. Part 6. In the slightly Midwestern city of Zenith, the appearance of a play, with the original New York cast, was an event. What play it was did not much matter. The Dodsworth Theatre was splendid with the aristocracy from the big houses on Royal Ridge. Leora and Nellie Byers admired the Bloods, graduates of Yale and Harvard and Princeton, lawyers and bankers, motor manufacturers and inheritors of real estate, virtuosi of golf, familiars of New York, who with their shrill and glistening women occupied the front rows. Miss Byers pointed out the Dodsworths, who were often mentioned in Town Topics. Leora and Miss Byers bounced with admiration of the hero when he refused the governorship. Martin worried because the heroine was prettier than Leora, and Angus Dewar, who gave an appearance of knowing all about plays without having seen more than half a dozen in his life, admitted that the set depicting Jack Van Duzen's camp in the Adirondacks, sunset the next day, was really very nice. Martin was in a mood of determined hospitality. He was going to give them supper, and that was all there was to it. Miss Byers explained that they had to be in the hospital by 11:15, but Leora said lazily, "Oh, I don't care. I'll slip in through a window. If you're there in the morning, the old cat can't prove you got in late." Shaking her head at this lying wickedness, Miss Byers fled to a trolley car, while Leora, Angus and Martin strolled to Epstein's Alt Nuremberg Café for beer and Swiss cheese sandwiches flavored by the sight of German drinking mottos and papier-mâché armor. Angus was studying Leora, looking from her to Martin, watching their glances of affection. That a keen young man should make a comrade of a girl who could not bring him social advancement, that such a thing as the boy and girl passion between Martin and Leora could exist, was probably inconceivable to him. He decided that she was conveniently frail. He gave Martin a refined version of a leer, and set himself to acquiring her for his own uses. "I hope you enjoyed the play," he condescended to her. "Oh, yes." "Jove, I envy you too. Of course I understand why girls fall for Martin here, with his romantic eyes, but a grind like me, I have to go on working without a single person to give me sympathy. Oh well, I deserve it for being shy of women." With unexpected defiance from Leora, "When anybody says that, it means they're not shy and they despise women." "Despise them? Why, child, honestly, I long to be a Don Juan, but I don't know how. Won't you give me a lesson?" Angus's aridly correct voice had become lulling. He concentrated on Leora as he would have concentrated on dissecting a guinea pig. She smiled at Martin now and then to say, "Don't be jealous, idiot. I'm magnificently uninterested in this conceited hypnotist." But she was flustered by Angus's sleek assurance, by his homage to her eyes and wit and reticence. Martin twitched with jealousy. He blurted that they must be going. Leora really had to be back. The trolleys ran infrequently after midnight, and they walked to the hospital through hollow and sounding streets. Angus and Leora kept up a high-strung chatter, while Martin stalked beside them, silent, sulky, proud of being sulky. Skittering through a garage alley, they came out on the mass of Zenith General Hospital, a block long, 5 stories of bleak windows with infrequent dim blotches of light. No one was about. The first floor was but 5 feet from the ground, and they lifted Leora up to the limestone ledge of a half-open corridor window. She slid in, whispering, "Good night, thanks." Martin felt empty, dissatisfied. The night was full of a chill mournfulness. A light was suddenly flickering in a window above them, and there was a woman's scream breaking down into moans. He felt the tragedy of parting, that in the briefness of life he should lose one moment of her living presence. "I'm going in after her, see she gets there safe," he said. The frigid edge of the stone sill bit his hands, but he vaulted, thrust up his knee, crawled hastily through the window. Ahead of him, in the cork-floored hallway, lit only by a tiny electric globe, Leora was tiptoeing toward a flight of stairs. He ran after her, on his toes. She squeaked as he caught her arm. "We got to say good night better than that," he grumbled. "With that damned door—" "Shh! They'd simply murder me if they caught you here. Do you want to get me fired?" "Would you care, if it was because of me?" "Yes. No. Well—" "But they'd probably fire you from medic school, my lad. If—" His caressing hands could feel her shiver with anxiety. She peered along the corridor, and his quickened imagination created sneaking forms, eyes peering from doorways. She sighed, then resolutely, "We can't talk here. We'll slip up to my room. Roommate's away for the week. Stand there, in the shadow. If nobody's in sight upstairs, I'll come back." He followed her to the floor above, to a white door, then breathlessly inside. As he closed the door, he was touched by this cramped refuge, with its camp beds and photographs from home and softly wrinkled linen. He clasped her, but with hand against his chest, she forbade him, as she mourned, "You were jealous again? How can you distrust me so? With that fool? Women not like him? They wouldn't have a chance. Likes himself too well. And then you jealous." "I wasn't. Yes, I was, but I don't dare. To have to sit there and grin like a hyena, with him between us, when I wanted to talk to you, to kiss you. All right, probably I'll always be jealous. It's you that have got to trust me. I'm not easygoing. Never will be. Oh, trust me." Their profound and unresisted kiss was the more blind in memory of that barren hour with Angus. They forgot that the superintendent of nurses might dreadfully come bursting in. They forgot that Angus was waiting. "Oh, curse Angus, let him go home," was Martin's only reflection as his eyes closed and his long loneliness vanished. "Good night, dear love, my love forever," he exulted. In the ghostliness of the hall he laughed as he thought of how irritably Angus must have marched away. But from the window he discovered Angus huddled on the stone steps, asleep. As he touched the ground, he whistled, but stopped short. He saw bursting from the shadow a bulky man, vaguely in a porter's uniform, who was shouting, "I've caught ya! Back you come into the hospital, and we'll find out what you've been up to." They closed. Martin was wiry, but in the watchman's clasp he was smothered. There was a reek of dirty overalls, of unbathed flesh. Martin kicked his shins, struck at his boulder of red cheek, tried to twist his arm. He broke loose, started to flee, and halted. The struggle, in its contrast to the aching sweetness of Leora, had infuriated him. He faced the watchman, raging. From the awakened Angus, suddenly appearing beside him, there was a thin sound of disgust. "Oh, come on! Let's get out of this! Why do you dirty your hands on scum like him?" The watchman bellowed. "Oh, I'm scum, am I? I'll show you." He collared Angus and slapped him. Under the sleepy street lamp, Martin saw a man go mad. It was not the unfeeling Angus Dewar who stared at the watchman. It was a killer, and his eyes were the terrible eyes of the killer, speaking to the least experienced a message of death. He gasped only, "He dared to touch me." A penknife was somehow in his hands. He had leaped at the watchman, and he was busily and earnestly endeavoring to cut his throat. As Martin tried to hold them, he heard pounding of a policeman's nightstick on the pavement. Martin was slim, but he had pitched hay and strung telephone wire. He hit the watchman judiciously beside the left ear, snatched Angus's wrist, and dragged him away. They ran up an alley, across a courtyard. They came to a thoroughfare as an owl trolley glowed and rattled round the corner. They ran beside it, swung up on the steps, and were safe. Angus stood on the back platform sobbing. "My God, I wished I'd killed him. He laid his filthy hands on me. Martin, hold me here on the car. I thought I'd get over that. Once when I was a kid I tried to kill a fellow. God, I wish I'd cut that filthy swine's throat." As the trolley came into the center of the city, Martin coaxed, "There's an all-night lunch up Oberlin Avenue where we can get some white mule. Come on, it'll straighten you up." Angus was shaking and stumbling, Angus the punctilious. Martin led him into the lunchroom, where, between catsup bottles, they had raw whiskey in granite-like coffee cups. Angus leaned his head on his arm and sobbed, careless of stares, until he had drunk himself into obliteration, and Martin steered him home. Then to Martin, in his furnished room with Cliff snoring, the evening became incredible and nothing more incredible than Angus Dewar. Well, he'll be a good friend of mine now, for always. Fine. Next morning, in the hall of the anatomy building, he saw Angus and rushed toward him. Angus snapped. "You were frightfully stewed last night, Arrowsmith. If you can't handle your liquor better than that, you'd better cut it out entirely." He walked on, clear-eyed, unruffled. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And always Martin's work went on, assisting Max Gottlieb, instructing bacteriological students, attending lectures and hospital demonstrations, 16 merciless hours to the day. He stole occasional evenings for original research, or for peering into the stirring worlds of French and German bacteriological publications. He went proudly now and then to Gottlieb's cottage where, against rain-smeared brown wallpaper, were Blake drawings and a signed portrait of Koch. But the rest was nerve-gnawing. Neurology, OB, internal medicine, physical diagnosis, always a few pages more than he could drudge through before he fell asleep at his rickety study table. Memorizing of gynecology, of ophthalmology, till his mind was burnt raw. Droning afternoons of hospital demonstrations among stumbling students barked at by tired clinical professors. The competitive exactions of surgery on dogs, in which Angus Dewar lorded it with impatient perfection. Martin admired the professor of internal medicine, T.J.H. Silva, known as Dad Silva, who was also dean of the medical faculty. He was a round little man, with a little crescent of mustache. Silva's god was Sir William Osler. His religion was the art of sympathetic healing, and his patriotism was accurate physical diagnosis. He was a Doc Vickerson of Elk Mills, grown wiser and soberer and more sure. But Martin's reverence for Dean Silva was counterbalanced by his detestation for Dr. Roscoe Gake, professor of otolaryngology. Roscoe Gake was a peddler. He would have done well with oil stock. As an otolaryngologist, he believed that tonsils had been placed in the human organism for the purpose of providing specialists with closed motors. A physician who left the tonsils in any patient was, he felt, foully and ignorantly overlooking his future health and comfort. The physician's future health and comfort. His earnest feeling regarding the nasal septum was that it never hurt any patient to have part of it removed, and if the most hopeful examination could find nothing the matter with the patient's nose and throat, except that he was smoking too much, still, in any case, the enforced rest after an operation was good for him. Gake denounced this cant about letting nature alone. Why, the average well-to-do man appreciated attention. He really didn't think much of his specialists unless he was operated on now and then. Just a little, and not very painfully. Gake had one classic annual address in which, winging far above otolaryngology, he evaluated all medicine, and explained to grateful healers like Irving Waters the method of getting suitable fees. Knowledge is the greatest thing in the medical world, but it's no good whatever unless you can sell it. And to do this, you must first impress your personality on the people who have the dollars. Whether a patient is a new or an old friend, you must always use salesmanship on him. Explain to him, also to his stricken and anxious family, the hard work and thought you are giving to his case, and so make him feel that the good you have done him, or intend to do him, is even greater than the fee you plan to charge. Then, when he gets your bill, he will not misunderstand or kick. Part 2. There was, as yet, no vision in Martin of serene spaciousness of the mind. Beyond doubt, he was a bustling young man, and rather shrill. He had no uplifted moments when he saw himself in relation to the whole world, if indeed he realized that there was a deal of the world besides himself. His friend Cliff was boorish. His beloved Leora was rustic, however gallant she might be. And he himself wasted energy in hectic busyness, and in astonishment at dullness. But if he had not ripened, yet he was close to earth. He did hate pretentiousness. He did use his hands, and he did seek iron actualities with a curiosity inextinguishable. And at infrequent times he perceived the comedy of life, relaxed for a gorgeous hour from the intensity wearing to his admirers. Such was the hour before Christmas vacation when Roscoe Gake rose to glory. It was announced in the Winnemac Daily News that Dr. Gake had been called from the chair of otolaryngology to the vice presidency of the puissant New Idea Medical Instrument and Furniture Company of Jersey City. In celebration, he gave a final address to the entire medical school on the art and science of furnishing the doctor's office. He was a neatly finished person, Gake, eyeglassed and enthusiastic and fond of people. He beamed on his loving students and cried, "Gentlemen, the trouble with too many doctors, even those splendid old pioneer war horses, who through mud and storm, through winter's chill blast and August's untempered heat, go bringing cheer and surcease from pain to the world's humblest. Yet even these old nesters, not so infrequently, settle down in a rut and never shake themselves loose. Now that I am leaving this field, where I have labored so long and happily, I want to ask every man-jack of you to read, before you begin to practice medicine, not merely your Rosenau and Howell and Gray, but also, as a preparation for being that which all good citizens must be, namely, practical men, a most valuable little manual of modern psychology, How to Put Pep in Salesmanship, by Grosvenor A. Bibby. For don't forget, gentlemen, and this is my last message to you, the man worthwhile is not merely the man who takes things with a smile, but also the man who's trained in philosophy, practical philosophy, so that instead of daydreaming and spending all his time talking about ethics, splendid though they are, and charity, glorious virtue though that be, yet he never forgets that unfortunately the world judges a man by the amount of good hard cash he can lay away. The graduates of the University of Hard Knocks judge a physician as they judge a businessman, not merely by his alleged high ideals, but by the horsepower he puts into carrying them out, and making them pay. And from a scientific standpoint, don't overlook the fact that the impression of properly remunerated competence which you make on a patient is of just as much importance in these days of the new psychology as the drugs you get into him or the operations he lets you get away with. The minute he begins to see that other folks appreciate and reward your skill, that minute he must begin to feel your power and so to get well. Nothing is more important in inspiring him than to have such an office that as soon as he steps into it, you have begun to sell him the idea of being properly cured. I don't care whether a doctor has studied in Germany, Munich, Baltimore, and Rochester. I don't care whether he has all science at his fingertips, whether he can instantly diagnose with a considerable degree of accuracy the most obscure ailment, whether he has the surgical technique of a Mayo, a Kreil, a Blake, an Ochsner, a Cushing. If he has a dirty old office with hand-me-down chairs and a lot of second-hand magazines, then the patient isn't going to have confidence in him. He is going to resist the treatment, and the doctor is going to have difficulty in putting over and collecting an adequate fee. To go far below the surface of this matter, into the fundamental philosophy and aesthetics of office furnishing for the doctor, there are today two warring schools, the tapestry school and the aseptic school, if I may venture to so denominate and conveniently distinguish them. Both of them have their merits. The tapestry school claims that luxurious chairs for waiting patients, handsome hand-painted pictures, a bookcase jammed with the world's best literature in expensively bound sets, together with cut glass vases and potted palms, produce an impression of that opulence which can come only from sheer ability and knowledge. The aseptic school, on the other hand, maintains that what the patient wants is that appearance of scrupulous hygiene, which can be produced only by furnishing the outer waiting room as well as the inner offices in white painted chairs and tables, with merely a Japanese print against a grey wall. But, gentlemen, it seems obvious to me, so obvious that I wonder it has not been brought out before, that the ideal reception room is a combination of these two schools. Have your potted palms and handsome pictures. To the practical physician they are as necessary a part of his working equipment as a sterilizer or a baumanometer. But so far as possible, have everything in sanitary looking white, and think of the color schemes you can evolve, or the good wife for you, if she be one blessed with artistic tastes. Rich golden or red cushions in a Morris chair enameled the purest white. A floor covering of white enamel with just a border of delicate rose. Recent and unspotted numbers of expensive magazines with art covers lying on a white table. Gentlemen, there is the idea of imaginative salesmanship which I wish to leave with you. There is the gospel which I hope to spread in my fresh field of endeavor, the New Idea Instrument Company of Jersey City, where at any time I shall be glad to see and shake by the hand any and all of you. Part 3. Through the storm of his Christmas examinations, Martin had an intensified need of Leora. She had been summoned home to Dakota, perhaps for months, on the ground that her mother was unwell, and he had, or thought he had, to see her daily. He must have slept less than 4 hours a night. Grinding at examinations on the interurban car, he dashed into her, looking up to scowl when he thought of the lively interns and the men patients whom she met in the hospital, scorning himself for being so primitive, and worrying all over again. To see her at all, he had to wait for hours in the lobby, or walk up and down in the snow outside till she could slip to a window and peep out, When they were together, they were completely absorbed. She had a genius for frank passion. She teased him, tantalized him, but she was tender and unafraid. He was sick lonely when he saw her off at the Union Station. His examination papers were competent, but, save in bacteriology and internal medicine, they were sketchy. He turned emptily to the laboratory for vacation time. He had so far displayed more emotion than achievement in his tiny original researches. Gottlieb was patient. It is a fine system, this education. All what we cram into the students, not Coke and 2 deniers could learn. Do not worry about the research. We shall do it yet. But he expected Martin to perform a miracle or two in the whole fortnight of the holidays, and Martin had no stomach with which to think. He played in the laboratory. He spent his time polishing glassware, and when he transplanted cultures from his rabbits, his notes were incomplete. Gottlieb was instantly grim. Was gibt es dann? Do you call these notes? Always when I praise a man must he stop working? Do you think that you are a Theobald Smith or a Novi, that you should sit and meditate? You have the ability of Pfaff. For once Martin was impenitent. He mumbled to himself as Gottlieb stamped out like a Grand Duke. Rats, I've got some rest coming to me. Gosh, most fellows, why, they go to swell homes for vacation, and have dances and fathers and everything. If Leora was here, we'd go to a show tonight. He viciously seized his cap, a soggy and doubtful object, sought Cliff Clawson, who was spending the vacation in sleeping between poker games at Barney's, and outlined a project of going into town and getting drunk. It was executed so successfully that during vacation it was repeated whenever he thought of the coming torture wheel of uninspiring work, whenever he realized that it was only Gottlieb and Leora who held him here. After vacation, in late January, he found that whiskey relieved him from the frenzy of work, from the terror of loneliness, then betrayed him and left him the more weary, the more lonely. He felt suddenly old. He was 24 now, he reminded himself, and a schoolboy, his real work not even begun. Cliff was his refuge. Cliff admired Leora and would listen to his babbling of her. But Cliff and Martin came to the misfortune of Founder's Day. Part 4. January 30th, the birthday of the late Dr. Warburton Stonehenge, founder of the medical department of Winnemac, was annually celebrated by a banquet rich in fraternalism and speeches and large lack of wine. All the faculty reserved their soundest observations for the event, and all the students were expected to be present. This year it was held in the large hall of the University YMCA, a moral apartment with red wallpaper, portraits of whiskered alumni who had gone out to be missionaries, and long thin pine boxes intended to resemble exposed oak beams. About the famous guests, Dr. Rounsfield, the Chicago surgeon, a diabetes specialist from Omaha, a Pittsburgh internist, stood among the faculty members. They tried to look festive, but they were worn and nervous after 4 months of school. They had wrinkles and tired eyes. They were all in business suits, mostly unpressed. They sounded scientific and interested. They used words like phlebarteriectasia and hepatocholangienterostomy, and they asked the guests, "So you just been in Rochester? What are Charlie and Will doing in orthopedics?" But they were full of hunger and melancholy. It was 7:30, and they who did not normally dine at 7 dined at 6:30. Upon this seedy gaiety entered a splendor, a tremendous black-bearded personage, magnificent of glacial shirt bosom, vast of brow, wild-eyed with genius or with madness. In a marvelous great voice, with a flavor of German accent, he inquired for Dr. Silva and sailed into the dean's group like a frigate among fishing smacks. "Who the dickens is that?" wondered Martin. "Let's edge in and find out," said Cliff. and they clung to the fast increasing knot about Dean Silva and the mystery, who was introduced as Dr. Benoni Carr, the pharmacologist. They heard Dr. Carr, to the pale admiration of the school-bound assistant professors, boom genially of working with Schmiedeberg in Germany on the isolation of dihydroxypentamethylenediamine, of the possibilities of chemotherapy, of the immediate cure of sleeping sickness, of the era of scientific healing. Though I am American-born, I have the advantage of speaking German from a child, and so perhaps I can better understand the work of my dear friend Ehrlich. I saw him receive a decoration from His Imperial Highness the Kaiser. Dear old Ehrlich, he was like a child. There was at this time, but it changed curiously in 1914 and 1915, an active Germanophile section of the faculty. They bent before this tornado of erudition. Angus Dewar forgot that he was Angus Dewar, and Martin listened with excited stimulation. Benoni Carr had all of Gottlieb's individuality, all the scorn of machine-made teachers, all his air of a great world which showed Mohalis as provincial, with none of Gottlieb's nervous touchiness. Martin wished Gottlieb were present. He wondered whether the two giants would clash. Dr. Carr was placed at the speaker's table, near the dean. Martin was astonished to see the eminent pharmacologist, after a shocked inspection of the sour chicken and mishandled salad which made up most of the dinner, pour something into his water glass from a huge silver flask, and pour that something frequently. He became boisterous. He leaned across two men to slap the indignant dean on the shoulder. He contradicted his neighbors. He sang a stanza of "I'm bound away for the wild Missouri." Few phenomena at the dinner were so closely observed by the students as the manners of Dr. Benoni Carr. After an hour of strained festivity, when Dean Silva had risen to announce the speakers, Carr lumbered to his feet and shouted, "Let's not have any speeches. Only fools make speeches. Wise men sing songs. Whoopee! Oh, Tyrioli, oh, Tyrioli, oh, Tyrioli a lady. You profs are the bunk." Dean Silva was to be seen beseeching him, then leading him out of the room, with the assistance of two professors and a football tackle, and in the hush of a joyful horror, Cliff grunted to Martin, "Here's where I get mine," and the damn fool promised to stay sober. Huh? I might have known he'd show up stewed and spill the beans. Oh, maybe the dean won't hand me hell proper. He explained. Dr. Benoni Carr was born Benno Karkowski. He had graduated from a medical school which gave degrees in 2 years. He had read vastly, but he had never been in Europe. He had been spieler in medicine shows, chiropodist, spiritualist medium, esoteric teacher, head of sanitariums for the diversion of neurotic women. Cliff had encountered him in Zenith when they were both drunk. It was Cliff who had told Dean Silva that the celebrated pharmacologist, just back from Europe, was in Zenith for a few days and perhaps might accept an invitation. The dean had thanked Cliff ardently. The banquet ended early, and there was inadequate attention to Dr. Rounsfield's valuable address on the sterilization of catgut. Cliff sat up worrying and admitting the truth of Martin's several observations. Next day, he had a way with women when he deigned to take the trouble. He pumped the dean's girl secretary and discovered his fate. There had been a meeting of a faculty committee. The blame for the Benoni Carr outrage had been placed on Cliff, and the dean had said all the things Cliff had imagined, with a number which he had not possessed the talent to conceive. But the dean was not going to summon him at once. He was going to keep him waiting in torture, then execute him in public. Goodbye, old MD degree. Rats, I never thought much of the doctor business. Guess I'll be a bond salesman, said Cliff to Martin. He strolled away. He went to the dean and remarked, "Oh, Dean Silva, I just dropped in to tell you I've decided to resign from the medic school. Been offered a big job in Chicago, and I don't think much of the way you run the school anyway. Too much memorizing and too little real spirit of science. Good luck, Doc. So long." Cliff moved into Zenith, and Martin was left alone. He gave up the double room at the front of his boarding house for a hall room at the rear, and in that narrow den he sat and mourned in a desolation of loneliness. He looked out on a vacant lot in which a tattered advertisement of pork and beans flapped on a leaning billboard. He saw Leora's eyes and heard Cliff's comfortable scoffing, and the quiet was such as he could not endure. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The persistent yammer of a motor horn drew Martin to the window of the laboratory a late afternoon in February. He looked down on a startling roadster, all streamlines and cream paint, with enormous headlights. He slowly made out that the driver, a young man in coffee-colored loose motor coat and hectic checked cap and intense neckwear, was Cliff Clausen, and that Cliff was beckoning. He hastened down, and Cliff cried, "Oh boy, how do you like the boat? Do you diagnose this suit? Scotch heather, honest. Uncle Cliff has nabbed off a $25 a week job with commissions, selling autos. Boy, I was lost in your old medic school. I can sell anything to anybody. In a year I'll be making 80 a week. Jump in, old son. I'm going to take you into the Grand and blow you to the handsomest feed you ever stuffed into your skinny organism." The 38 miles an hour at which Cliff drove into Zenith was, in 1908, dismaying speed. Martin discovered a new Cliff. He was as noisy as ever, but more sure, glowing with schemes for immediately acquiring large sums of money. His hair, once bushy and greasy in front, tending to stick out jaggedly behind, was sleek now, and his face had the pinkness of massage. He stopped at the fabulous Grand Hotel with a jar of brakes. Before he left the car, he changed his violent yellow driving gauntlets for a pair of grey gloves with black stitching, which he immediately removed as he paraded through the lobby. He called the coat girl Sweetie, and at the dining room door he addressed the head waiter. "Ah, Gus, how's the boy? How's the boy feeling tonight? How's the mucho famoso major domoso? Gus want to make you 'quainted with Dr. Arrowsmith. Any time the doc comes here, I want you to shake a leg and hand him out that well-known service, my boy, and give him anything he wants, and if he's broke, you charge it to me. Now, Gus, I want a nice little table for two, with garage and hot and cold water, and wouldst fain have thy advice, Gustavus, on the oysters in hors d'oeuvres, and all the ingredients fair of a mason in feast." "Yes, sir, right this way, Mr. Clausen," breathed the head waiter. Cliff whispered to Martin, "I've got him like that in 2 weeks. You watch my smoke." While Cliff was ordering, a man stopped beside their table. He resembled an earnest traveling man who liked to get back to his suburban bungalow every Saturday evening. He was beginning to grow slightly bald, slightly plump. His rimless eyeglasses, in the midst of a round smooth face, made him seem innocent. He stared about as though he wished he had someone with whom to dine. Cliff darted up, patted the man's elbow, and bawled, "Ah there, Bobsky, old boy. Feeding with anybody? Come join the Sporting Gents Association." "All right, be glad to. Wife's out of town," said the man. "Shake hands with Dr. Arrowsmith. Mart, meet George F. Babbitt, the Hoke just celebrated Zenith real estate king. Mr. Babbitt has just adorned his 34th birthday by buying his first benzine buggy from yours truly, and begged to remain as always." It was, at least on the part of Cliff and Mr. Babbitt, a mirthful affair, and when Martin had joined them in cocktails, St. Louis beer, and highballs, he saw that Cliff was the most generous person now living, and Mr. George F. Babbitt a companion of charm. Cliff explained how certain he was apparently his distinguished medical training had something to do with it, to be president of a motor factory, and Mr. Babbitt confided, "You fellows are a lot younger than I am, 8-10 years, and you haven't learned yet, like I have, that where the big pleasure is in ideals and service and a public career. Now just between you and me and the gatepost, my vogue doesn't lie in real estate, but in oratory. Fact, one time I planned to study law and go right in for politics. Just between ourselves, and I don't want this to go any farther, I've been making some pretty good affiliations lately. Been meeting some of the rising young Republican politicians. Of course a fellow has got to start in modestly, and I may say, sotto voce, that I expect to run for alderman next fall. It's practically only a step from that to mayor, then to governor of the state, and if I find the career suits me, there's no reason why in 10 or 12 years, say in 1918 or 1920, I shouldn't have the honor of representing the great state of Winnemac in Washington, D.C. In the presence of a Napoleon, like Cliff, and a Gladstone, like George F. Babbitt, Martin perceived his own lack of power and business skill, and when he had returned to Mohalis, he was restless. Of his poverty he had rarely thought, but now, in contrast to Cliff's rich ease, his own shabby clothes and his pinched room seemed shameful. Part 2. A long letter from Leora, hinting that she might not be able to return to Zenith, left him the more lonely. Nothing seemed worth doing. In that listless state he was mooning about the laboratory during elementary bacteriology demonstration hour, when Gottlieb sent him to the basement to bring up 6 male rabbits for inoculation. Gottlieb was working 18 hours a day on new experiments. He was jumpy and testy. He gave orders like insults. When Martin came dreamily back, with 6 females instead of males, Gottlieb shrieked at him, "You are the first fool that was ever in this lab." The groundlings, second-year men, who were not unmindful of Martin's own scoldings, tittered like small animals, and jarred him into raging. "Well, I couldn't make out what you said, and it's the first time I ever fell down. I won't stand your talking to me like that." "You will stand anything I say. Clumsy. You can take your hat and get out." "You mean I'm fired as assistant?" "I'm glad you have enough intelligence to understand that, no matter how wretched I talk." Martin flung away. Gottlieb suddenly looked bewildered and took a step toward Martin's retreating back. But the class, the small giggling animals, they stood delighted, hoping for more, and Gottlieb shrugged, glared them into terror, sent the least awkward of them for the rabbits, and went on, curiously quiet. And Martin, at Barney's dive, was hotly drinking the first of the whiskies which sent him wandering all night by himself. With each drink he admitted that he had an excellent chance to become a drunkard, and with each he boasted that he did not care. Had Leora been nearer than Wheatsylvania, 1,200 miles away, he would have fled to her for salvation. He was still shaky next morning, and he had already taken a drink to make it possible to live through the morning, when he received the note from Dean Silva, bidding him report to the office at once. The dean lectured. "Arrowsmith, you've been discussed a good deal by the faculty council of late. Except in 1 or 2 courses, in my own I have no fault to find, you have been very inattentive. Your marks have been all right, but you could do still better. Recently you have also been drinking. You have been seen in places of very low repute, and you have been intimate with a man who took it upon himself to insult me, the founder, our guests, and the university. Various faculty members have complained of your superior attitude, making fun of our courses right out in class. But Dr. Gottlieb has always warmly defended you. He insisted that you have a real flair for investigative science. Last night, however, he admitted that you had recently been impertinent to him. Now, unless you immediately turn over a new leaf, young man, I shall have to suspend you for the rest of the year and, if that doesn't do the work, I shall have to ask for your resignation. And I think it might be a good thing for your humility. You seem to have the pride of the devil, young man. It might be a good idea for you to see Dr. Gottlieb and start off your reformation by apologizing." It was the whiskey spoke, not Martin. "I'm damned if I will. He can go to the devil. I've given him my life, and then he tattles on me." "That's absolutely unfair to Dr. Gottlieb. He merely—" "Sure, he merely let me down. I'll see him in hell before I'll apologize after the way I've worked for him. And as for Cliff Clawson that you were hinting at, him take it on himself to insult anybody? He just played a joke, and you went after his scalp. I'm glad he did it." Then Martin waited for the words that would end his scientific life. The little man, the rosy, pudgy, good little man, he stared and hummed and spoke softly. "Arrowsmith, I could fire you right now, of course, but I believe you have good stuff in you. I decline to let you go. Naturally, you're suspended, at least till you come to your senses and apologize to me and to Gottlieb." He was fatherly. Almost he made Martin repent, but he concluded, "And as for Clawson, his joke regarding this Benoni Carr person, and why I never looked the fellow up is beyond me. I suppose I was too busy. His joke, as you call it, was the action either of an idiot or a blackguard, and until you are able to perceive that fact, I don't think you will be ready to come back to us." "All right," said Martin, and left the room. He was very sorry for himself. The real tragedy, he felt, was that though Gottlieb had betrayed him and ended his career, ended the possibility of his mastering science and of marrying Leora, he still worshipped the man. He said good-bye to no one in Mohalis save his landlady. He packed, and it was a simple packing. He stuffed his books, his notes, a shabby suit, his inadequate linen, and his one glory, the dinner clothes, into his unwieldy imitation leather bag. He remembered with drunken tears the hour of buying the dinner jacket. Martin's money, from his father's tiny estate, came in bi-monthly checks from the bank at Elk Mills. He had now but $6. In Zenith he left his bag at the interurban trolley station and sought Cliff, whom he found practicing eloquence over a beautiful pearl grey motor hearse in which a beer-fed undertaker was jovially interested. He waited, sitting hunched and twisted on the steel running board of a limousine. He resented, but he was too listless to resent greatly, the stares of the other salesmen and the girl stenographers. Cliff dashed up, bumbling, "Well, well, how's the boy? Come out and catch 'em little drink." "I could use one." Martin knew that Cliff was staring at him. As they entered the bar of the Grand Hotel, with its paintings of lovely but absent-minded ladies, its mirrors, its thick marble rail along a mahogany bar, he blurted, "Well, I got mine too. Dad Silva's fired me, for general footlessness. I'm going to bum around a little, and then get some kind of a job. God, but I'm tired and nervous. Say, can you lend me some money?" "You bet. All I've got. How much you want?" "Guess I'll need $100. May drift around quite some time." "Golly, I haven't got that much, but probably I can raise it at the office. Here, sit down at this table and wait for me." How Cliff obtained the $100 has never been explained, but he was back with it in a quarter hour. They went on to dinner, and Martin had much too much whiskey. Cliff took him to his own boarding house, which was decidedly less promissory of prosperity than Cliff's clothes, firmly gave him a cold bath to bring him to, and put him to bed. Next morning he offered to find a job for him, but Martin refused, and left Zenith by the northbound train at noon. Always in America there remains from pioneer days a cheerful pariahdom of shabby young men who prowl causelessly from state to state, from gang to gang, in the power of the wanderlust. They wear black sateen shirts, and carry bundles. They are not permanently tramps. They have hometowns to which they return, to work quietly in the factory or the section gang for a year, for a week, and as quietly to disappear again. They crowd the smoking cars at night. They sit silent on benches in filthy stations. They know all the land, yet of it they know nothing, because in 100 cities they see only the employment agencies, the all-night lunches, the blind pigs, the scabrous lodging houses. Into that world of voyageurs Martin vanished, drinking steadily, only half conscious of whither he was going, of what he desired to do, shamefully haunted by Leora and Cliff and the swift hands of Gottlieb. He flitted from Zenith to the city of Sparta, across to Ohio, up into Michigan, west to Illinois. His mind was a shambles. He could never quite remember afterward where he had been. Once, it is clear, he was soda fountain clerk in a Minnemegantic drugstore. Once he must have been, for a week, dishwasher in the stench of a cheap restaurant. He wandered by freight trains, on blind baggages, on foot. To his fellow prospectors he was known as Slim, the worst-tempered and most restless of all their company. After a time, a sense of direction began to appear in his crazy drifting. He was instinctively headed westward, and to the west, toward the long prairie dust, Leora was waiting. For a day or two he stopped drinking. He woke up feeling not like the sickly hobo called Slim, but like Martin Arrowsmith, and he pondered, with his mind running clear, "Why shouldn't I go back? Maybe this hasn't been so bad for me. I was working too hard. I was pretty high-strung. Blew up. Like to, wonder what happened to my rabbits. Will they ever let me do research again?" But to return to the university before he had seen Leora was impossible. His need of her was an obsession, making the rest of earth absurd and worthless. He had, with blurry cunning, saved most of the $100 he had taken from Cliff. He had lived, very badly, on grease-swimming stews and soda-reeking bread, by what he earned along the way. Suddenly, on no particular day, in no particular town in Wisconsin, he stalked to the station, bought a ticket to Wheatsylvania, North Dakota, and telegraphed to Leora, "Coming 2:43 tomorrow, Wednesday, Sandy." Part 3. He crossed the wide Mississippi into Minnesota. He changed trains at St. Paul. He rolled into gusty vastnesses of snow cut by thin lines of fence wire. He felt free, in release from the little fields of Winnemac and Ohio, in relaxation from the shaky nerves of midnight study and midnight booziness. He remembered his days of wire stringing in Montana and regained that careless peace. Sunset was a surf of crimson, and by night, when he stepped from the choking railroad coach and tramped the platform at Sauk Center, he drank the icy air and looked up to the vast and solitary winter stars. The fan of the northern lights frightened and glorified the sky. He returned to the coach with the energy of that courageous land. He nodded and gurgled in brief smothering sleep. He sprawled on the seat and talked with friendly fellow vagrants. He drank bitter coffee and ate enormously of buckwheat cakes at a station restaurant. And so, changing at anonymous towns, he came at last to the squatty shelters, the 2 wheat elevators, the cattle pen, the oil tank, and the red box of a station with its slushy platform, which composed the outskirts of Wheatsylvania. Against the station, absurd in a huge coonskin coat, stood Leora. He must have looked a little mad as he stared at her from the vestibule, as he shivered with the wind. She lifted to him her 2 open hands, childish in red mittens. He ran down, he dropped his awkward bag on the platform, and, unaware of the gaping furry farmers, they were lost in a kiss. Years after, in a tropic noon, he remembered the freshness of her wind-cooled cheeks. The train was gone, pounding out of the tiny station. It had stood like a dark wall beside the platform, protecting them, but now the light from the snowfields glared in on them and left them exposed and self-conscious. What's happened?" she fluttered. "No letters. I was so frightened." "Off bumming. The dean suspended me, being fresh to profs. D'you care?" "Course not. If you wanted to—" "I've come to marry you." I don't see how we can, dearest, but all right. There'll be a lovely row with Dad, she laughed. He's always so surprised and hurt when anything happens that he didn't plan out. It'll be nice to have you with me in the scrap, because you aren't supposed to know that he expects to plan out everything for everybody and, oh, Sandy, I've been so lonely for you. Mother isn't really a bit sick, not the least bit, but they go on keeping me here. I think probably somebody hinted to Dad that folks were saying he must be broke if his dear little daughter had to go off and learn nursing, and he hasn't worried it all out yet. It takes Andrew Jackson Tozer about a year to worry out anything. Oh, Sandy, you're here. After the clatter and jam of the train, the village seemed blankly empty. He could have walked around the borders of Wheatsylvania in 10 minutes. Probably to Leora, one building differed from another. She appeared to distinguish between the general store of Norblom and that of Frazier and Lamb. But to Martin, the 2-story wooden shacks creeping aimlessly along the wide main street were featureless and inappreciable. Then, there's our house, end of the next block, said Leora, as they turned the corner at the feed and implement store, and in a panic of embarrassment Martin wanted to halt. He saw a storm coming. Mr. Tozer denouncing him as a failure who desired to ruin Leora, Mrs. Tozer weeping. Say, have you told him about me? He stammered. Yes, sort of. I said you were a wonder in medic school, and maybe we'd get married when you finished your internship. And then when your wire came, they wanted to know why you were coming, and why it was you wired from Wisconsin, and what color necktie you had on when you were sending the wire, and I couldn't make 'em understand I didn't know. They discussed it, quite a lot. They do discuss things, all through supper. Solemn. Oh, Sandy, do curse and swear some at meals. He was in a funk. Her parents, formerly amusing figures in a story, became oppressively real in sight of the wide, brown, porchy house. A large plate-glass window with a colored border had recently been cut through the wall as a sign of prosperity, and the garage was new and authoritative. He tagged after Leora, expecting the blast. Mrs. Tozer opened the door and stared at him plaintively, a thin, faded, unhumorous woman. She bowed as though he was not so much unwelcome as unexplained and doubtful. Will you show Mr. Arrowsmith his room, Ori, or shall I? She peeped. It was the kind of house that has a large phonograph, but no books, and if there were any pictures, as beyond hope there must have been, Martin never remembered them. The bed in his room was lumpy, but covered with a chaste-figured spread, and the flowery pitcher and bowl rested on a cover embroidered in red with lambs, frogs, water lilies, and a pious motto. He took as long as he could in unpacking things which needed no unpacking, and hesitated down the stairs. No one was in the parlor, which smelled of furnace heat and balsam pillows. Then, from nowhere apparent, Mrs. Tozer was there, worrying about him and trying to think of something polite to say. Did you have a comfortable trip on the train? Oh, yes, it was pretty crowded. Oh, was it crowded? Yes, there were a lot of people traveling. Were there? I suppose. Yes, sometimes I wonder where all the people can be going that you see going places all the time. Was it very cold in the cities, in Minneapolis and St. Paul? Yes, it was pretty cold. Oh, was it cold? Mrs. Tozer was so still, so anxiously polite. He felt like a burglar taken for a guest, and intensely he wondered where Leora could be. She came in serenely, with coffee, and a tremendous Swedish coffee ring voluptuous with raisins and glistening brown sugar, and she had them talking, almost easily, about the coldness of winter and the value of Fords when into the midst of all this brightness slid Mr. Andrew Jackson Tozer, and they drooped again to politeness. Mr. Tozer was as thin and undistinguished and sun-worn as his wife, and like her he peered, he kept silence and fretted. He was astonished by everything in the world that did not bear on his grain elevator, his creamery, his tiny bank, the United Brethren Church, and the careful conduct of an overland car. It was not astounding that he should have become almost rich, for he accepted nothing that was not natural and convenient to Andrew Jackson Tozer. He hinted a desire to know whether Martin drank, how prosperous he was, and how he could possibly have come all this way from the urbanities of Winnemac. The Tozers were born in Illinois, but they had been in Dakota since childhood, and they regarded Wisconsin as the farthest, most perilous rim of the eastern horizon. They were so blank, so creepily polite, that Martin was able to avoid such unpleasant subjects as being suspended. He dandled an impression that he was an earnest young medic who in no time at all would be making large and suitable sums of money for the support of their Leora. But as he was beginning to lean back in his chair, he was betrayed by the appearance of Leora's brother. Bert Tozer, Albert R. Tozer, cashier and vice president of the Wheatsylvania State Bank, auditor and vice president of the Tozer Grain and Storage Company, treasurer and vice president of the Star Creamery, was not in the least afflicted by the listening dubiousness of his parents. Bertie was a very articulate and modern man of affairs. He had buck teeth, and on his eyeglasses was a gold chain leading to a dainty hook behind his left ear. He believed in town boosting, organized motor tours, Boy Scouts, baseball, and the hanging of IWWs, and his most dolorous regret was that Wheatsylvania was too small, as yet, to have a YMCA or a commercial club. Plunging in beside him was his fiancée, Miss Ada Quist, daughter of the feed and implement store. Her nose was sharp, but not so sharp as her voice, or the suspiciousness with which she faced Martin. "This Arrowsmith?" demanded Bert. "Huh, well, guess you're glad to be out here in God's country." "Yes, it's fine." "Trouble with the eastern states is they haven't got the git or the room to grow. You ought to see a real Dakota harvest. Look here, how come you're away from school this time of year?" "Why, I know all about school terms. I went to business college in Grand Forks. How come you can get away now?" "I took a little layoff." "Leora says you and her are thinking of getting married." "We... Got any cash outside your school money?" "I have not." "Thought so. How'd you expect to support a wife?" "I suppose I'll be practicing medicine some day." "Some day? Then what's the use of talking about being engaged till you can support a wife?" "That," interrupted Bert's lady love, Miss Ada Quist, "that's just what I said, Orrie." She seemed to speak with her pointed nose as much as with her button of a mouth. "If Bert and I can wait, I guess other people can." Mrs. Tozer whimpered, "Don't be too hard on Mr. Arrowsmith, Bertie. I'm sure he wants to do the right thing." "I'm not being hard on anybody. I'm being sensible. If Pa and you would tend to things instead of standing around fussing, I wouldn't have to butt in. I don't believe in interfering with anybody else's doings, or anybody interfering with mine. Live and let live, and mind your own business is my motto. And that's what I said to Alec Engleblad the other day when I was in there having a shave and he was trying to get funny about our holding so many mortgages. But I'll be blamed if I'm going to allow a fellow that I don't know anything about to come snooping around my sister till I find out something about his prospects." Leora crooned, "Bertie, lamb, your tie is climbing your collar again." "Yes, and you, Orrie," shrieked Bert. "If it wasn't for me, you'd have married Sam Petchik 2 years ago." Bert further said, with instances and illustrations, that she was light-minded, and as for nursing... She said that Bert was what he was, and tried to explain to Martin the matter of Sam Petchik. It has never yet been altogether explained. Ada Quist said that Leora did not care if she broke her dear parents' hearts and ruined Bert's career. Martin said, "Look here, and never got farther. Mr. and Mrs. Tozer said they were all to be calm, and of course Bert didn't mean. But really it was true. They had to be sensible, and how Mr. Arrowsmith could expect to support a wife. The conference lasted till 9:30, which, as Mr. Tozer pointed out, was everybody's bedtime, and except for the 5-minute discussion as to whether Miss Ada Quist was to stay to supper, and the debate on the saltiness of this last corned beef, they clave faithfully to the inquiry as to whether Martin and Leora were engaged. All persons interested, which apparently did not include Martin and Leora, decided that they were not. Bert ushered Martin upstairs. He saw to it that the lovers should not have a chance for a good-night kiss, and until Mr. Tozer called down the hall at 7 minutes after 10, "You going to stay up and chew the rag the whole blessed night, Bert?" He made himself agreeable by sitting on Martin's bed, looking derisively at his shabby baggage, and demanding the details of his parentage, religion, politics, and attitude toward the horrors of card-playing and dancing. At breakfast they all hoped that Martin would stay one more night in their home. Plenty of room. Bert stated that Martin would come downtown at 10 and be shown the bank, creamery, and wheat elevator. But at 10 Martin and Leora were on the eastbound train. They got out at the county seat, Leopolis, a vast city of 4,000 population, with a 3-story building. At 1 that afternoon they were married by the German Lutheran pastor. His study was a bareness surrounded by a large rusty wood stove, and the witnesses, the pastor's wife and an old German who had been shoveling walks, sat on the wood box and looked drowsy. Not till they had caught the afternoon train for Wheatsylvania did Martin and Leora escape from the ghostly apprehension which had hunted them all day. In the fetid train, huddled close, hands locked, innocently free of the alienation which the pomposity of weddings sometimes casts between lovers, they sighed, "Now what are we going to do? What are we going to do?" At the Wheatsylvania station they were met by the whole family, rampant. Bert had suspected elopement. He had searched half a dozen towns by long-distance telephone, and got through to the county clerk just after the license had been granted. It did not soften Bert's mood to have the clerk remark that if Martin and Leora were of age there was nothing he could do, and he didn't care a damn who's talking. "I'm running this office." Bert had come to the station determined to make Martin perfect, even as Bert Tozer was perfect, and to do it right now. It was a dreadful evening in the Tozer mansion. Mr. Tozer said, with length, that Martin had undertaken responsibilities. Mrs. Tozer wept, and said that she hoped Orry had not, for certain reasons, had to be married. Bert said that if such was the case, he'd kill Martin. Ada Quist said that Orry could now see what came of pride and boasting about going off to her old zenith. Mr. Tozer said that there was one good thing about it anyway. Orry could see for herself that they couldn't let her go back to nursing school and get into more difficulties. Martin, from time to time, offered remarks to the effect that he was a good young man, a wonderful bacteriologist, and able to take care of his wife, but no one save Leora listened. Bert further propounded, while his father squeaked, "Now don't be too hard on the boy," that if Martin thought for 1 second that he was going to get 1 red cent out of the Tozers because he'd gone and butted in where nobody'd invited him, he, Bert, wanted to know about it. That was all. He certainly wanted to know about it. And Leora watched them, turning her little head from one to another. Once she came over to press Martin's hand. In the roughest of the storm, when Martin was beginning to glare, she drew from a mysterious pocket a box of very bad cigarettes, and lighted one. None of the Tozers had discovered that she smoked. Whatever they thought about her sex morals, her infidelity to United Brethrenism, and her general dementia, they had not suspected that she could commit such an obscenity as smoking. They charged on her, and Martin caught his breath savagely. During these fulminations, Mr. Tozer had somehow made up his mind. He could at times take the lead away from Bert, whom he considered useful but slightly indiscreet and unable to grasp the full value of a dollar. Mr. Tozer valued it at $1.90, but the progressive Bert at scarce more than $1.50. Mr. Tozer mildly gave orders. They were to stop scrapping. They had no proof that Martin was necessarily a bad match for Orry. They would see. Martin would return to medical school at once, and be a good boy and get through as quickly as he could and begin to earn money. Orry would remain at home and behave herself, and she certainly would never act like a bad woman again and smoke cigarettes. Meantime, Martin and she would have no relations. Mrs. Tozer looked embarrassed, and the hungrily attentive Ada Quist tried to blush. They could write to each other once a week, but that was all. They would in no way act as though they were married till he gave permission. Well? He demanded. Doubtless Martin should have defied them, and with his bride in his arms have gone forth into the night. But it seemed only a moment to graduation, to beginning his practice. He had Leora now, forever. For her he must be sensible. He would return to work, and be practical. Gottlieb's ideal of science, laboratories, research, rot. All right, he said. It did not occur to him that their abstention from love began tonight. It did not come to him till, holding out his hands to Leora, smiling with virtue at having determined to be prudent, he heard Mr. Tozer crackling, "Orry, you go on up to bed now, in your own room." That was his bridal night, tossing in his bed 10 yards from her. Once he heard a door open and thrilled to her coming. He waited, taut. She did not come. He peeped out, determined to find her room. His deep feeling about his brother-in-law suddenly increased. Bert was parading the hall, on guard. Had Bert been more formidable, Martin might have killed him, but he could not face that buck-toothed and nickering righteousness. He lay and resolved to curse them all in the morning and go off with Leora. But with the coming of the 3 o'clock depression, he perceived that with him she would probably starve, that he was disgraced, that he was not at all certain he would not become a drunkard. Poor kid, I'm not going to spoil her life. God, I do love her. I'm going back, and the way I'm going to work. Can I stand this? That was his bridal night, and the barren dawn. 3 days later, he was walking into the office of Dr. Silva, Dean of the Winnemac Medical School. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dean Silva's secretary looked up delightedly. She hearkened with anticipation. But Martin said meekly, "Please, could I see the dean?" And meekly he waited, in the row of oak chairs beneath the Dawson-Hunziker pharmaceutical calendar. When he had gone solemnly through the ground-glass door to the dean's office, he found Dr. Silva glowering. Seated, the little man seemed large, so domed was his head, so full his rounding mustache. "Well, sir," Martin pleaded, "I'd like to come back if you'll let me. Honest, I do apologize to you, and I'll go to Dr. Gottlieb and apologize, though honest, I can't lay down on Cliff Clawson." Dr. Silva bounced up from his chair bristling. Martin braced himself. Wasn't he welcome? Had he no home anywhere? He could not fight. He had no more courage. He was so tired after the drab journey, after restraining himself from flaring out at the Tozers. He was so tired. He looked wistfully at the dean. The little man chuckled. "Never mind, boy. It's all right. We're glad you're back. Bother the apologies. I just wanted you to do whatever'd buck you up. It's good to have you back. I believed in you, and then I thought perhaps we'd lost you. Clumsy old man." Martin was sobbing, too weak for restraint, too lonely and too weak, and Dr. Silva soothed. "Let's just go over everything and find out where the trouble was. What can I do?" "Understand, Martin, the thing I want most in life is to help give the world as many good physicians, great healers, as I can. What started your nervousness? Where have you been?" When Martin came to Leora and his marriage, Silva purred. "I'm delighted. She sounds like a splendid girl. Well, we must try and get you into Zenith General for your internship, a year from now, and make you able to support her properly." Martin remembered how often, how astringently, Gottlieb had sneered at "these merry wedding or jail bells." He went away Silva's disciple. He went away to study furiously, and the brilliant insanity of Mark Gottlieb's genius vanished from his faith. Part 2. Leora wrote that she had been dropped from the school of nursing for over-absence and for being married. She suspected that it was her father who had informed the hospital authorities. Then, it appeared, she had secretly sent for a shorthand book and, on pretense of helping Bert, she was using the typewriter in the bank, hoping that by next autumn she could join Martin and earn her own living as a stenographer. Once he offered to give up medicine, to take what work he could find and send for her. She refused. Though in his service to Leora and to the new god, Dean Silva, he had become austere, denying himself whiskey, learning page on page of medicine with a frozen fury. He was always in a vacuum of desire for her, and always he ran the last block to his boarding house, looking for a letter from her. Suddenly he had a plan. He had tasted shame. This one last shame would not matter. He would flee to her in Easter vacation. He would compel Tozer to support her while she studied stenography in Zenith. He would have her near him through the last year. He paid Cliff the borrowed $100 when the bi-monthly check came from Elk Mills, and calculated his finances to the penny. By not buying the suit he distressingly needed, he could manage it. Then for a month and more he had but 2 meals a day, and of those meals one was bread and butter and coffee. He washed his own linen in the bathtub and, except for occasional fiercely delightful yieldings, he did not smoke. His return to Wheatsylvania was like his first flight, except that he talked less with fellow tramps, and all the way, between uneasy naps in the red plush seats of coaches, he studied the bulky books of gynecology and internal medicine. He had written certain instructions to Leora. He met her on the edge of Wheatsylvania, and they had a moment's talk, a resolute kiss. News spreads not slowly in Wheatsylvania. There is a certain interest in other people's affairs, and the eyes of citizens of whose existence Martin did not know had followed him from his arrival. When the culprits reached the bone-littered castle of the Tozer ogres, Leora's father and brother were already there and raging. Old Andrew Jackson cried out upon them. He said that conceivably it may not have been insane in Martin to have run away from school once, but to go and sneak back this second time was absolutely plumb crazy. Through his tirade, Martin and Leora smiled confidently. From Bert: "By God, sir, this is too much." Bert had been reading fiction. "I object to the use of profanity, but when you come and annoy my sister a second time, all I can say is, by God, sir, this is too blame much." Martin looked meditatively out of the window. He noticed 3 people strolling the muddy street. They all viewed the Tozer house with hopeful interest. Then he spoke steadily. "Mr. Tozer, I've been working hard. Everything has gone fine. But I've decided I don't care to live without my wife. I've come to take her back. Legally, you can't prevent me. I'll admit, without any argument, I can't support her yet, if I stay in the university. She's going to study stenography. She'll be supporting herself in a few months, and meanwhile I expect you to be decent enough to send her money." "This is too much," said Tozer, and Bert carried it on. Fellow not only practically ruins a girl, but comes and demands that we support her for him. All right, just as you want. In the long run it'll be better for her and for me and for you if I finish medic school and have my profession. But if you won't take care of her, I'll chuck school. I'll go to work. Oh, I'll support her all right. Only you'll never see her again. If you go on being idiots, she and I will leave here on the night train for the coast. And that'll be the end. For the first time in his centuries of debate with the Tozers, he was melodramatic. He shook his fist under Bert's nose. And if you try to prevent our going, God help you. And the way this town will laugh at you. How about it, Leora? Are you going to go away with me forever? Yes, she said. They discussed it greatly. Tozer and Bert struck attitudes of defense. They couldn't, they said, be bullied by anybody. Also, Martin was an adventurer. And how did Leora know he wasn't planning to live on the money they sent her? In the end, they crawled. They decided that this new, mature Martin, this new, hard-eyed Leora, was ready to throw away everything for each other. Mr. Tozer whined a good deal, and promised to send her $70 a month till she should be prepared for office work. At the Wheat Sylvania station, looking from the train window, Martin realized that this anxious-eyed, lip-puckering Andrew Jackson Tozer did love his daughter, did mourn her going. Part 3. He found for Leora a room on the frayed northern edge of Zenith, miles nearer Mohalis and the university than her hospital had been. A square white and blue room, with blotchy but shoulder-wise chairs. It looked out on breezy, stubbly wasteland, reaching to distant glittering railroad tracks. The landlady was a round German woman with an eye for romance. It is doubtful if she ever believed that they were married. She was a good woman. Leora's trunk had come. Her stenography books were primly set out on her little table, and her pink felt slippers were arranged beneath the white iron bed. Martin stood with her at the window, mad with the pride of proprietorship. Suddenly he was so weak, so tired, that the mysterious cement which holds cell to cell seemed dissolved, and he felt that he was collapsing. But with knees rigidly straightening, his head back, his lips tight across his teeth, he caught himself and cried, "Our first home!" That he should be with her, quiet, non-disturbing, was intoxication. The commonplace room shone with peculiar light. The vigorous weeds and rough grass of the wasteland were radiant under the April sun, and sparrows were cheeping. "Yes," said Leora, with voice, then hungry lips. Part 4. Leora attended the Zenith University of Business Administration and Finance, which title indicated that it was a large and quite reasonably bad school for stenographers, bookkeepers, and such sons of Zenith brewers and politicians as were unable to enter even state universities. She trotted daily to the car line, a neat, childish figure with notebooks and sharpened pencils, to vanish in the horde of students. It was 6 months before she had learned enough stenography to obtain a place in an insurance office. Till Martin graduated they kept that room, their home, ever dearer. No one was so domestic as these birds of passage. At least 2 evenings a week Martin dashed in from Mohalis and studied there. She had a genius for keeping out of his way, for not demanding to be noticed, so that, while he plunged into his books as he never had done in Cliff's rustling, grunting, expectorating company, he had ever the warm, half-conscious feeling of her presence. Sometimes, at midnight, just as he began to realize that he was hungry, he would find that a plate of sandwiches had by silent magic appeared at his elbow. He was none the less affectionate because he did not comment. She made him secure. She shut out the world that had pounded at him. On their walks, at dinner, in the dissolute and deliciously wasteful quarter hour when they sat on the edge of the bed with comforters wrapped about them, and smoked an inexcusable cigarette before breakfast, he explained his work to her, and when her own studying was done, she tried to read whichever of his books was not in use. Knowing nothing, never learning much, of the actual details of medicine, yet she understood, better it may be than Angus Dewar, his philosophy and the basis of his work. If he had given up Gottlieb worship and his yearning for the laboratory as for a sanctuary, if he had resolved to be a practical and wealth-mastering doctor, yet something of Gottlieb's spirit remained. He wanted to look behind details and impressive-sounding lists of technical terms for the causes of things, for general rules which might reduce the chaos of dissimilar and contradictory symptoms to the orderliness of chemistry. Saturday evening they went solemnly to the motion pictures, 1 and 2 reel films with Cowboy Billy Anderson and a girl later to be famous as Mary Pickford, and solemnly they discussed the non-existent plots as they returned, unconscious of other people on the streets. But when they walked into the country on a Sunday, with 4 sandwiches and a bottle of ginger ale in his threadbare pockets, he chased her uphill and down gully, and they lost their solemnity in joyous childishness. He intended, when he came to her room in the evening, to catch the owl car to Mohalis and be near his work when he woke in the morning. He was resolute about it, always, and she admired his efficiency. But he never caught the car. The crew of the 6 o'clock morning interurban became used to a pale, quick-moving young man who sat hunched in a back seat, devouring large red books, absently gnawing a rather dreadful doughnut. But in this young man there was none of the heaviness of workers dragged out of bed at dawn for another grey and futile day of labor. He appeared curiously determined, curiously content. It was all so much easier, now that he was partly freed from the tyrannical honesty of Gottliebism, from the unswerving quest for causes which, as it drove through layer below layer, seemed ever farther from the bottommost principles, from the intolerable strain of learning day by day how much he did not know. It warmed him to escape from Gottlieb's icebox into Dean Silva's neighborly world. Now and then he saw Gottlieb on the campus. They bowed in embarrassment and passed in haste. Part 5. There seemed to be no division between his junior and senior years. Because of the time he had lost, he had to remain in Mohalis all summer. The year and a half from his marriage to his graduation was one whirling bewilderment, without seasons or dates. When he had, as they put it, cut out his nonsense and buckled down to work, he had won the admiration of Dr. Silva and all the good students, especially Angus Dewar and the Reverend Ira Hinckley. Martin had always announced that he did not care for their approbation, for the applause of commonplace drudges, but now that he had it, he prized it. However much he scoffed, he was gratified when he was treated as a peer by Angus, who spent the summer as extern in the Zenith General Hospital, and who already had the unapproachable dignity of a successful young surgeon. Through that hot summer Martin and Leora labored, panting, and when they sat in her room, over their books and a stout pot of beer, neither their costumes nor their language had the decorum which one ought to expect from a romantic pair devoted to science and high endeavor. They were not very modest. Leora came to use, in her casual way, such words, such ancient Anglo-Saxon monosyllables, as would have dismayed Angus or Bert Tozer. On their evenings off they went economically to an imitation Coney Island beside a scummy and stinking lake, and with grave pleasure they ate hot dogs, painstakingly they rode the scenic railway. Their chief appetizer was Cliff Clausen. Cliff was never willingly alone or silent except when he was asleep. It is probable that his success in motor salesmanship came entirely from his fondness for the enormous amounts of bright conversation which seemed necessary in that occupation. How much of his attention to Martin and Leora was friendliness and how much of it was due to his fear of being alone cannot be determined, but certainly he entertained them and drew them out of themselves, and never seemed offended by the surly unwillingness with which Martin was sometimes guilty of greeting him. He would come roaring up to the house in a motor, the muffler always cut out. He would shout at their window, "Come on, you guys, come out of it, shake a leg, let's have a little drive and get cooled off, and then I'll buy you a feed." That Martin had to work, Cliff never comprehended. There was small excuse for Martin's occasional brutality in showing his annoyance, but, now that he was fulfilled in Leora, and quite thoroughly and selfishly careless as to what hungry need others might have of himself, now that he was in a rut of industry and satisfied companionship, he was bored by Cliff's unchanging flood of heavy humor. It was Leora who was courteous. She had heard rather too often the 7 jokes which, under varying guises, made up all of Cliff's humor and philosophy, but she could sit for hours looking amiable while Cliff told how clever he was at selling, and she sturdily reminded Martin that they would never have a friend more loyal or generous. But Cliff went to New York, to a new motor agency, and Martin and Leora were more completely and happily dependent on each other than ever before. Their last agitation was removed by the commonplace of Mr. Tozer. He was cordial now in all his letters, however much he irritated them by the parental advice with which he penalized them for every check he sent. Part 6. None of the hectic activities of senior year, neurology and pediatrics, practical work in obstetrics, taking of case histories in the hospitals, attendance on operations, dressing wounds, learning not to look embarrassed when charity patients called one doctor, was quite so important as the discussion of what shall we do after graduation? Is it necessary to be an intern for more than a year? Shall we remain general practitioners all our lives, or work toward becoming specialists? Which specialties are the best, that is, the best paid? Shall we settle in the country or in the city? How about going west? What about the Army Medical Corps, salutes, riding boots, pretty women, travel? This discussion they harried in the corridors of Maine Medical, at the hospital, at lunchrooms, and when Martin came home to Leora, he went through it all again, very learnedly, very explanatorily. Almost every evening he reached a decision, which was undecided again by morning. Once when Dr. Loiseau, professor of surgery, had operated before a clinic which included several renowned visiting doctors, the small white figure of the surgeon below them, slashing between life and death, dramatic as a great actor taking his curtain call, Martin came away certain that he was for surgery. He agreed then with Angus Dewar, who had just won the Hugh Loiseau Medal in experimental surgery, that the operator was the lion, the eagle, the soldier among doctors. Angus was one of the few who knew without wavering precisely what he was going to do. After his internship, he was to join the celebrated Chicago clinic headed by Dr. Rounsfield, the eminent abdominal surgeon. He would, he said briefly, be making $20,000 a year as a surgeon within 5 years. Martin explained it all to Leora. Surgery, drama, fearless nerves, adoring assistants, save lives. Science in devising new techniques. Make money, not be commercial, of course, but provide Leora with comforts. To Europe, they two together, grey London, Viennese cafes. Leora was useful to him during this oration. She blandly agreed, and the next evening, when he sought to prove that surgery was all rot and most surgeons merely good carpenters, she agreed more amiably than ever. Next to Angus and the future medical missionary, Ira Hinckley, Fatty Pfaff was the first to discover what his future was. He was going to be an obstetrician, or, as the medical students called it technically, a baby snatcher. Fatty had the soul of a midwife. He sympathized with women in their gasping agony, sympathized honestly and almost tearfully, and he was magnificent at sitting still and drinking tea and waiting. During his first obstetrical case, when the student with him was merely nervous as they fidgeted by the bed in the hard desolation of the hospital room, Fatty was terrified, and he longed, as he had never longed for anything in his flabby yet wistful life, to comfort this grey-faced, straining, unknown woman, to take her pains on himself. While the others drifted, often by chance, often through relatives, into their various classes, Martin remained doubtful. He admired Dean Silva's insistence on the physician's immediate service to mankind, but he could not forget the cool ascetic hours in the laboratory. Toward the end of senior year, decision became necessary, and he was moved by a speech in which Dean Silva condemned too much specialization and pictured the fine old country doctor, priest and father of his people, sane under open skies, serene in self-conquest. On top of this came urgent letters from Mr. Tozer, begging Martin to settle in Wheatsylvania. Tozer loved his daughter, apparently, and more or less liked Martin, and he wanted them near him. Wheatsylvania was a good location, he said. Solid Scandinavian and Dutch, and German and Bohemian farmers who paid their bills. The nearest doctor was Hesselink at Groningen, 9.5 miles away, and Hesselink had more than he could do. If they would come, he would help Martin buy his equipment. He would even send him a check now and then during his 2-year hospital internship. Martin's capital was practically gone. Angus Dewar and he had received appointments to Zenith General Hospital, where he would have an incomparable training, but Zenith General gave its interns, for the first year, nothing but board and room, and he had feared that he could not take the appointment. Tozer's offer excited him. All night Leora and he sat up working themselves into enthusiasm about the freedom of the West, about the kind hearts and friendly hands of the pioneers, about the heroism and usefulness of country doctors, and this time they reached a decision which remained decided. They would settle in Wheatsylvania. If he ached a little for research and Gottlieb's divine curiosity, well, he would be such a country doctor as Robert Koch. He would not denigrate into a bridge-playing, duck-hunting drone. He would have a small laboratory of his own. So he came to the end of the year and graduated, looking rather flustered in his cap and gown. Angus stood first and Martin 7th in the class. He said goodbye with lamentations and considerable beer. He found a room for Leora nearer to the hospital, and he emerged as Martin L. Arrowsmith, M.D., house physician in the Zenith General Hospital. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Boardman box factory was afire. All South Zenith was agitated by the glare on the low-hung clouds, the smell of scorched timber, the infernal bells of charging fire apparatus. Miles of small wooden houses west of the factory were threatened, and shawled women, tousled men in trousers over nightshirts, tumbled out of bed and came running with a thick mutter of footsteps in the night-chilled streets. With professional calmness, firemen in helmets were stoking the dripping engines. Policemen tramped in front of the press of people, swinging their clubs, shouting, "Get back there, you!" The fire line was sacred. Only the factory owner and the reporters were admitted. A crazy-eyed factory hand was stopped by a police sergeant. "My tools are in there," he shrieked. "That don't make no never minds," bawled the strutting sergeant. "Nobody can't get through here." But one got through. They heard the blang 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 of a racing ambulance, incessant, furious, defiant. Without orders, the crowd opened, and through them, almost grazing them, slid the huge grey car. At the back, haughty in white uniform, nonchalant on a narrow seat, was the doctor, Martin Arrowsmith. The crowd admired him. The policeman sprang to receive him. "Where's the fireman got hurt?" he snapped. "Over in that shed," cried the police sergeant, running beside the ambulance. "Drive over closer. Never mind the smoke," Martin barked at the driver. A lieutenant of firemen led him to a pile of sawdust on which was huddled an unconscious youngster, his face bloodless and clammy. "He's got a bad case of smoke from the green lumber and keeled over. Fine kid. Is he a goner?" the lieutenant begged. Martin knelt by the man, felt his pulse, listened to his breathing. Brusquely opening a black bag, he gave him a hypodermic of strychnine and held a vial of ammonia to his nose. "He'll come round. Here, you two, get him into the ambulance. Hustle!" The police sergeant and the newest probationer patrolman sprang together, and together they mumbled, "All right, Doc." To Martin came the chief reporter of the Advocate-Times. In years he was only 29, but he was the oldest and perhaps the most cynical man in the world. He had interviewed senators. He had discovered graft in charity societies and even in prize fights. There were fine wrinkles beside his eyes. He rolled Bull Durham cigarettes constantly, and his opinion of man's honor and woman's virtue was but low. Yet to Martin, or at least to the doctor, he was polite. "Will he pull through, Doc?" he twanged. "Sure, I think so. Suffocation. Heart still going." Martin yelped the last words from the step at the back of the ambulance as it went bumping and rocking through the factory yard, through the bitter smoke, toward the shrinking crowd. He owned and commanded the city, he and the driver. They ignored traffic regulations. They disdained the people, returning from theaters and movies, who dotted the streets which unrolled before the flying grey hood. "Let him get out of the way." The traffic officer at Chickasaw and 20th heard them coming, speeding like the midnight express. "Rrrr, blang blang, blang blang," and cleared the noisy corner. People were jammed against the curb, threatened by rearing horses and backing motors, and past them hurled the ambulance, with the doctor holding a strap and swinging easily on his perilous seat. At the hospital the hall man cried, "Shooting case in the arbor, Doc." "All right, wait till I sneak in a drink," said Martin placidly. On the way to his room he passed the open door of the hospital laboratory, with its hacked bench, its lifeless rows of flasks and test tubes. "Huh, that stuff. Poking round labs. This is real sure enough life," he exulted, and he did not permit himself to see the vision of Max Gottlieb waiting there, so gaunt, so tired, so patient. Part 2. The 6 interns in Zenith General, including Martin and Angus Dewar, lived in a long dark room with 6 camp beds, and 6 bureaus fantastic with photographs and ties and undarned socks. They spent hours sitting on their beds, arguing surgery versus internal medicine, planning the dinners which they hoped to enjoy on their nights off, and explaining to Martin, as the only married man, the virtues of the various nurses with whom, one by one, they fell in love. Martin found the hospital routine slightly dull. Though he developed the intern's walk, that quick corridor step, with the stethoscope conspicuous in the pocket, he could not, develop the bedside manner. He was sorry for the bruised, yellowed, suffering patients, always changing as to individuals and never changing as a mass of drab pain, but when he had thrice dressed a wound, he had had enough. He wanted to go on to new experiences. Yet the ambulance work outside the hospital was endlessly stimulating to his pride. The doctor, and the doctor alone, was safe by night in the slum called the Arbor. His black bag was a pass. Policemen saluted him, prostitutes bowed to him without mockery, saloon keepers called out, "Evenin', Doc," and hold-up men stood back in doorways to let him pass. Martin had power, the first obvious power in his life, and he was led into incessant adventure. He took a bank president out of a dive. He helped the family conceal the disgrace. He irritably refused their bribe, and afterward, when he thought of how he might have dined with Leora, he was sorry he had refused it. He broke into hotel rooms reeking with gas and revived would-be suicides. He drank Trinidad rum with a congressman who advocated prohibition. He attended a policeman assaulted by strikers, and a striker assaulted by policemen. He assisted at an emergency abdominal operation at 3 o'clock in the morning. The operating room, white tile walls and white tile floor and glittering frosted glass skylight, seemed lined with firelit ice, and the large incandescents glared on the glass instrument cases, the cruel little knives. The surgeon, in long white gown, white turban, and pale orange rubber gloves, made his swift incision in the square of yellowish flesh exposed between towels, cutting deep into layers of fat, and Martin looked on unmoved as the first blood menacingly followed the cut. And a month after, during the Chaloosa River flood, he worked for 76 hours, with half hours of sleep in the ambulance or on a police station table. He landed from a boat at what had been the second story of a tenement and delivered a baby on the top floor. He bound up heads and arms for a line of men, but what gave him glory was the perfectly foolhardy feat of swimming the flood to save 5 children marooned and terrified on a bobbing church pew. The newspapers gave him large headlines, and when he had returned to kiss Leora and sleep 12 hours, he lay and thought about research with salty self-defensive scorn. Gottlieb, the poor old impractical fusser! I'd like to see him swim that current, jeered Dr. Arrowsmith to Martin. But on night duty alone he had to face the self he had been afraid to uncover, and he was homesick for the laboratory, for the thrill of uncharted discoveries, the quest below the surface and beyond the moment, the search for fundamental laws which the scientist, however blasphemously and colloquially he may describe it, exalts above temporary healing as the religious exalts the nature and terrible glory of God above pleasant daily virtues. With this sadness there was envy that he should be left out of things, that others should go ahead of him, ever surer in technique, more widely aware of the phenomena of biological chemistry, more deeply daring to explain laws at which the pioneers had but fumbled and hinted. In his second year of internship, when the thrills of fires and floods and murder became as obvious a routine as bookkeeping, when he had seen the strangely few ways in which mankind can contrive to injure themselves and slaughter one another, when it was merely wearing to have to live up to the pretentiousness of being the doctor, Martin tried to satisfy and perhaps kill his guilty scientific lust by voluntarily scrabbling about the hospital laboratory, correlating the blood counts in pernicious anemia. His trifling with the drug of research was risky. Amid the bustle of operations, he began to picture the rapt quietude of the laboratory. "I'd better cut this out," he said to Leora. "If I'm going to settle down in Wheatsylvania and tend to business and make a living, and I by golly am." Dean Silva often came to the hospital on consultations. He passed through the lobby one evening when Leora, returned from the office where she was a stenographer, was meeting Martin for dinner. Martin introduced them, and the little man held her hand, purred at her, and squeaked, "Will you children give me the pleasure of taking you to dinner? My wife has deserted me. I am a lone and misanthropic man." He trotted between them, round and happy. Martin and he were not student and teacher, but 2 doctors together, for Dean Silva was one pedagogue who could still be interested in a man who no longer sat at his feet. He led the 2 starvelings to a chop house, and in a settle-walled booth he craftily stuffed them with roast goose and mugs of ale. He concentrated on Leora, but his talk was of Martin. "Your husband must be an artist healer, not a picker of trifles like these laboratory men." But Gottlieb's no picker of trifles, insisted Martin. No, but with him it's a difference of one's gods. Gottlieb's gods are the cynics, the destroyers, crepe-hangers, the vulgar call 'em, Diderot and Voltaire and Elser. Great men, wonder-workers, yet men that had more fun destroying other people's theories than creating their own. But my gods now, they're the men who took the discoveries of Gottlieb's gods and turned them to the use of human beings, made them come alive. All credit to the men who invented paint and canvas, but there's more credit, eh? To the Raphaels and Holbeins who used those discoveries. Laennec and Osler, those are the men. It's all very fine, this business of pure research, seeking the truth unhampered by commercialism or fame-chasing, getting to the bottom, ignoring consequences and practical uses. But do you realize, if you carry that idea far enough, a man could justify himself for doing nothing but count the cobblestones on Warehouse Avenue, yes, and justify himself for torturing people just to see how they screamed, and then sneer at a man who is making millions of people well and happy. No, no. Mrs. Arrowsmith, this lad Martin is a passionate fellow, not a drudge. He must be passionate on behalf of mankind. He's chosen the highest calling in the world, but he's a feckless, experimental devil. You must keep him at it, my dear, and not let the world lose the benefit of his passion. After this solemnity, Dad Silva took them to a musical comedy and sat between them, patting Martin's shoulder, patting Leora's arm, choking with delight when the comedian stepped into the pail of whitewash. In midnight volubility, Martin and Leora sputtered their affection for him, and saw their Wheatsylvania venture as glory and salvation. But a few days before the end of Martin's internship and their migration to North Dakota, they met Max Gottlieb on the street. Martin had not seen him for more than a year. Leora never. He looked worried and ill. While Martin was agonizing as to whether to pass with a bow, Gottlieb stopped. "How is everything, Martin?" he said cordially, but his eyes said, "Why have you never come back to me?" The boy stammered something, nothing, and when Gottlieb had gone by, stooped and moving as in pain, he longed to run after him. Leora was demanding, "Is that the Professor Gottlieb you're always talking about?" "Yes. Say, how does he strike you?" "I don't. Sandy, he's the greatest man I've ever seen. I don't know how I know, but he is. Dr. Silva is a darling, but that was a great man. I wish we were going to see him again. There's the first man I ever laid eyes on that I'd leave you for if he wanted me. He's he's like a sword. No, he's like a brain walking. Oh, Sandy, he looked so wretched. I wanted to cry. I'll black his shoes." God, so would I. But in the bustle of leaving Zenith, the excitement of the journey to Wheatsylvania, the scramble of his state examinations, the dignity of being a practicing physician, he forgot Gottlieb, and on that Dakota prairie, radiant in early June, with meadowlarks on every fence post, he began his work. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the moment when Martin met him on the street, Gottlieb was ruined. Max Gottlieb was a German Jew, born in Saxony in 1850. Though he took his medical degree at Heidelberg, he was never interested in practicing medicine. He was a follower of Helmholtz, and youthful researches in the physics of sound convinced him of the need of the quantitative method in the medical sciences. Then Koch's discoveries drew him into biology. Always an elaborately careful worker, a maker of long rows of figures, always realizing the presence of uncontrollable variables, always a vicious assailant of what he considered slackness or lie or pomposity, never too kindly to well-intentioned stupidity, He worked in the laboratories of Koch, of Pasteur. He followed the early statements of Pearson in biometrics. He drank beer and wrote vitriolic letters. He voyaged to Italy and England and Scandinavia, and casually, between 2 days, he married, as he might have bought a coat or hired a housekeeper, the patient and wordless daughter of a Gentile merchant. Then began a series of experiments, very important, very undramatic sounding, very long, and exceedingly unappreciated. Back in 1881 he was confirming Pasteur's results in chicken cholera immunity and, for relief and pastime, trying to separate an enzyme from yeast. A few years later, living on the tiny inheritance from his father, a petty banker, and quite carelessly and cheerfully exhausting it, he was analyzing critically the ptomaine theory of disease and investigating the mechanism of the attenuation of virulence of microorganisms. He got thereby small fame. Perhaps he was overcautious, and more than the devil or starvation, he hated men who rushed into publication unprepared. Though he meddled little in politics, considering them the most repetitious and least scientific of human activities, he was a sufficiently patriotic German to hate the Junkers. As a youngster, he had a fight or two with ruffling subalterns. Once he spent a week in jail. Often he was infuriated by discriminations against Jews, and at 40 he went sadly off to America, which could never become militaristic or anti-Semitic, to the Hoagland Laboratory in Brooklyn, then to Queen City University as professor of bacteriology. Here he made his first investigation of toxin-antitoxin reactions. He announced that antibodies accepting antitoxin had no relation to the immune state of an animal, and while he himself was being ragingly denounced in the small but hectic world of scientists, he dealt calmly and most brutally with Yerson's and Marmorek's theories of sera. His dearest dream, now and for years of racking research, was the artificial production of antitoxin, its production in vitro. Once he was prepared to publish, but he found an error and rigidly suppressed his notes. All the while he was lonely. There was apparently no one in Queen City who regarded him as other than a cranky Jew catching microbes by their little tails and leering at them. No work for a tall man at a time when heroes were building bridges, experimenting with horseless carriages, writing the first of the poetic, compelling ads, and selling miles of calico and cigars. In 1899 he was called to the University of Winnemac as professor of bacteriology in the medical school, and here he drudged on for a dozen years. Not once did he talk of results of the sort called practical. Not once did he cease warring on the post hoc propter hoc conclusions which still make up most medical lore. Not once did he fail to be hated by his colleagues, who were respectful to his face, uncomfortable in feeling his ironic power, but privily joyous to call him Mephisto, diabolist, killjoy, pessimist, destructive critic, flippant cynic, scientific bounder, lacking in dignity and seriousness, intellectual snob, pacifist, anarchist, atheist, Jew. They said, with reason, that he was so devoted to pure science, to art for art's sake, that he would rather have people die by the right therapy than be cured by the wrong. Having built a shrine for humanity, he wanted to kick out of it all mere human beings. The total number of his papers, in a brisk scientific realm, where really clever people published 5 times a year, was not more than 25 in 30 years. They were all exquisitely finished, all easily reduplicated, and checked by the doubtfulest critics. At Mohalis he was pleased by large facilities for work, by excellent assistants, endless glassware, plenty of guinea pigs, enough monkeys, but he was bored by the round of teaching, and melancholy again in a lack of understanding friends. Always he sought someone to whom he could talk without suspicion or caution. He was human enough when he meditated upon the exaltation of doctors bold through ignorance, of inventors who were but tinkers magnified, to be irritated by his lack of fame in America, even in Mohalis, and to complain, not too nobly. He had never dined with a duchess, never received a prize, never been interviewed, never produced anything which the public could understand, nor experienced anything since his schoolboy's amours which nice people could regard as romantic. He was, in fact, an authentic scientist. He was of the great benefactors of humanity. There will never, in any age, be an effort to end the great epidemics or the petty infections which will not have been influenced by Max Gottlieb's researches, for he was not one who tagged and prettily classified bacteria and protozoa. He sought their chemistry, the laws of their existence and destruction, basic laws, for the most part unknown after a generation of busy biologists. Yet they were right to call him pessimist, for this man who, as much as any other, will have been the cause of reducing infectious diseases to almost zero, often doubted the value of reducing infectious diseases at all. He reflected, it was an international debate in which he was joined by a few and damned by many, that half a dozen generations nearly free from epidemics would produce a race so low in natural immunity that when a great plague, suddenly springing from almost zero to a world-smothering cloud, appeared again, it might wipe out the world entire, so that the measures to save lives to which he lent his genius might in the end be the destruction of all human life. He meditated that if science and public hygiene did remove tuberculosis and the other major plagues, the world was grimly certain to become so overcrowded, to become such a universal slave-packed shambles, that all beauty and ease and wisdom would disappear in a famine-driven scamper for existence. Yet these speculations never checked his work. If the future became overcrowded, the future must by birth control or otherwise look to itself. Perhaps it would, he reflected. But even this drop of wholesome optimism was lacking in his final doubts, for he doubted all progress of the intellect and the emotions, and he doubted, most of all, the superiority of divine mankind to the cheerful dogs, the infallibly graceful cats, the unmoral and unagitated and irreligious horses, the superbly adventuring seagulls. While medical quacks, manufacturers of patent medicines, chewing gum salesmen, and high priests of advertising lived in large houses attended by servants, and took their sacred persons abroad in limousines, Max Gottlieb dwelt in a cramped cottage whose paint was peeling, and rode to his laboratory on an ancient and squeaky bicycle. Gottlieb himself protested rarely. He was not so unreasonable, usually, as to demand both freedom and the fruits of popular slavery. "Why," he once said to Martin, "should the world pay me for doing what I want and what they do not want?" In his house there was but one comfortable chair. On his desk were letters, long, intimate, and respectful, from the great ones of France and Germany, Italy and Denmark, and from scientists whom Great Britain so much valued that she gave them titles almost as high as those which she rewarded distillers, cigarette manufacturers, and the owners of obscene newspapers. But poverty kept him from fulfillment of his summer longing to sit beneath the poplars by the Rhine or the tranquil Seine, at a table on whose checkered cloth were bread and cheese and wine and dusky cherries, those ancient and holy simplicities of all the world. Part 2. Max Gottlieb's wife was thick and slow-moving and mute. At 60 she had not learned to speak easy English, and her German was of the small-town bourgeois, who paid their debts and overeat and grow red. If he was not confidential with her, if at table he forgot her in long reflections, neither was he unkind or impatient, and he depended on her housekeeping, her warming of his old-fashioned nightgown. She had not been well of late. She had nausea and indigestion, but she kept on with her work. Always you heard her old slippers slapping about the house. They had 3 children, all born when Gottlieb was over 38. Miriam, the youngest, an ardent child who had a touch at the piano, an instinct about Beethoven, and hatred for the ragtime popular in America, an older sister who was nothing in particular, and their boy Robert Koch Gottlieb. He was a wild thing and a distress. They sent him, with anxiety over the cost, to a smart school near Zenith, where he met the sons of manufacturers and discovered a taste for fast motors and eccentric clothes, and no taste whatever for studying. At home he clamored that his father was a tightwad. When Gottlieb sought to make it clear that he was a poor man, the boy answered that out of his poverty he was always sneaking spending money on his researches. He had no right to do that and shame his son. Let the confounded university provide him with material. Part 3. There were few of Gottlieb's students who saw him and his learning as anything but hurdles to be leaped as quickly as possible. One of the few was Martin Arrowsmith. However harshly he may have pointed out Martin's errors, however loftily he may have seemed to ignore his devotion, Gottlieb was aware of Martin as Martin of him. He planned vast things. If Martin really desired his help, Gottlieb could be as modest personally as he was egotistic and swaggering in competitive science. He would make the boy's career his own. During Martin's minute original research, Gottlieb rejoiced in his willingness to abandon conventional and convenient theories of immunology, and in the exasperated carefulness with which he checked results. When Martin, for unknown reasons, became careless, when he was obviously drinking too much, obviously mixed up in some absurd personal affair, it was tragic hunger for friends and flaming respect for excellent work which drove Gottlieb to snarl at him. Of the apologies demanded by Silva he had no notion. He would have raged. He waited for Martin to return. He blamed himself. Fool, there was a fine spirit. You should have known one does not use a platinum loop for shoveling coal. As long as he could, while Martin was dishwashing and wandering on improbable trains between impossible towns, he put off the appointment of a new assistant. Then all his wistfulness chilled to anger. He considered Martin a traitor and put him out of his mind. Part 4. It is possible that Max Gottlieb was a genius. Certainly he was mad as any genius. He did, during the period of Martin's internship in Zenith General, a thing more preposterous than any of the superstitions at which he scoffed. He tried to become an executive and a reformer. He, the cynic, the anarch, tried to found an institution, and he went at it like a spinster organizing a league to keep small boys from learning naughty words. He conceived that there might, in this world, be a medical school which should be altogether scientific, ruled by exact quantitative biology and chemistry, with spectacle fitting and most of surgery ignored, and he further conceived that such an enterprise might be conducted at the University of Winnemac. He tried to be practical about it. Oh, he was extremely practical and plausible. I admit we should not be able to turn out doctors to cure village bellyaches, and ordinary physicians are admirable and altogether necessary, perhaps. But there are too many of them already, and on the practical side, you give me 20 years of a school that is precise and cautious, and we shall cure diabetes, maybe tuberculosis and cancer, and all these arthritis things that the carpenters shake their heads at them and call them rheumatism. So. He did not desire the control of such a school, nor any credit. He was too busy. But at a meeting of the American Academy of Sciences, he met one Dr. Entwistle, a young physiologist from Harvard, who would make an excellent dean. Entwistle admired him, and sounded him on his willingness to be called to Harvard. When Gottlieb outlined his new sort of medical school, Entwistle was fervent. "Nothing I'd like so much as to have a chance at a place like that," he fluttered, and Gottlieb went back to Mohalis triumphant. He was the more assured because, though he sardonically refused it, he was at this time offered the medical deanship of the University of West Chippewa. So simple or so insane was he that he wrote to Dean Silva, politely bidding him step down and hand over his school, his work, his life, to an unknown teacher in Harvard. A courteous old gentleman was Dad Silva, a fit disciple of Osler, but this incredible letter killed his patience. He replied that while he could see the value of basic research, the medical school belonged to the people of the state, and its task was to provide them with immediate and practical attention. For himself, he hinted, if he ever believed that the school would profit by his resignation, he would go at once, but he needed a rather broader suggestion than a letter from one of his own subordinates. Gottlieb retorted with spirit and indiscretion. He damned the people of the state of Winnemac. Were they, in their present condition of nincompoopery, worth any sort of attention? He unjustifiably took his demand over Silva's head to that great orator and patriot, Dr. Horace Greeley Truscott, president of the university. President Truscott said, "Really, I'm too engrossed to consider chimerical schemes, however ingenious they may be." "You are too busy to consider anything but selling honorary degrees to millionaires for gymnasiums," remarked Gottlieb. Next day he was summoned to a special meeting of the University Council. As head of the medical department of bacteriology, Gottlieb was a member of this all-ruling body, and when he entered the long council chamber, with its gilt ceiling, its heavy maroon curtains, its somber paintings of pioneers, he started for his usual seat, unconscious of the knot of whispering members, meditating on far-off, absorbing things. Professor Gottlieb, will you please sit down there at the far end of the table?" called President Truscott. Then Gottlieb was aware of tensions. He saw that out of the 7 members of the Board of Regents, the 4 who lived in or near Zenith were present. He saw that sitting beside Truscott was not the dean of the academic department, but Dean Silva. He saw that however easily they talked, they were looking at him through the mist of their chatter. President Truscott announced, "Gentlemen, this joint meeting of the Council and the Regents is to consider charges against Professor Max Gottlieb, preferred by his dean and by myself." Gottlieb suddenly looked old. "These charges are disloyalty to his dean, his president, his regents, and to the state of Winnemac. Disloyalty to recognized medical and scholastic ethics. Insane egotism. Atheism. Persistent failure to collaborate with his colleagues, and such inability to understand practical affairs as makes it dangerous to let him conduct the important laboratories and classes with which we have entrusted him. Gentlemen, I shall now prove each of these points from Professor Gottlieb's own letters to Dean Silva." He proved them. The chairman of the Board of Regents suggested, "Gottlieb, I think it would simplify things if you just handed us your resignation and permitted us to part in good feeling instead of having the unpleasant—" "I'm damned if I will resign." Gottlieb was on his feet, a lean fury. "Because you all have schoolboy minds, golf links minds, you are twisting my expression, and perfectly accurate expression, of a sound revolutionary ideal, which would personally to me be of no value or advantage whatever, into a desire to steal promotions. That fools should judge honor." His long forefinger was a fishhook, reaching for President Truscott's soul. "No, I will not resign. You can cast me out." "I'm afraid, then, we must ask you to leave the room while we vote." The president was very suave for so large and strong and hearty a man. Gottlieb rode his wavering bicycle to the laboratory. It was by telephone message from a brusque girl clerk in the president's office that he was informed that his resignation had been accepted. He agonized. Discharge me? They couldn't. I'm the chief glory, the only glory, of this shopkeeper's school. When he comprehended they very much had discharged him, he was shamed that he should have given them a chance to kick him out. But the really dismaying thing was that he should, by an effort to be a politician, have interrupted the sacred work. He required peace and a laboratory at once. They'd see what fools they were when they heard that Harvard had called him. He was eager for the mellower ways of Cambridge and Boston. Why had he remained so long in raw Mohalis? He wrote to Dr. Entwistle, hinting that he was willing to hear an offer. He expected a telegram. He waited a week, then had a long letter from Entwistle admitting that he had been premature in speaking for the Harvard faculty. Entwistle presented the faculty's compliments and their hope that sometime they might have the honor of his presence, but as things were now... Gottlieb wrote to the University of West Chippewa that, after all, he was willing to think about their medical deanship, and had answer that the place was filled, that they had not greatly liked the tone of his former letter, and they did not care to go into the matter further. At 61, Gottlieb had saved but a few $100s, literally a few hundred. Like any bricklayer out of work, he had to have a job or go hungry. He was no longer a genius impatient of interrupted creation, but a shabby schoolmaster in disgrace. He prowled through his little brown house, fingering papers, staring at his wife, staring at old pictures, staring at nothing. He still had a month of teaching. They had dated ahead the resignation, which they had written for him, but he was too dispirited to go to the laboratory. He felt unwanted, almost unsafe. His ancient sureness was broken into self-pity. He waited from delivery to delivery for the mail. Surely there would be aid from somebody who knew what he was, what he meant. There were many friendly letters about research, but the sort of men with whom he corresponded did not listen to intercollegiate faculty tattle nor know of his need. He could not, after the Harvard mischance and the West Chippewa rebuke, approach the universities or the scientific institutes, and he was too proud to write begging letters to the men who revered him. No, he would be businesslike. He applied to a Chicago teachers' agency and received a stilted answer promising to look about and inquiring whether he would care to take the position of teacher of physics and chemistry in a suburban high school. Before he had sufficiently recovered from his fury to be able to reply, his household was overwhelmed by his wife's sudden agony. She had been unwell for months. He had wanted her to see a physician, but she had refused, and all the while she was stolidly terrified by the fear that she had cancer of the stomach. Now when she began to vomit blood, she cried to him for help. The Gottlieb who scoffed at medical credos, at carpenters and pill-mongers, had forgotten what he knew of diagnosis, and when he was ill, or his family, he called for the doctor as desperately as any backwoods layman to whom illness was the black malignity of unknown devils. In unbelievable simplicity, he considered that, as his quarrel with Silva was not personal, he could still summon him, and this time he was justified. Silva came, full of excessive benignity, chuckling to himself. When he's got something the matter, he doesn't run for Aranjuez or Jacques Loeb, but for me. Into the meager cottage the little man brought strength, and Gottlieb gazed down on him trustingly. Mrs. Gottlieb was suffering. Silva gave her morphine. Not without satisfaction, he learned that Gottlieb did not even know the dose. He examined her. His pudgy hands had the sensitiveness, if not the precision, of Gottlieb's skeleton fingers. He peered about the airless bedroom. the dark green curtains, the crucifix on the dumpy bureau, the color print of a virtuously voluptuous maiden. He was bothered by an impression of having recently been in the room. He remembered. It was the twin of the doleful chamber of a German grocer whom he had seen during a consultation a month ago. He spoke to Gottlieb not as to a colleague or an enemy, but as a patient, to be cheered. "Don't think there's any tumorous mass, as of course you know, doctor. You can tell such a lot by the differences in the shape of the lower border of the ribs, and by the surface of the belly during deep breathing." "Oh, yes." "I don't think you need to worry in the least. We'd better hustle her off to the university hospital, and we'll give her a test meal and get her x-rayed and take a look for Boaz-Opler bugs." She was taken away, heavy, inert, carried down the cottage steps. Gottlieb was with her. Whether or not he loved her, whether he was capable of ordinary domestic affection, could not be discovered. The need of turning to Dean Silva had damaged his opinion of his own wisdom. It was the final affront, more subtle and more enervating than the offer to teach chemistry to children. As he sat by her bed, his dark face was blank, and the wrinkles which deepened across that mask may have been sorrow, may have been fear. Nor is it known how, through the secure and uninvaded years, he had regarded his wife's crucifix, which Silva had spied on their bureau, a gaudy plaster crucifix on a box set with gilded shells. Silva diagnosed it as probable gastric ulcer, and placed her on treatment with light and frequent meals. She improved, but she remained in the hospital for 4 weeks, and Gottlieb wondered, are these doctors deceiving us? Is it really cancer, which by their mystic craft they are concealing from me who know not? Robbed of her silent assuring presence, on which night by weary night he had depended, he fretted over his daughters, despaired at their noisy piano practice, their inability to manage the slattern maid. When they had gone to bed he sat alone in the pale lamplight, unmoving, not reading. He was bewildered. His haughty self was like a robber baron fallen into the hands of rebellious slaves, stooped under a filthy load, the proud eye rheumy and patient with despair, the sword hand chopped off, obscene flies crawling across the gnawed wrist. It was at this time that he encountered Martin and Leora on the street in Zenith. He did not look back when they had passed him, but all that afternoon he brooded on them. That girl, maybe it was she that stole Martin from me, from science. No, he was right. One sees what happens to fools like me. On the day after Martin and Leora had started for Wheatsylvania, singing, Gottlieb went to Chicago to see the teachers' agency. The firm was controlled by a live wire who had once been a county superintendent of schools. He was not much interested. Gottlieb lost his temper. "Do you make an endeavor to find positions for teachers, or do you merely send out circulars to amuse yourself? Have you looked up my record? Do you know who I am?" The agent roared, "Oh, we know about you all right, all right. I didn't when I first wrote you, but you seem to have a good record as a laboratory man, though I don't see that you've produced anything of the slightest use in medicine. We had hoped to give you a chance such as you or nobody else ever had. John Edtooth, the Oklahoma oil magnate, has decided to found a university that for plant and endowment and individuality will beat anything that's ever been pulled off in education. Biggest gymnasium in the world, with an ex-New York Giant for baseball coach. We thought maybe we might work you in on the bacteriology or the physiology. I guess you could manage to teach that too, if you boned up on it. But we've been making some inquiries from some good friends of ours down Winnemac way, and we find that you're not to be trusted with a position of real responsibility. Why, they fired you for general incompetence. But now that you've had your lesson, do you think you'd be competent to teach practical hygiene in Edtooth University?" Gottlieb was so angry that he forgot to speak English, and as all his cursing was in student German, in a creaky dry voice, the whole scene was very funny indeed to the cackling bookkeeper and the girl stenographers. When he went from that place, Max Gottlieb walked slowly, without purpose, and in his eyes were senile tears. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. No one in the medical world had ever damned more heartily than Gottlieb the commercialism of certain large pharmaceutical firms, particularly Dawson T. Hunziker and Company, Inc. of Pittsburgh. The Hunziker Company was an old and ethical house which dealt only with reputable doctors, or practically only with reputable doctors. It furnished excellent antitoxins for diphtheria and tetanus, as well as the purest of official preparations, with the plainest and most official-looking labels on the swaggeringly modest brown bottles. Gottlieb had asserted that they produced doubtful vaccines, yet he returned from Chicago to write Dawson Hunziker that he was no longer interested in teaching, and he would be willing to work for them on half-time if he might use their laboratories on possibly important research for the rest of the day. When the letter had gone, he sat mumbling. He was certainly not altogether sane. Education, biggest gymnasium in the world, incapable of responsibility. Teaching I can do no more. But Hunziker will laugh at me. I have told the truth about him, and I shall have to... Dear Gott, what shall I do? Into this still frenzy, while his frightened daughters peered at him from doorways, hope glided. The telephone rang. He did not answer it. On the third irascible ring, he took up the receiver and grumbled, Yes, what is it? A twanging nonchalant voice, This M.C. Gottlieb? This is Dr. Gottlieb. Well, I guess you're the party. Hold a wire. Long distance wants you. Then, Professor Gottlieb, this is Dawson Hunziker speaking, from Pittsburgh. My dear fellow, we should be delighted to have you join our staff. But... I believe you have criticized the pharmaceutical houses. Oh, we read the newspaper clippings very efficiently. But we feel that when you come to us and understand the spirit of the old firm better, you'll be enthusiastic. I hope, by the way, I'm not interrupting something. Thus, over certain hundreds of miles from the gold and blue drawing room of his Sewickley home, Hunziker spoke to Max Gottlieb, sitting in his patched easy-chair, and Gottlieb grated, with a forlorn effort at dignity, No, it is all right. Well, we shall be glad to offer you $5,000 a year for a starter, and we shan't worry about the half-time arrangement. We'll give you all the space and technicians and material you need, and you just go ahead and ignore us, and work out whatever seems important to you. Our only request is that if you do find any serums which are of real value to the world, we shall have the privilege of manufacturing them, and if we lose money on 'em, it doesn't matter. We like to make money if we can do it honestly, but our chief purpose is to serve mankind. Of course, if the serums pay, we shall be only too delighted to give you a generous commission. Now, about practical details. Part 2. Gottlieb, the placidly virulent hater of religious rites, had a religious-seeming custom. Often he knelt by his bed and let his mind run free. It was very much like prayer, though certainly there was no formal invocation, no consciousness of a supreme being, other than Max Gottlieb. This night, as he knelt, with the wrinkles softening in his drawn face, he meditated. I was asinine that I should ever scold the commercialists. This salesman fellow, he has his feet on the ground. How much more authentic the worst counter-jumper than frightened professors. Fine dinars. Freedom. No teaching of imbeciles. Du Heiliger. But he had no contract with Dawson Hunziker. Part 3. In the medical periodicals, the Dawson-Hunziker Company published full-page advertisements, most starchy and refined in type, announcing that Professor Max Gottlieb, perhaps the most distinguished immunologist in the world, had joined their staff. In his Chicago clinic, one Dr. Rounsfield chuckled. "That's what becomes of these super highbrows. Pardon me if I seem to grin." In the laboratories of Ehrlich and Roux, Bourdet and Sir David Bruce, sorrowing men wailed, "How could old Max have gone over to that damned pill peddler? Why didn't he come to us? Oh well, if he didn't want to, voila, he is dead." In the village of Wheatsylvania, in North Dakota, a young doctor protested to his wife. "Of all the people in the world, I wouldn't have believed it, Max Gottlieb falling for those crooks." "I don't care," said his wife. "If he's gone into business, he had some good reason for it. I told you I'd leave you for—" "Oh well," sighingly, "give and forgive. I learned a lot from Gottlieb and I'm grateful for— God, Leora, I wish he hadn't gone wrong." And Max Gottlieb, with his 3 young and a pale, slow-moving wife, was arriving at the station in Pittsburgh, tugging a shabby wicker bag, an immigrant bundle, and a Bond Street dressing case. From the train he had stared up at the valiant cliffs, down to the smoke-tinged splendor of the river, and his heart was young. Here was fiery enterprise, not the flat land and flat mines of Winnemac. At the station entrance every dingy taxicab seemed radiant to him, and he marched forth a conqueror. Part 4. In the Dawson-Hunziker building, Gottlieb found such laboratories as he had never planned, and instead of student assistants, he had an expert who himself had taught bacteriology, as well as 3 swift technicians, one of them German trained. He was received with acclaim in the private office of Hunziker, which was remarkably like a minor cathedral. Hunziker was bald and businesslike as to skull, but tortoise-spectacled and sentimental of eye. He stood up at his Jacobean desk, gave Gottlieb a Havana cigar, and told him that they had awaited him pantingly. In the enormous staff dining room, Gottlieb found scores of competent young chemists and biologists who treated him with reverence. He liked them. If they talked too much of money, of how much this new tincture of cinchona ought to sell, and how soon their salaries would be increased, yet they were free of the careful pomposities of college instructors. As a youngster, the cap-tilted young Max had been a laughing man, and now, in gusty arguments, his laughter came back. His wife seemed better. His daughter Miriam found an excellent piano teacher. The boy Robert entered college that autumn. They had a spacious though decrepit house. The relief from the droning and the annually repeated, inevitable routine of the classroom was exhilarating, and Gottlieb had never in his life worked so well. He was unconscious of everything outside of his laboratory and a few theatres and concert halls. 6 months passed before he realized that the young technical experts resented what he considered his jolly thrusts at their commercialism. They were tired of his mathematical enthusiasms, and some of them viewed him as an old bore, muttered of him as a Jew. He was hurt, for he liked to be merry with fellow workers. He began to ask questions and to explore the Hunziker building. He had seen nothing of it save his laboratory, a corridor or two, the dining room, and Hunziker's office. However abstracted and impractical, Gottlieb would have made an excellent Sherlock Holmes, if anybody who would have made an excellent Sherlock Holmes would have been willing to be a detective. His mind burned through appearances to actuality. He discovered now that the Dawson-Hunziker Company was quite all he had asserted in earlier days. They did make excellent antitoxins and ethical preparations, but they were also producing a new cancer remedy, manufactured from the orchid, pontifically recommended and possessing all the value of mud. And to various billboard advertising beauty companies They sold millions of bottles of a complexion cream guaranteed to turn a Canadian Indian guide as lily fair as the angels. This treasure cost 6 cents a bottle to make and $1 over the counter. And the name of Dawson Hunziker was never connected with it. It was at this time that Gottlieb succeeded in his masterwork after 20 years of seeking. He produced antitoxin in the test tube, which meant that it would be possible to immunize against certain diseases without tediously making sera by the inoculation of animals. It was a revolution, the revolution, in immunology, if he was right. He revealed it at a dinner for which Hunziker had captured a general, a college president, and a pioneer aviator. It was an expansive dinner, with admirable hock, the first decent German wine Gottlieb had drunk in years. He twirled the slender green glass affectionately. He came out of his dreams and became excited, gay, demanding. They applauded him, and for an hour he was a great scientist. Of them all, Hunziker was most generous in his praise. Gottlieb wondered if someone had not tricked this good bald man into intrigues with the beautifiers. Hunziker summoned him to the office next day. Hunziker did his summoning very well indeed, unless it happened to be merely a stenographer. He sent a glossy, morning-coated male secretary, who presented Mr. Hunziker's compliments to the much less glossy Dr. Gottlieb, and hinted with the delicacy of a lilac bud that if it was quite altogether convenient, if it would not in the least interfere with Dr. Gottlieb's experiments, Mr. Hunziker would be flattered to see him in the office at 3:15. When Gottlieb rambled in, Hunziker motioned the secretary out of existence and drew up a tall Spanish chair. "I lay awake half the night thinking about your discovery, Dr. Gottlieb. I've been talking to the technical director and sales manager, and we feel it's the time to strike. We'll patent your method of synthesizing antibodies and immediately put them on the market in large quantities, with a great big advertising campaign, you know, not circus it, of course, strictly high-class ethical advertising. We'll start with anti-diphtheria serum. By the way, when you receive your next check, you'll find we've raised your honorarium to $7,000 a year." Hunziker was a large purring pussycat now, and Gottlieb death still. "Need I say, my dear fellow, that if there's the demand I anticipate, you will have exceedingly large commissions coming." Hunziker leaned back with a manner of, "How's that for glory, my boy?" Gottlieb spoke nervously. "I do not approve of patenting serological processes. They should be open to all laboratories. And I am strongly against premature production or even announcement. I think I am right, but I must check my technique, perhaps improve it, to be sure. Then I should think there should be no objection to market production, but in very small quantities, and in fair competition with others, not under patents, as if this was a dinglebat toy for the Christmas tradings." "My dear fellow, I quite sympathize. Personally, I should like nothing so much as to spend my whole life in just producing one priceless scientific discovery without consideration of mere profit. But we have our duty toward the stockholders of the Dawson Hunziker Company to make money for them. Do you realize that they have, and many of them are poor widows and orphans, invested their little all in our stock, and that we must keep faith? I am helpless. I am but their humble servant. And on the other side, I think we've treated you rather well, Dr. Gottlieb, and we've given you complete freedom, and we intend to go on treating you well. Why, man, you'll be rich. You'll be one of us. I don't like to make any demands, but on this point it's my duty to insist, and I shall expect you at the earliest possible moment to start manufacturing." Gottlieb was 62. The defeat at Winnemac had done something to his courage, and he had no contract with Hunziker. He protested shakily, but as he crawled back to his laboratory, it seemed impossible for him to leave this sanctuary and face the murderous, brawling world, and quite as impossible to tolerate a cheapened and ineffective imitation of his antitoxin. He began, that hour, a sordid strategy which his old proud self would have called inconceivable. He began to equivocate, to put off announcement and production till he should have cleared up a few points, while week on week Hunziker became more threatening. Meantime he prepared for disaster. He moved his family to a smaller house, and gave up every luxury, even smoking. Among his economies was the reduction of his son's allowance. Robert was a square-rigged, swart, tempestuous boy, arrogant where there seemed to be no reason for arrogance, longed for by the anemic, milky sort of girls, yet ever supercilious to them. While his father was alternately proud and amiably sardonic about his own Jewish blood, the boy conveyed to his classmates in college that he was from pure and probably noble German stock. He was welcomed, or half welcomed, in a motoring, poker-playing, country club set, and he had to have more money. Gottlieb missed $20 from his desk. He who ridiculed conventional honor had the honor, as he had the pride, of a savage old squire. A new misery stained his incessant bitterness at having to deceive Hunziker. He faced Robert with, "My boy, did you take the money from my desk?" Few youngsters could have faced that jut of his hawk nose, the red-veined rage of his sunken eyes. Robert spluttered, then shouted, "Yes, I did, and I've got to have some more. I've got to get some clothes and stuff. It's your fault. You bring me up to train with a lot of fellows that have all the cash in the world, and then you expect me to dress like a hobo." "Stealing." "Rats, what's stealing? You're always making fun of these preachers that talk about sin and truth and honesty, and all those words that have been used so much they don't mean a darned thing and I don't care. Dawes Hunziker, the old man's son, he told me his dad said you could be a millionaire, and then you keep us strapped like this, and Mom sick. Let me tell you, back in Mohalis Mom used to slip me a couple of dollars almost every week, and I'm tired of it. If you're going to keep me in rags, I'm going to cut out of college." Gottlieb stormed, but there was no force in it. He did not know, all the next fortnight, what his son was going to do, what himself was going to do. Then, so quietly, that not till they had returned from the cemetery did they realize her passing, his wife died, and the next week his oldest daughter ran off with a worthless laughing fellow who lived by gambling. Gottlieb sat alone. Over and over he read the book of Job. "Truly the Lord hath smitten me and my house," he whispered. When Robert came in, mumbling that he would be good, the old man lifted to him a blind face, unhearing. But as he repeated the fables of his fathers, it did not occur to him to believe them, or to stoop in fear before their God of wrath, or to gain ease by permitting Hunziker to defile his discovery. He arose in time and went silently to his laboratory. His experiments were as careful as ever, and his assistants saw no change save that he did not lunch in hall. He walked blocks away to a vile restaurant at which he could save 30 cents a day. Part 5. Out of the dimness which obscured the people about him, Miriam emerged. She was 18, the youngest of his brood, squat, and in no way comely save for her tender mouth. She had always been proud of her father, understanding the mysterious and unreasoning compulsions of his science, but she had been in awe till now, when he walked heavily and spoke rarely. She dropped her piano lessons, discharged the maid, studied the cookbook, and prepared for him the fat crisp dishes that he loved. Her regret was that she had never learned German, for he dropped now and then into the speech of his boyhood. He eyed her, and at length, "So, one is with me. Could you endure the poverty if I went away to teach chemistry in a high school?" "Yes, of course. Maybe I could play the piano in a movie theater." He might not have done it without her loyalty, but when Dawson Hunziker next paraded into the laboratory, demanding, "Now look here, we've fussed long enough. We got to put your stuff on the market." Then Gottlieb answered, "No. If you wait till I have done all I can, maybe 1 year, maybe 3. You shall have it, but not till I am sure. No." Hunziker went off huffily, and Gottlieb prepared for sentence. Then the card of Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs, director of the McGurk Institute of Biology of New York, was brought to him. Gottlieb knew of Tubbs. He had never visited McGurk, but he considered it, next to Rockefeller and McCormick, the soundest and freest organization for pure scientific research in the country. And if he had pictured a heavenly laboratory in which good scientists might spend eternity in happy and thoroughly impractical research, he would have devised it in the likeness of McGurk. He was mildly pleased that its director should have called on him. Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs was tremendously whiskered on all visible spots save his nose and temples and the palms of his hands, short but passionately whiskered, like a Scotch terrier. Yet they were not comic whiskers. They were the whiskers of dignity, and his eyes were serious, his step an earnest trot, his voice a piping solemnity. "Dr. Gottlieb, this is a great pleasure. I have heard your papers at the Academy of Sciences, but, to my own loss, I have hitherto failed to have an introduction to you." Gottlieb tried not to sound embarrassed. Tubbs looked at the assistants like a plotter in a political play and hinted, "May we have a talk?" Gottlieb led him to his office, overlooking a vast bustle of side tracks, of curving rails and brown freight cars, and Tubbs urged, "It has come to our attention, by a curious chance, that you are on the eve of your most significant discovery. We all wondered, when you left academic work, at your decision to enter the commercial field. We wished that you had cared to come to us." "You would have taken me in? I needn't at all have come here?" "Naturally. Now from what we hear, you are not giving your attention to the commercial side of things, and that tempts us to wonder whether you could be persuaded to join us at McGurk. So I just sprang on the train and ran down here. We should be delighted to have you become a member of the Institute and chief of the Department of Bacteriology and Immunology. Mr. McGurk and I desire nothing but the advancement of science. You would, of course, have absolute freedom as to what researches you thought it best to pursue, and I think we could provide a good assistance and material as would be obtainable anywhere in the world. In regard to salary, permit me to be businesslike and perhaps blunt, as my train leaves in 1 hour. I don't suppose we could equal the doubtless large emolument which the Hunziker people are able to pay you, but we can go to $10,000 a year. Oh, my God! Do not talk of the money. I shall be with you in New York 1 week from today. You see," said Gottlieb, "I have no contract here." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. All afternoon they drove in the flapping buggy across the long undulations of the prairie. To their wandering there was no barrier, neither lake nor mountain nor factory bristling city, and the breeze about them was flowing sunshine. Martin cried to Leora, "I feel as if all the zenith dust and hospital lint were washed out of my lungs. Dakota, real man's country, frontier, opportunity, America." From the thick swale the young prairie chickens rose. As he watched them sweep across the wheat, his sun-drowsed spirit was part of the great land, and he was almost freed of the impatience with which he had started out from Wheatsylvania. "If you're going driving, don't forget that supper is 6 o'clock sharp," Mrs. Tozer had said, smiling to sugar-coat it. On Main Street Mr. Tozer waved to them and shouted, "Be back by 6. Supper at 6 o'clock sharp." Bert Tozer ran out from the bank like a country schoolmaster skipping from a one-room schoolhouse, and cackled, "Say, you folks better not forget to be back at 6 o'clock for supper, or the old man'll have a fit. He'll expect you for supper at 6 o'clock sharp, and when he says 6 o'clock sharp, he means 6 o'clock sharp. and not 5 minutes past 6. Now that, observed Leora, is funny, because in my 22 years in Wheatsylvania, I remember 3 different times when supper was as late as 7 minutes after 6. Let's get out of this, Sandy. I wonder, were we so wise to live with the family and save money? Before they had escaped from the not very extensive limits of Wheatsylvania, they passed Ada Quist, the future Mrs. Bert Tozer, and through the lazy air they heard her voice slashing, "Better be home by 6." Martin would be heroic. "We'll by golly get back when we're both good and ready," he said to Leora. But on them both was the cumulative dread of the fussing voices. Beyond every breezy prospect was the order, "Be back at 6 sharp." And they whipped up to arrive at 11 minutes to 6, as Mr. Tozer was returning from the creamery, full 30 seconds later than usual. "Glad to see you among us," he said. "Hustle now and get that horse in the livery stable. Supper's at 6 sharp." Martin survived it sufficiently to sound domestic when he announced at the supper table, "We had a bully drive. I'm going to like it here. Well, I've loafed for a day and a half, and now I've got to get busy. First thing is, I must find a location for my office. What is there vacant, Father Tozer?" Mrs. Tozer said brightly, "Oh, I have such a nice idea, Martin. Why can't we fix up an office for you out in the barn? It'd be so handy to the house for you to get to meals on time. And you could keep an eye on the house if the girl was out and Orrie and I went out visiting or to the embroidery circle." "In the barn?" "Why, yes, in the old harness room. It's partly ceilinged, and we could put in some nice tar paper or even beaver board." "Mother Tozer, what the dickens do you think I'm planning to do? I'm not a hired man in a livery stable, or a kid looking for a place to put his bird's eggs. I was thinking of opening an office as a physician." Bert made it all easy. "Yeah, but you aren't much of a physician yet. You're just getting your toes in." "I'm one hell of a good physician. Excuse me for cussing, Mother Tozer, but, why, nights in the hospital I've held hundreds of lives in my hand. I intend—" "Look here, Mart," said Bertie, "as we're putting up the money, I don't want to be a tightwad, but after all, a dollar is a dollar. If we furnish the dough, we've got to decide the best way to spend it." Mr. Tozer looked thoughtful and said helplessly, "That's so. No sense taking a risk, with the blame farmers demanding all the money they can get for their wheat and cream, and then deliberately going to work and not paying the interest on their loans. I swear it don't hardly pay to invest in mortgages any longer. No sense putting on lugs. Stands to reason you can look at a fellow's sore throat or prescribe for an earache just as well in a nice simple little office as in some fool place all fixed up like a Moorhead saloon. Mother will see you have a comfortable corner in the barn." Leora intruded. "Look here, Papa, I want you to lend us $1,000 outright to use as we see fit." The sensation was immense. "We'll pay you 6%. No, we won't. We'll pay you 5. That's enough." "And mortgages bringing 6, 7, and 8," Bert quavered. "5's enough, and we want our own say, absolute, as to how we use it, to fix up an office or anything else." Mr. Tozer began, "That's a foolish way to—" Bert took it away from him. "Orrie, you're crazy. I suppose we'll have to lend you some money, but you'll blame well come to us for it from time to time, and you'll blame well take our advice." Leora rose. "Either you do what I say, just exactly what I say, or Mart and I take the first train and go back to Zenith, and I mean it. Plenty of places open for him there, with a big salary, so we won't have to be dependent on anybody." There was much conversation, most of which sounded like all the rest of it. Once Leora started for the stairs to go up and pack. Once Martin and she stood waving their napkins as they shook their fists, the general composition remarkably like the Laocoon. Leora won. They settled down to the most solacing fussing. "Did you bring your trunk up from the depot?" asked Mr. Tozer. "No sense leaving it there, paying 2 bits a day storage," fumed Bert. "I got it up this morning," said Martin. "Oh yes, Martin had it brought up this morning," agreed Mrs. Tozer. "You had it brought? Didn't you bring it up yourself?" agonized Mr. Tozer. "No, I had the fellow that runs the lumber yard haul it up for me," said Martin. "Well, gosh almighty! You could just as well have put it on a wheelbarrow and brought it up yourself and saved a quarter," said Bert. "But a doctor has to keep his dignity," said Leora. "Dignity, rats! Blame sight more dignified to be seen shoving a wheelbarrow than smoking them dirty cigarettes all the time." "Well, anyway, where'd you put it?" asked Mr. Tozer. "It's up in our room," said Martin. "Where do you think we better put it when it's unpacked? The attic is awful full," Mr. Tozer submitted to Mrs. Tozer. "Oh, I think Martin could get it in there." "Why couldn't he put it in the barn?" "Oh, not a nice new trunk like that." "What's the matter with the barn?" said Bert. "It's all nice and dry. Seems a shame to waste all that good space in the barn, now that you've gone and decided he mustn't have his dear little office there." "Bertie, I know what we'll do. You seem to have the barn on your brain. You move your old bank there, and Martin'll take the bank building for his office." "That's entirely different." "Now, there's no sense you two showing off and trying to be smart," protested Mr. Tozer. "Do you ever hear your mother and I scrapping and fussing like that? When do you think you'll have your trunk unpacked, Mart?" Mr. Tozer could consider barns and he could consider trunks, but his was not a brain to grasp two such complicated matters at the same time. "I can get it unpacked tonight, if it makes any difference." "Well, I don't suppose it really makes any special difference, but when you start to do a thing—" "Oh, what difference does it make whether he—" "If he's going to look for an office, instead of moving right into the barn, he can't take a month of Sundays getting unpacked, and—" "Oh, good Lord, I'll get it done tonight." "And I think we can get it in the attic. I tell you it's jam full already." "We'll go take a look at it after supper." "Well now, I tell you when I try to get that duck boat in—" Martin probably did not scream, but he heard himself screaming. The free and virile land was leagues away and for years forgotten. Part 2. To find an office took a fortnight of diplomacy and of discussion brightening 3 meals a day, every day. Not that office finding was the only thing the Tozers mentioned. They went thoroughly into every moment of Martin's day. They commented on his digestion, his mail, his walks, his shoes that need cobbling, and whether he had taken them to the farmer-trapper cobbler and how much the cobbling ought to cost, and the presumable theology, politics, and marital relations of the cobbler. Mr. Tozer had known from the first the perfect office. The Norbloms lived above their general store, and Mr. Tozer knew that the Norbloms were thinking of moving. There was indeed nothing that was happening or likely to happen in Wheatsylvania which Mr. Tozer did not know and explain. Mrs. Norblom was tired of keeping house, and she wanted to go to Mrs. Beeson's boarding house, to the front room, on the right as you went along the upstairs hall, the room with the plaster walls and the nice little stove that Mrs. Beeson bought from Otto Cragg for $7.35, no, 7¼ it was. They called on the Norbloms, and Mr. Tozer hinted that it might be nice for the doctor to locate over the store, if the Norbloms were thinking of making any change. The Norbloms stared at each other with long, bleached, cautious, Scandinavian stares, and grumbled that they "didn't know. Of course it was the finest location in town." Mr. Norblom admitted that if, against all probability, they ever considered moving, they would probably ask $25 a month for the flat, unfurnished. Mr. Tozer came out of the International Conference as craftily joyful as any Mr. Secretary Tozer or Lord Tozer in Washington or London. "Fine, fine. We made him commit himself. 25, he says. That means, when the time's ripe, we'll offer him 18 and close for 21.75. If we just handle him careful and give him time to go see Mrs. Beeson and fix up about boarding with her, we'll have him just where we want him. Oh, if the Norbloms can't make up their minds, let's try something else," said Martin. "There's a couple of vacant rooms behind the Eagle office." "What? Go chasing around after we've given the Norbloms reason to think we're serious and make enemies of 'em for life? Now that would be a fine way to start building up a practice, wouldn't it? And I must say I wouldn't blame the Norbloms one bit for getting wild if you let 'em down like that. This ain't Zenith, where you can go yelling around expecting to get things done in 2 minutes. Through a fortnight, while the Norbloms agonized over deciding to do what they had long ago decided to do, Martin waited, unable to begin work. Until he should open a certified and recognizable office, most of the village did not regard him as a competent physician, but as that son-in-law of Andy Tozer's. In the fortnight he was called only once, for the sick headache of Miss Agnes Ingleblad, aunt and housekeeper of Alec Ingleblad the barber. He was delighted till Bert Tozer explained: "Oh, so she called you in, eh? She's always doctorin' around. There ain't a thing the matter with her, but she's always trying out the latest stunt. Last time it was a fellow that come through here selling pills and liniments out of a Ford, and the time before that it was a faith healer, crazy loon up here at Dutchman's Forge, and then for quite a spell she doctored with an osteopath in Leopolis. Though I tell you, there's something to this osteopathy. They cure a lot of folks that you regular docs can't seem to find out what's the matter with 'em. Don't you think so?" Martin remarked that he did not think so. "Oh, you docs," Bert crowed in his most jocund manner, for Bert could be very joky and bright. "You're all alike, especially when you're just out of school and think you know it all. You can't see any good in chiropractic or electric belts or bone setters or anything, because they take so many good dollars away from you." Then behold the Dr. Martin Arrowsmith, who had once infuriated Angus Dewar and Irving Waters by his sarcasm on medical standards, upholding to a lewdly grinning Bert Tozer the benevolence and scientific knowledge of all doctors, proclaiming that no medicine had ever, at least by any Winnemac graduate, been prescribed in vain nor any operation needlessly performed. He saw a good deal of Bert now. He sat about the bank, hoping to be called on a case, his fingers itching for bandages. Ada Quist came in with frequency, and Bert laid aside his figuring to be coy with her. "You got to be careful what you even think about when the doc is here, Ade. He's been telling me what a whale of a lot of neurology and all that mind-reading stuff he knows. How about it, Mart? I'm getting so scared that I've changed the combination on the safe." "Heh," said Ada. "He may fool some folks, but he can't fool me. Anybody can learn things in books, but when it comes to practicing 'em, let me tell you, Mart, if you ever have 1/10 of the savvy that old Dr. Winter of Leopolis has, you'll live longer than I expect." Together they pointed out that for a person who felt his Zenith training had made him so gosh awful smart that he sticks up his nose at us poor hicks of dirt farmers. Martin's scarf was rather badly tied. All of his own wit and some of Ada's Bert repeated at the supper table. "You oughtn't to ride the boy so hard. Still, that was pretty cute about the necktie. I guess Mart does think he's some punkins," chuckled Mr. Tozer. Leora took Martin aside after supper. "Darlin', can you stand it? We'll have our own house soon as we can. Or shall we vamoose?" "I'm by golly going to stand it." Maybe. Dear, when you hit Bertie, do be careful. They'll hang you." He ambled to the front porch. He determined to view the rooms behind the Eagle office. Without a retreat in which to be safe from Bert, he could not endure another week. He could not wait for the Norbloms to make up their minds, though they had become to him dread and eternal figures whose enmity would crush him. Prodigious gods shadowing this Wheatsylvania which was the only perceptible world. He was aware, in the late sad light, that a man was tramping the plank walk before the house, hesitating and peering at him. The man was one Wise, a Russian Jew known to the village as Wise the Polak. In his shack near the railroad he sold silver stock and motor factory stock, bought and sold farmlands and horses and muskrat hides. He called out, "That you, Doc?" "Yup." Martin was excited. A patient. "Say, I wish you'd walk down a ways with me. Couple things I'd like to talk to you about. Or say, come on over to my place and sample some new cigars I've got." He emphasized the word cigars. North Dakota was, like Mohalis, theoretically dry. Martin was pleased. He had been sober and industrious so long now. Wise's shack was a one-story structure, not badly built, half a block from Main Street, with nothing but the railroad track between it and open wheat country. It was lined with pine, pleasant smelling under the stench of old pipe smoke. Wise winked. He was a confidential, untrustworthy wisp of a man, and murmured, "Think you could stand a little jolt of first-class Kentucky bourbon?" "Well, I wouldn't get violent about it." Wise pulled down the sleazy window shades, and from a warped drawer of his desk brought up a bottle out of which they both drank, wiping the mouth of the bottle with circling palms. Then Wise, abruptly, "Look here, Doc, you're not like these hicks. You understand that sometimes a fellow gets mixed up in a crooked business he didn't intend to. Well, make a long story short, I guess I've sold too much mining stock, and they'll be coming down on me. I've got to be moving, curse it. Hoped I could stay settled for a couple of years this time. Well, I hear you're looking for an office. This place would be ideal. Ideal. 2 rooms at the back besides this one. I'll rent it to you, furniture and the whole shooting match, for $15 a month if you'll pay me 1 year in advance. Oh, this ain't phony. Your brother-in-law knows all about my ownership." Martin tried to be very businesslike. Was he not a young doctor who would soon be investing money, one of the most substantial citizens in Wheatsylvania? He returned home, and under the parlor lamp, with its green daisies on pink glass, the Tozers listened acutely, Bert stooping forward with open mouth. "You'd be safe renting it for a year, but that ain't the point," said Bert. "It certainly isn't. Antagonize the Norbloms, now that they're almost made up their minds to let you have their place? Make me a fool, after all the trouble I've taken?" groaned Mr. Tozer. They went over it and over it, till almost 10 o'clock, but Martin was resolute, and the next day he rented Wise's shack. For the first time in his life he had a place utterly his own, his and Leora's. In his pride of possession, this was the most lordly building on earth, and every rock and weed and doorknob was peculiar and lovely. At sunset he sat on the back stoop, a very interesting and not too broken soapbox, and from the flamboyant horizon the open country flowed across the thin band of the railroad to his feet. Suddenly Leora was beside him, her arm around his neck, and he hymned all the glory of their future. "Know what I found in the kitchen here? A dandy old auger, hardly rusty a bit, and I can take a box and make a test tube rack of my own." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With none of the profane observations on medical peddlers which had annoyed Digamma Pie, Martin studied the catalogue of the New Idea Instrument and Furniture Company of Jersey City. It was a handsome thing. On the glossy green cover, in red and black, were the portraits of the president, a round, quippish man who loved all young physicians, the general manager, a cadaverous, scholarly man who surely gave all his laborious nights and days to the advancement of science, and the vice president, Martin's former preceptor, Dr. Roscoe Gake, who had a lively, eye-glassed, forward-looking modernity all his own. The cover also contained, in surprisingly small space, a quantity of poetic prose, and the inspiring promise, "Doctor, don't be buffaloed by the unenterprising. No reason why you should lack the equipment which impresses patients, makes practice easy, and brings honor and riches. All the high-class supplies which distinguish the leaders of the profession from the dubs are within your reach right now by the famous New Idea financial system. Just a little down and the rest free out of the increased earnings which New Idea apparatus will bring you." Above, in a border of laurel wreaths and Ionic capitals, was the challenge, "Sing not the glory of soldiers or explorers or statesmen, for who can touch the doctor, wise, heroic, uncontaminated by common greed. Gentlemen, we salute you humbly and herewith offer you the most up-to-the-jiffy catalogue ever presented by any surgical supply house." The back cover, though it was less glorious with green and red, was equally arousing. It presented illustrations of the Bindledorf tonsillectomy outfit, and of an electric cabinet with the demand, "Doctor, are you sending your patients off to specialists for tonsil removal or to sanatoriums for electric, etc. treatment? If so, you are losing the chance to show yourself one of the distinguished powers in the domain of medical advancement in your locality, and losing a lot of big fees. Don't you want to be a high-class practitioner? Here's the open door." The Bindledorf outfit is not only useful but exquisitely beautiful, adorns and gives class to any office. We guarantee that by the installation of a Bindledorf outfit and a New Idea panaceiatic electro-therapeutic cabinet, see details on pages 34 and 97, you can increase your income from 1,000 to 10,000 annually, and please patients more than by the most painstaking plugging. When the great call sounds, doctor, and it's time for you to face your reward, will you be satisfied by a big Masonic funeral and tributes from grateful patients, if you have failed to lay up provision for the kiddies and faithful wife who has shared your tribulations? You may drive through blizzard and August heat, and go down into the purple-shadowed vale of sorrow, and wrestle with the ebon-cloaked powers of darkness for the lives of your patients, but that heroism is incomplete without modern progress, to be obtained by the use of a Bindledorf tonsillectomy outfit and the New Idea panaceiatic cabinet, to be obtained on small payment down, rest on easiest terms known in history of medicine. Part 2. The poetry of passion Martin neglected, for his opinion of poetry was like his opinion of electric cabinets. But excitedly he ordered a steel stand, a sterilizer, flasks, test tubes, and a white enameled mechanism with enchanting levers and gears which transformed it from examining chair to operating table. He yearned over the picture of a centrifuge while Leora was admiring the stunning 7-piece reception room fumed oak set, upholstered in genuine Barcelona long-wear leatherette, will give your office the class and distinction of any high-grade New York specialists. "Aw, let 'em sit on plain chairs," Martin grunted. In the attic, Mrs. Tozer found enough seedy chairs for the reception room, and an ancient bookcase which, when Leora had lined it with pink-fringed paper, became a noble instrument cabinet. Till the examining chair should arrive, Martin would use Wise's lumpy couch, and Leora busily covered it with white oilcloth. Behind the front room of the tiny office building were 2 cubicles, formerly bedroom and kitchen. Martin made them into consultation room and laboratory. Whistling, he sought out racks for the glassware and turned the oven of a discarded kerosene stove into a hot air oven for sterilizing glassware. But understand, Lee, I'm not going to go monkeying with any scientific research. I'm through with all that. Leora smiled innocently. While he worked, she sat outside in the long wild grass, sniffing the prairie breeze, her hands about her ankles, but every quarter hour she had to come in and admire. Mr. Tozer brought home a package at supper time. The family opened it, babbling. After supper, Martin and Leora hastened with the new treasure to the office and nailed it in place. It was a plate glass sign. On it in gold letters, M. Arrowsmith, M.D. They looked up, arms about each other, squealing softly, and in reverence he grunted, "There, by Jiminy!" They sat on the back stoop, exulting in freedom from Tozer's. Along the railroad bumped a freight train, with a cheerful clanking. The fireman waved to them from the engine, a brakeman from the platform of the red caboose. After the train there was silence, but for the crickets and a distant frog. "I've never been so happy," he murmured. Part 3. He had brought from Zenith his own Ochsner surgical case. As he laid out the instruments, he admired the thin, sharp, shining bistoury, the strong tenatome, the delicate curved needles. With them was a dental forceps. Dad Silva had warned his classes, "Don't forget the country doctor often has to be not only physician but dentist. Yes, and priest, divorce lawyer, blacksmith, chauffeur, and road engineer. And if you are too lily-handed for those trades, don't get out of sight of a trolley line and a beauty parlor." And the first patient whom Martin had in the new office, the second patient in Wheatsylvania, was Niels Krag, the carpenter, roaring with an ulcerated tooth. This was a week before the glass sign was up, and Martin rejoiced to Leora, "Begun already. You'll see 'em tumbling in now." They did not see them tumbling in. For 10 days Martin tinkered at his hot air oven or sat at his desk, reading and trying to look busy. His first joy passed into fretfulness, and he could have yelped at the stillness, the inactivity. Late one afternoon, when he was in a melancholy way preparing to go home, into the office stamped a grizzled Swedish farmer who grumbled, "Doc, I've got a fish hook caught in my thumb and it's all swole." To Arrowsmith, intern in Zenith General Hospital, with its outpatient clinic treating hundreds a day, the dressing of a hand had been less important than borrowing a match. But to Dr. Arrowsmith of Wheatsylvania it was a hectic operation, and the farmer a person remarkable and very charming. Martin shook his left hand violently and burbled, "Now if there's anything, you just phone me. You just phone me." There had been, he felt, a rush of admiring patients sufficient to justify them in the one thing Leora and he longed to do, the thing about which they whispered at night, the purchase of a motor car for his country calls. They had seen the car at Frazier's store. It was a Ford, 5 years old, with torn upholstery, a gummy motor, and springs made by a blacksmith who had never made springs before. Next to the chugging of the gas engine at the creamery, the most familiar sound in Wheatsylvania was Frazier's closing the door of his Ford. He banged it flatly at the store, and usually he had to shut it thrice again before he reached home. But to Martin and Leora, when they had tremblingly bought the car and 3 new tires and a horn, it was the most impressive vehicle on earth. It was their own. They could go when and where they wished. During his summer at a Canadian hotel, Martin had learned to drive the Ford station wagon, but it was Leora's first venture. Bert had given her so many directions that she had refused to drive the family overland. When she first sat at the steering wheel, when she moved the hand throttle with her little finger and felt in her hands all this power, sorcery enabling her to go as fast as she might desire, within distinct limits, she transcended human strength. She felt that she could fly like the wild goose, and then, in a stretch of sand, she killed the engine. Martin became the demon driver of the village. To ride with him was to sit holding your hat, your eyes closed, waiting for death. Apparently he accelerated for corners, to make them more interesting. The sight of anything on the road ahead, from another motor to a yellow pup, stirred in him a frenzy which could be stilled only by going up and passing it. The village adored, "The young doc is quite some driver, all right." They waited, with amiable interest, to hear that he had been killed. It is possible that half of the first dozen patients who drifted into his office came because of awe at his driving, the rest because there was nothing serious the matter, and he was nearer than Dr. Hesselink at Groningen. Part 4. With his first admirers he developed his first enemies. When he met the Norbloms on the street, and in Wheatsylvania it is difficult not to meet everyone on the street every day, they glared. Then he antagonized Pete Jeska. Pete conducted what he called a drug store, devoted to the sale of candy, soda water, patent medicines, flypaper, magazines, washing machines, and Ford accessories. Yet Pete would have starved if he had not been postmaster also. He alleged that he was a licensed pharmacist, but he so mangled prescriptions that Martin burst into the store and addressed him piously. "You young docs make me sick," said Pete. "I was putting up prescriptions when you was in the cradle. The old doc that used to be here sent everything to me. My way of doing things suits me, and I don't figure on changing it for you or any other half-baked young string bean." Thereafter, Martin had to purchase drugs from St. Paul, overcrowd his tiny laboratory, and prepare his own pills and ointments, looking in a homesick way at the rarely used test tubes and the dust gathering on the bell glass of his microscope, while Pete Jeska joined with the Norbloms in whispering, "This new doc here ain't any good. You better stick to Hesselink." Part 5. So blank, so idle had been the week that when he heard the telephone at the Tozers at 3 in the morning, he rushed to it as though he were awaiting a love message. A hoarse and shaky voice, "I want to speak to the doctor." "Yes, the doctor speaking." "This is Henry Novak, 4 miles northeast, on the Leopolis Road. My little girl Mary, she has a terrible sore throat. I think maybe it's croup, and she look awful, and could you come right away?" "You bet. Be right there." 4 miles. He would do it in 8 minutes. He dressed swiftly, dragging his worn brown tie together, while Leora beamed over the first night call. He furiously cranked the Ford, banged and cluttered past the station and into the wheat prairie. When he had gone 6 miles by the speedometer, slackening at each rural box to look for the owner's name, he realized that he was lost. He ran into a farm driveway and stopped under the willows, his headlight on a heap of dented milk cans, broken harvester wheels, cordwood, and bamboo fishing poles. From the barn dashed a woolly anomalous dog, barking viciously, leaping up at the car. A frowsy head protruded from a ground floor window. "What you want?" screamed a Scandinavian voice. "This is the doctor. Where does Henry Novak live?" "Oh, the doctor. Dr. Hesselink?" "No, Dr. Arrowsmith." "Oh, Dr. Arrowsmith. From Wheatsylvania? Well, you went right near his place. You turned back 1 mile and turned to the right by the brick schoolhouse, and it's about 40 rods up the road, the house with a cement silo. Somebody sick by Henry's?" Yeah, girl's got croup. Thanks. Yust keep to the right. You can't miss it." Probably no one who has listened to the dire "You can't miss it" has ever failed to miss it. Martin swung the Ford about, grazing a slashed chopping block. He rattled up the road, took the corner that side of the schoolhouse instead of this, ran half a mile along a boggy trail between pastures, and stopped at a farmhouse. In the surprising fall of silence, cows were to be heard feeding, and a white horse, startled in the darkness, raised its head to wonder at him. He had to arouse the house with wild squawkings of his horn, and an irate farmer who bellowed, "Who's there? I've got a shotgun!" sent him back to the country road. It was 40 minutes from the time of the telephone call when he rushed into a furrowed driveway and saw on the doorstep, against the lamplight, a stooped man who called, "The doctor? This is Novak." He found the child in a newly finished bedroom of white plastered walls and pale varnished pine. Only an iron bed, a straight chair, a chromo of St. Anne, and a shadeless hand lamp on a rickety stand broke the staring shininess of the apartment, a recent extension of the farmhouse. A heavy-shouldered woman was kneeling by the bed. As she lifted her wet red face, Novak urged, "Don't cry now, he's here." And to Martin, "The little one is pretty bad, but we done all we could for her. Last night and tonight we steam her throat, and we put her here in our own bedroom." Mary was a child of 7 or 8. Martin found her lips and fingertips blue, but in her face no flush. In the effort to expel her breath, she writhed into terrifying knots, then coughed up saliva dotted with grayish specks. Martin worried as he took out his clinical thermometer and gave it a professional-looking shake. It was, he decided, laryngeal croup or diphtheria. Probably diphtheria. No time now for bacteriological examination, for cultures and leisurely precision. Silva the healer bulked in the room, crowding out Gottlieb, the inhuman perfectionist. Martin leaned nervously over the child on the tousled bed, absent-mindedly trying her pulse again and again. He felt helpless without the equipment of Zenith General, its nurses and Angus Dewar's sure advice. He had a sudden respect for the lone country doctor. He had to make a decision, irrevocable, perhaps perilous. He would use diphtheria antitoxin, but certainly he could not obtain it from Pete Yeska's in Wheatsylvania. Leopolis? "Hustle up and get me Blasner, the druggist at Leopolis, on the phone," he said to Novak, as calmly as he could contrive. He pictured Blasner driving through the night, respectfully bringing the antitoxin to the doctor. While Novak bellowed into the farm line telephone in the dining room, Martin waited, staring at the child. Mrs. Novak waited for him to do miracles. The child's tossing and hoarse gasping became horrible, and the glaring walls, the glaring lines of pale yellow woodwork, hypnotized him into sleepiness. It was too late for anything short of antitoxin or tracheotomy. Should he operate? Cut into the windpipe that she might breathe? He stood and worried. He drowned in sleepiness and shook himself awake. He had to do something, with the mother kneeling there, gaping at him, beginning to look doubtful. Get some hot cloths, towels, napkins, and keep 'em around her neck. I wish to God he'd get that telephone call, he fretted. As Mrs. Novak, patting on thick slippered feet, brought in the hot cloths, Novak appeared with a blank, "Nobody's sleeping at the drugstore, and Blasner's house line is out of order." "Then listen. I'm afraid this may be serious. I've got to have antitoxin. Going to drive to Leopolis and get it. You keep up these hot applications and wish we had an atomizer. And room ought to be moister. Got an alcohol stove? Keep some water boiling in here. No use of medicine. Be right back." He drove the 24 miles to Leopolis in 37 minutes. Not once did he slow down for a crossroad. He defied the curves, the roots thrusting out into the road, though always one dark spot in his mind feared a blowout and a swerve. The speed, the casting away of all caution, wrought in him a high exultation, and it was blessed to be in the cool air and alone, after the strain of Mrs. Novak's watching. In his mind all the while was the page in Osler regarding diphtheria, the very picture of the words. In severe cases the first dose should be from 8,000, no, oh yes, from 10,000 to 15,000 units. He regained confidence. He thanked the God of science for antitoxin and for the gas motor. It was, he decided, a race with death. I'm going to pull it off and save that poor kid, he rejoiced. He approached a grade crossing and hurled toward it, ignoring possible trains. He was aware of a devouring whistle, saw sliding light on the rails, and brought up sharp. Past him, 10 feet from his front wheels, flung the Seattle Express like a flying volcano. The fireman was stoking, and even in the thin clearness of coming dawn, the glow from the firebox was appalling on the underside of the rolling smoke. Instantly the apparition was gone, and Martin sat trembling, hands trembling on the little steering wheel, foot trembling like St. Vitus's dance on the brake. That was an awful close thing, he muttered, and thought of a widowed Leora, abandoned to Tozers. But the vision of the Novak child, struggling for each terrible breath, overrode all else. Hell, I've killed the engine, he groaned. He vaulted over the side, cranked the car, and dashed into Leopolis. To Crimson County, Leopolis, with its 4,000 people, was a metropolis. But in the pinched stillness of the dawn, it was a tiny graveyard. Main Street a sandy expanse, the low shops desolate as huts. He found one place astir. In the bleak office of the Dakota Hotel, the night clerk was playing poker with the bus driver and the town policeman. They wondered at his hysterical entrance. Dr. Arrowsmith from Wheatsylvania. Kid dying from diphtheria. Where's Blasner live? Jump in my car and show me. The constable was a lanky old man, his vest swinging open over a collarless shirt, his trousers in folds, his eyes resolute. He guided Martin to the home of the druggist. He kicked the door, then, standing with his lean and bristly visage upraised in the cold early light, he bawled, "Ed! Hey, you! Ed! Come out of it!" Ed Blasner grumbled from the upstairs window. To him, death and furious doctors had small novelty. While he drew on his trousers and coat, he was to be heard discoursing to his drowsy wife on the woes of druggists, and the desirability of moving to Los Angeles and going into real estate. But he did have diphtheria antitoxin in his shop, and 16 minutes after Martin's escape from being killed by a train, he was speeding to Henry Novak's. The child was still alive when he came brusquely into the house. All the way back he had seen her dead and stiff. He grunted, "Thank God," and angrily called for hot water. He was no longer the embarrassed cub doctor, but the wise and heroic physician who had won the race with death, and in the peasant eyes of Mrs. Novak, in Henry's nervous obedience, he read his power. Swiftly, smoothly, he made intravenous injection of the antitoxin and stood expectant. The child's breathing did not at first vary, as she choked in the labor of expelling her breath. There was a gurgle, a struggle in which her face blackened, and she was still. Martin peered, incredulous. Slowly the Novaks began to glower, shaky hands at their lips. Slowly they knew the child was gone. In the hospital, death had become indifferent and natural to Martin. He had said to Angus, he had heard nurses say to one another quite cheerfully, "Well, 57 has just passed out." Now he raged with desire to do the impossible. She couldn't be dead. He'd do something. All the while he was groaning, "I should have operated. I should have." So insistent was the thought that for a time he did not realize that Mrs. Novak was clamoring, "Is she dead? Dead?" He nodded, afraid to look at the woman. "You killed her, with that needle thing, and not even tell us so we could call the priest." He crawled past her lamentations and the man's sorrow and drove home, empty of heart. I shall never practice medicine again, he reflected. I'm through, he said to Leora. I'm no good. I should have operated. I can't face people when they know about it. I'm through. I'll go get a lab job. Dawson Hunsaker or someplace. Salutary was the tartness with which she protested. You're the most conceited man that ever lived. Do you think you're the only doctor that ever lost a patient? I know you did everything you could. But he went about next day, torturing himself, the more tortured when Mr. Tozer whined at supper. Henry Novak and his woman was in town today. They say you ought to have saved their girl. Why didn't you give your mind to it and manage to cure her somehow? Ought to tried. Kinda too bad, because the Novaks have a lot of influence with all these Pole and hunky farmers. After a night when he was too tired to sleep, Martin suddenly drove to Leopolis. From the Tozers he had learned almost religious praise of Dr. Adam Winter of Leopolis, a man of nearly 70, the pioneer physician of Crinson County, and to this sage he was fleeing. As he drove he mocked furiously his melodramatic race with death, and he came wearily into the dust-whirling Main Street. Dr. Winter's office was above a grocery, in a long block of bright red brick stores with an Egyptian cornice of tin. The darkness of the broad hallway was soothing after the prairie heat and incandescence. Martin had to wait till 3 respectful patients had been received by Dr. Winter, a hoary man with a sympathetic bass voice, before he was admitted to the consultation room. The examining chair was of doubtful superiority to that once used by Doc Vickerson of Elk Mills, and sterilizing was apparently done in a washbowl, but in a corner was an electric therapeutic cabinet with more electrodes and pads than Martin had ever seen. He told the story of the Novaks, and Winter cried, "Why, doctor, you did everything you could have, and more too. Only thing is, next time, in a crucial case, you better call some older doctor in consultation. Not that you need his advice, but it makes a hit with the family. It divides the responsibility and keeps him from going around criticizing. I frequently have the honor of being called by some of my younger colleagues. Just wait. I'll phone the editor of the Gazette and give him an item about the case." When he had telephoned, Dr. Winter shook hands ardently. He indicated his electric cabinet. "Got one of those things yet? Ought to, my boy. Don't know as I use it very often, except with the cranks that haven't anything the matter with 'em. But say, it would surprise you how it impresses folks. Well, doctor, welcome to Crinson County. Married? Won't you and your wife come take dinner with us some Sunday noon? Mrs. Winter will be real pleased to meet you. And if I ever can be of service to you in a consultation, I only charge a very little more than my regular fee, and it looks so well, talking the case over with an older man." Driving home, Martin fell into vain and wicked boasting. "You bet I'll stick to it. At worst, I'll never be as bad as that snuffling old fee-splitter." 2 weeks later, the Wheatsylvania Eagle, a smeary 4-page rag, reported, "Our enterprising contemporary, the Leopolis Gazette, had as follows last week to say one of our townsmen who we recently welcomed to our midst. Dr. M. Arrowsmith of Wheatsylvania is being congratulated, we are informed by our valuable pioneer local physician, Dr. Adam Winter, by the medical fraternity all through the Pony River Valley, there being no occupation or profession more unselfishly appreciative of each other's virtues than the medical gentleman, on the courage and enterprise he recently displayed in addition to his scientific skill. Being called to attend the little daughter of Henry Norwalk of near Delft, the well-known farmer, and finding the little one near death with diphtheria, he made a desperate attempt to save it by himself bringing antitoxin from Blasner, our ever-popular druggist, who had on hand a full and fresh supply. He drove out and back in his gasoline chariot, making the total distance of 48 miles in 79 minutes. Fortunately, our ever-alert policeman, Joe Colby, was on the job and helped Dr. Arrowsmith find Dr. Blasner's bungalow on Red River Avenue, and this gentleman rose from bed and hastened to supply the doctor with the needed article, but unfortunately the child was already too low to be saved. But it is by such incidents of pluck and quick thinking, as well as knowledge, which make the medical profession one of our greatest blessings. 2 hours after this was published, Miss Agnes Ingleblad came in for another discussion of her non-existent ailments, and 2 days later Henry Novak appeared, saying proudly, "Well, Doc, we all done what we could for the poor little girl, but I guess I waited too long to call you. The woman is awful cut up. She and I was reading that piece in the Eagle about it. We showed it to the priest. Say, Doc, I wish you'd take a look at my foot. I got kind of a rheumatic pain in the ankle." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When he had practiced medicine in Wheatsylvania for 1 year, Martin was an inconspicuous but not discouraged country doctor. In summer Leora and he drove to the Pony River for picnic suppers and a swim, very noisy, splashing and immodest. Through autumn he went duck hunting with Bert Tozer, who became nearly tolerable when he stood at sunset on a pass between 2 sloughs. And with winter isolating the village in a sun-blanked desert of snow, they had sleigh rides, card parties, sociables at the churches. When Martin's flock turned to him for help, their need and their patient obedience made them beautiful. Once or twice he lost his temper with jovial villagers who bountifully explained to him that he was less aged than he might have been. Once or twice he drank too much whiskey at poker parties in the back room of the cooperative store. But he was known as reliable, skillful and honest, and on the whole he was rather less distinguished than Alec Ingleblad the barber, less prosperous than Niels Krag the carpenter, and less interesting to his neighbors than the Finnish garageman. Then one accident and one mistake made him famous for full 12 miles about. He had gone fishing in the spring. As he passed a farmhouse, a woman ran out shrieking that her baby had swallowed a thimble and was choking to death. Martin had for surgical kit a large jackknife. He sharpened it on the farmer's oil stone, sterilized it in the tea kettle, operated on the baby's throat, and saved its life. Every newspaper in the Pony River Valley had a paragraph, and before this sensation was over he cured Miss Agnes Ingleblad of her desire to be cured. She had achieved cold hands and a slow circulation, and he was called at midnight. He was soggily sleepy after 2 country drives on muddy roads, and in his torpor he gave her an overdose of strychnine, which so shocked and stimulated her that she decided to be well. It was so violent a change that it made her more interesting than being an invalid. People had of late taken remarkably small pleasure in her symptoms. She went about praising Martin, and all the world said, "I hear this Doc Arrowsmith is the only fellow Agnes ever doctored with that's done her a mite of good." He gathered a practice small, sound, and in no way remarkable. Leora and he moved from the Tozers to a cottage of their own, with a parlor dining room which displayed a nickeled stove on bright, new, pleasant-smelling linoleum, and a golden oak sideboard with a souvenir match holder from Lake Minnetonka. He bought a small Rowentian Ray outfit, and he was made a director of the Tozer Bank. He became too busy to long for his days of scientific research, which had never existed, and Leora sighed. "It's fierce being married. I did expect I'd have to follow you out on the road and be a hobo, but I never expected to be a pillar of the community. Well, I'm too lazy to look up a new husband, only I warn you, when you become the Sunday school superintendent, you needn't expect me to play the organ and smile at the cute jokes you make about Willie's not learning his golden text. Part 2. So did Martin stumble into respectability. In the autumn of 1912, when Mr. Debs, Mr. Roosevelt, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Taft were campaigning for the presidency, when Martin Arrowsmith had lived in Wheatsylvania for a year and a half, Bert Tozer became a prominent booster. He returned from the state convention of the Modern Woodmen of America with notions. Several towns had sent boosting delegations to the convention, and the village of Groningen had turned out a motor procession of 5 cars, each with an enormous pennant, Groningen, for white men and black dirt. Bert came back clamoring that every motor in town must carry a Wheatsylvania pennant. He had bought 30 of them, and they were on sale at the bank at 75 cents apiece. This, Bert explained to everyone who came into the bank, was exactly cost price, which was within 11 cents of the truth. He came galloping at Martin, demanding that he be the first to display a pennant. "I don't want any of those fool things flopping from my bus," protested Martin. "What's the idea anyway?" "What's the idea? To advertise your town, of course." "What is there to advertise? Do you think you're going to make strangers believe Wheatsylvania is a metropolis like New York or Jimtown by hanging a dusty rag behind a second-hand tin Lizzie? You never did have any patriotism. Let me tell you, Mart, if you don't put on a banner, I'll see to it that everybody in town notices it." While the other rickety cars of the village announced to the world, or at least to several square miles of the world, that Wheatsylvania was the wonder town of central N.D., Martin's clattering Ford went bare, and when his enemy Norblom remarked, "I like to see a fellow have some public spirit and appreciate the place he gets his money out of," the citizenry nodded and spat, and began to question Martin's fame as a worker of miracles. Part 3. He had intimates, the barber, the editor of the Eagle, the garage man, to whom he talked comfortably of hunting and the crops, and with whom he played poker. Perhaps he was too intimate with them. It was the theory of Crimson County that it was quite all right for a young professional man to take a timely drink providing he kept it secret and made up for it by yearning over the clergy of the neighborhood. But with the clergy Martin was brief, and his drinking and poker he never concealed. If he was bored by the United Brethren minister's discourse on doctrine, on the wickedness of movies, and the scandalous pay of pastors, it was not at all because he was a distant and supersensitive young man, but because he found more savor in the garage man's salty remarks on the art of remembering to ante in poker. Through all the state there were celebrated poker players, rustic-looking men with stolid faces, men who sat in shirt-sleeves chewing tobacco, men whose longest remark was, "Buy me," and who delighted to plunder the gilded and condescending traveling salesmen. When there was news of a big game on, the county sports dropped in silently and went to work, the sewing machine agent from Leopolis, the undertaker from Vanderhyde's Grove, the bootlegger from St. Luke, the red fat man from Melody who had no known profession. Once, still do men tell of it gratefully up and down the valley, they played for 72 unbroken hours in the office of the Wheatsylvania garage. It had been a livery stable. It was littered with robes and long whips, and the smell of horses mingled with the reek of gasoline. The players came and went, and sometimes they slept on the floor for an hour or two, but they were never less than 4 in the game. The stink of cheap feeble cigarettes and cheap powerful cigars hovered about the table like a malign spirit. The floor was scattered with stubs, matches, old cards, and whiskey bottles. Among the warriors were Martin, Alec Ingleblad the barber, and a highway engineer, all of them stripped to flannel undershirts, not moving for hour on hour, ruffling their cards, eyes squinting and vacant. When Bert Tozer heard of the affair, he feared for the good fame of Wheatsylvania, and to everyone he gossiped about Martin's evil ways and his own patience. Thus it happened that while Martin was at the height of his prosperity and credit as a physician, along the Pony River Valley sinuated the whispers that he was a gambler, that he was a drinking man, that he never went to church, and all the godly enjoyed mourning, "Too bad to see a decent young man like that going to the dogs." Martin was as impatient as he was stubborn. He resented the well-meant greetings, "You ought to leave a little hooch for the rest of us to drink, Doc," or "I suppose you're too busy playing poker to drive out to the house and take a look at the woman." He was guilty of an absurd and boyish tactlessness when he heard Norblom observing to the postmaster, "A fellow that calls himself a doctor just because he had luck with that fool Agnes Ingleblad, he hadn't ought to go getting drunk and disgracing." Martin stopped. "Norblom, you talking about me?" The storekeeper turned slowly. "I got more important things to do and talk about you," he cackled. As Martin went on he heard laughter. He told himself that these villagers were generous, that their snooping was in part an affectionate interest, and inevitable in a village where the most absorbing event of the year was the United Brethren Sunday School picnic on 4th of July. But he could not rid himself of twitchy discomfort at their unending and maddeningly detailed comments on everything. He felt as though the lightest word he said in his consultation room would be megaphoned from flapping ear to ear all down the country roads. He was contented enough in gossiping about fishing with the barber, nor was he condescending to meteorologicomania, but except for Leora he had no one with whom he could talk of his work. Angus Dewar had been cold, but Angus had his teeth into every change of surgical technique, and he was an acrid debater. Martin saw that, unless he struggled, not only would he harden into timid morality under the pressure of the village, but be fixed in a routine of prescriptions and bandaging. He might find a stimulant in Dr. Hesselink of Groningen. He had seen Hesselink only once, but everywhere he heard of him as the most honest practitioner in the valley. On impulse, Martin drove down to call on him. Dr. Hesselink was a man of 40, ruddy, tall, broad-shouldered. You knew immediately that he was careful, that he was afraid of nothing, however much he might lack in imagination. He received Martin with no vast ebullience, and his stare said, "Well, what do you want? I'm a busy man." "Doctor," Martin chattered, "do you find it hard to keep up with medical developments?" "No. Read the medical journals." "Well, don't you, gosh, I don't want to get sentimental about it, but don't you find that without contact with the big guns you get mentally lazy, sort of lacking in inspiration?" "I do not. There's enough inspiration for me in trying to help the sick." To himself Martin was protesting, "All right, if you don't want to be friendly, go to the devil." But he tried again. "I know, but for the game of the thing, for the pleasure of increasing medical knowledge, how can you keep up if you don't have anything but routine practice among a lot of farmers?" "Arrowsmith, I may do you an injustice, but there's a lot of you young practitioners who feel superior to the farmers, that are doing their own jobs better than you are. You think that if you were only in the city with libraries and medical meetings and everything, you'd develop. Well, I don't know of anything to prevent your studying at home. You consider yourself so much better educated than these rustics, but I notice you say gosh and big guns and that sort of thing. How much do you read? Personally, I'm extremely well satisfied. My people pay me an excellent living wage, they appreciate my work, and they honor me by election to the school board. I find that a good many of these farmers think a lot harder and squarer than the swells I meet in the city. Well, I don't see any reason for feeling superior, or lonely either." "Hell I don't," Martin mumbled. As he drove back he raged at Hesselink's superiority about not feeling superior. But he stumbled into uncomfortable meditation. It was true, he was half-educated. He was supposed to be a college graduate, but he knew nothing of economics, nothing of history, nothing of music or painting. Except in hasty bolting for examinations, he had read no poetry save that of Robert Service, and the only prose besides medical journalism at which he looked nowadays was the baseball and murder news in the Minneapolis papers and Wild West stories in the magazines. He reviewed the "intelligent conversation" which, in the desert of Wheatsylvania, he believed himself to have conducted at Mohalis. He remembered that to Cliff Clawson it had been pretentious to use any phrase which was not as colloquial and as smutty as the speech of a truck driver, and that his own discourse had differed from Cliff's largely in that it had been less fantastic and less original. He could recall nothing save the philosophy of Max Gottlieb, occasional scoldings of Angus Dewar, 1 out of 10 among Madeline Fox's digressions, and the counsels of Dad Silva, which was above the level of Alec Engelblad's barber shop. He came home hating Hesselink, but by no means loving himself. He fell upon Leora and, to her placid agreement, announced that they were "going to get educated if it kills us." He went at it as he had gone at bacteriology. He read European history aloud at Leora, who looked interested or at least forgiving. He worried the sentences in a copy of The Golden Bowl, which an unfortunate schoolteacher had left at the Tozers. He borrowed a volume of Conrad from the village editor, and afterward, as he drove the prairie roads, he was marching into jungle villages, sun helmets, orchids, lost temples of obscene and dog-faced deities, secret and sun-scarred rivers. He was conscious of his own mean vocabulary. It cannot be said that he became immediately and conspicuously articulate, yet it is possible that in those long intense evenings of reading with Leora he advanced a step or two toward the tragic enchantment of Max Gottlieb's world, enchanting sometimes and tragic always. But in becoming a schoolboy again he was not so satisfied as Dr. Hesselink. Part 4. Gustav Sondelæus was back in America. In medical school, Martin had read of Sondelæus, the soldier of science. He held reasonable and lengthy degrees, but he was a rich man and eccentric, and neither toiled in laboratories nor had a decent office and a home and a lacy wife. He roamed the world, fighting epidemics and founding institutions and making inconvenient speeches and trying new drinks. He was a Swede by birth, a German by education, a little of everything by speech, and his clubs were in London, Paris, Washington, and New York. He had been heard from Batome and Foochow and Bechuanaland, from Antofagasta and Cape Romanzoff. Manson on tropical diseases mentions Sondelæus's admirable method of killing rats with hydrocyanic acid gas, and the Sketch once mentioned his atrocious system in baccarat. Gustav Sondelæus shouted, in high places and low, that most diseases could be and must be wiped out, that tuberculosis, cancer, typhoid, the plague, influenza, were an invading army against which the world must mobilize, literally, that public health authorities must supersede generals and oil kings. He was lecturing through America, and his exclamatory assertions were syndicated in the press. Martin sniffed at most newspaper articles touching on science or health, but Sondelæus's violence caught him, and suddenly he was converted, and it was an important thing for him, that conversion. He told himself that however much he might relieve the sick, essentially he was a businessman, in rivalry with Dr. Winter of Leopolis and Dr. Hesselink of Groningen, that though they might be honest, honesty and healing were less their purpose than making money, that to get rid of avoidable disease and produce a healthy population would be the worst thing in the world for them, and that they must all be replaced by public health officials. Like all ardent agnostics, Martin was a religious man. Since the death of his Gottlieb cult, he had unconsciously sought a new passion, and he found it now in Gustav Sondelæus's War on Disease. Immediately he became as annoying to his patients as he had once been to Digamma Pi. He informed the farmers at Delft that they had no right to have so much tuberculosis. This was infuriating, because none of their rights as American citizens was better established, or more often used, than the privilege of being ill. They fumed. Who does he think he is? We call him in for doctoring, not for bossing. Why, the damn fool said we ought to burn down our houses, said we were committing a crime if we had the Khan here. Won't stand for nobody talking to me like that. Everything became clear to Martin, too clear. The nation must make the best physicians autocratic officials at once, and that was all there was to it. As to how the officials were to become perfect executives, and how people were to be persuaded to obey them, he had no suggestions, but only a beautiful faith. At breakfast he scolded, "Another idiotic day of writing prescriptions for bellyaches that ought never to have happened. If I could only get into the big fight, along with men like Sondelius. It makes me tired." Leora murmured, "Yes, darling, I'll promise to be good. I won't have any little bellyaches or TB or anything, so please don't lecture me." Even in his irritability he was gentle, for Leora was with child. Part 5. Their baby was coming in 5 months. Martin promised to it everything he had missed. "He's going to have a real education," he gloated, as they sat on the porch in spring twilight. "He'll learn all this literature and stuff. We haven't done much ourselves. Here we are, stuck in this 2x2 crossroads for the rest of our lives. But maybe we've gone a little beyond our dads, and he'll go way beyond us." He was worried, for all his flamboyance. Leora had undue morning sickness. Till noon she dragged about the house, pea-green and tousled and hollow-faced. He found a sort of maid, and came home to help, to wipe the dishes and sweep the front walk. All evening he read to her, not history now and Henry James, but Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch, which both of them esteemed a very fine tale. He sat on the floor by the grubby second-hand couch on which she lay in her weakness. He held her hand and crowed, "Golly, no, not golly. Well, what can you say except golly? Anyway, some day we'll save up enough money for a couple months in Italy and all those places. All those old narrow streets and old castles. There must be scads of 'em that are couple 100 years old or older. And we'll take the boy, even if he turns out to be a girl, darn him, and he'll learn to chatter Wop and French and everything like a regular native, and his dad and mother'll be so proud. Oh, we'll be a fierce pair of old birds. We never did have any more morals than a rabbit, either of us, and probably when we're 70 we'll sit out on the doorstep and smoke pipes and snicker at all the respectable people going by, and tell each other scandalous stories about 'em till they want to take a shot at us, and our boy, he'll wear a plug hat and have a chauffeur. He won't dare to recognize us." Trained now to the false cheerfulness of the doctor, he shouted, when she was racked and ghastly with the indignity of morning sickness, "There, that's fine, old girl. Wouldn't be making a good baby if you weren't sick. Everybody is." He was lying, and he was nervous. Whenever he thought of her dying, he seemed to die with her. Barren of her companionship, there would be nothing he wanted to do, nowhere to go. What would be the worth of having all the world if he could not show it to her, if she was not there? He denounced nature for her way of tricking human beings, by every gay device of moonlight and white limbs and reaching loneliness, into having babies, then making birth as cruel and clumsy and wasteful as she could. He was abrupt and jerky with patients who called him into the country. With their suffering he was sympathetic as he had never been, for his eyes had opened to the terrible beauty of pain, but he must not go far from Leora's need. Her morning sickness turned into pernicious vomiting. Suddenly, while she was torn and inhuman with agony, he sent for Dr. Hesselink, and that horrible afternoon, when the prairie spring was exuberant outside the windows of the poor idioform reeking room, they took the baby from her, dead. Had it been possible, he might have understood Hesselink's success then, have noted that gravity and charm, that pity and sureness, which made people entrust their lives to him. Not cold and blaming was Hesselink now, but an older and wiser brother, very compassionate. Martin saw nothing. He was not a physician. He was a terrified boy, less useful to Hesselink than the dullest nurse. When he was certain that Leora would recover, Martin sat by her bed, coaxing, "We'll just have to make up our minds we never can have a baby now. And so I want— Oh, I'm no good, and I've got a rotten temper. But to you I want to be everything." She whispered, scarce to be heard, "He would have been such a sweet baby. Oh, I know. I saw him so often, because I knew he was going to be like you, when you were a baby." She tried to laugh. "Perhaps I wanted him because I could boss him. I've never had anybody that would let me boss him. So if I can't have a real baby, I'll have to bring you up. Make you a great man that everybody will wonder at, like your son Delius. Darling, I worried so about your worrying." He kissed her, and for hours they sat together, unspeaking, eternally understanding, in the prairie twilight. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dr. Coughlin of Leopolis had a red moustache, a large heartiness, and a Maxwell which, though it was 3 years old this May, and deplorable as to varnish, he believed to be the superior in speed and beauty of any motor in Dakota. He came home in high cheerfulness, rode the youngest of his 3 children pick-a-back, and remarked to his wife, "Tessie, I got a swell idea." "Yes, and you got swell breath too. I wish you'd quit testing that old spirits frumentus bottle at the drugstore." "Atta girl, but honest, listen." "I will not." She bussed him heartily. "Nothing doing about driving to Los Angeles this summer. Too far, with all the brats squalling." "Sure, all right, but I mean, let's pack up and light out and spend a week touring round the state. Say tomorrow or next day. Got nothing to keep me now except that obstetrical case, and we'll hand that over to Winter." "All right. We can try out the new thermos bottles." Dr. Coughlin, his lady, and the children started at 4 in the morning. The car was at first too well arranged to be interesting, but after 3 days, as he approached you on the flat road that without an inch of curving was slashed for leagues through the grassy young wheat, you saw the doctor in his khaki suit, his horn-rimmed spectacles and white linen boating hat, his wife in a green flannel blouse and a lace boudoir cap. The rest of the car was slightly confused. While you motored by, you noticed a canvas Egyptian water bottle, mud on wheels and fenders, a spade, 2 older children leaning perilously out and making tongues at you, the baby's diapers hanging on a line across the tonneau, a torn copy of Snappy Stories, 7 lollipop sticks, a jack, a fish rod, and a rolled tent. Your last impression was of 2 large pennants, labeled Leopolis N.D. and Excuse Our Dust. The Coughlins had agreeable adventures. Once they were stuck in a mud hole. To the shrieking admiration of the family, the doctor got them out by making a bridge of fence rails. Once the ignition ceased, and, while they awaited a garage man summoned by telephone, they viewed a dairy farm with an electrical milking machine. All the way they were broadened by travel, and discovered the wonders of the great world. The movie theater at Roundup, which had for orchestra not only a hand-played piano, but also a violin. The Black Fox Farm at Melody, and the Severance Water Tower, which was said to be the tallest in central North Dakota. Dr. Coughlin dropped in to pass the time of day, as he said, with all the doctors. At St. Luke, he had an intimate friend in Dr. Tromp. At least they had met twice, at the annual meetings of the Pony River Valley Medical Association. When he told Tromp how bad they had found the hotels, Tromp looked uneasy and conscientious and sighed, If the wife could fix it up somehow, I'd like to invite you all to stay with us tonight." "Oh, don't want to impose on you. Sure it wouldn't be any trouble?" said Coughlin. After Mrs. Tromp had recovered from her desire to call her husband aside and make unheard but vigorous observations, and after the oldest Tromp boy had learned that "it wasn't nice for a little gentleman to kick his wee guests that came from so far, far away," they were all very happy. Mrs. Coughlin and Mrs. Tromp bewailed the cost of laundry soap and butter, and exchanged recipes for pickled peaches, while the men sitting on the edge of the porch, their knees crossed, eloquently waving their cigars, gave themselves up to the ecstasy of shop talk. "Say, doctor, how do you find collections?" It was Coughlin speaking, or it might have been Tromp. "Well, they're pretty good. These Germans pay up first rate. Never send 'em a bill, but when they've harvested they come in and say, 'How much do I owe you, doctor?' Yeah, the Germans are pretty good pay." "Yump, they certainly are. Not many deadbeats among the Germans." "Yes, that's a fact. Say, tell me, doctor, what do you do with your jaundice cases?" "Well, I'll tell you, doctor. If it's a persistent case, I usually give ammonium chloride." "Do you?" "I've been giving ammonium chloride, but here the other day I see a communication in the Journal of the AMA where a fellow was claiming it wasn't any good." "Is that a fact? Well, well, I didn't see that. Well, say, doctor, do you find you can do much with asthma?" "Well now, doctor, just in confidence, I'm going to tell you something that may strike you as funny, but I believe that fox's lungs are fine for asthma, and TB too. I told that to a Sioux City pulmonary specialist one time, and he laughed at me, said it wasn't scientific, and I said to him, 'Hell,' I said, 'scientific,' I said, 'I don't know if it's the latest fad and wrinkle in science or not,' I said, 'but I get results, and that's what I'm looking for, is results.' I said, 'I tell you a plug GP may not have a lot of letters after his name, but he sees a slew of mysterious things that he can't explain, and I swear I believe most of these damn alleged scientists could learn a whale of a lot from the plain country practitioners, let me tell you.'" "Yeah, that's a fact. Personally, I'd rather stay right here in the country and be able to do a little hunting and take it easy than be the classiest specialist in the cities. One time I kind of figured on becoming an X-ray specialist, place in New York where you can take the whole course in 8 weeks, and maybe settling in Butte or Sioux Falls, but I figured that even if I got to making $8,000–10,000 a year, 'twouldn't hardly mean more than 3,000 does here, and so, and a fellow has to consider his duty to his old patients." "That's so. Say, doctor, say, what sort of fellow is McMintern down your way?" "Well, I don't like to knock any fellow practitioner, and I suppose he's well intentioned, but just between you and me he does too confounded much guesswork. Now you take you and me. We apply science to a case, instead of taking a chance and just relying on experience and going off half-cocked. But McMintern, he doesn't know enough. And say, that wife of his, she's a caution. She's got the meanest tongue in 4 counties, and the way she chases around drumming up business for Mac, well, I suppose that's their way of doing business." "Is old Winter keeping going?" "Oh yes, in a sort of way. You know how he is. Of course he's about 20 years behind the times, but he's a great hand-holder, keeps some fool woman in bed 6 weeks longer than he needs to, and call around twice a day and chin with her. Absolutely unnecessary." "I suppose you get your biggest competition from Silzer, doctor?" "Don't you believe it, doctor. He isn't beginning to do the practice he lets on to. Trouble with Silzer is, he's too brash. Shoots off his mouth too much. Likes to hear himself talk. Oh, say, by the way, have you run into this new fellow? Will have been located here about 2 years now, at Wheatsylvania. Arrowsmith?" "No, but they say he's a good bright young fellow." Yes, they claim he's a brainy man, very well informed, and I hear his wife is a nice brainy little woman. I hear Arrowsmith hits it up too much though, likes his booze awful well. Yes, so they say. Shame, for a nice hustling young fellow. I like a nip myself now and then, but a drinking man. Suppose he's drunk and gets called out on a case. And a fellow from down there was telling me Arrowsmith is great on books and study, but he's a free thinker, never goes to church. Is that a fact? Great mistake for any doctor to not identify himself with some good solid religious denomination, whether he believes the stuff or not. I tell you, a priest or a preacher can send you an awful lot of business. You bet he can. Well, this fellow said Arrowsmith was always arguing with the preachers. He told some reverend that everybody ought to read this immunologist, Max Gottlieb, and this Jacques Loeb. You know, the fellow that, well, I don't recall exactly what it was, but he claimed he could create living fishes out of chemicals. Sure, there you got it. That's the kind of delusions these laboratory fellows get unless they have some practical practice to keep 'em well balanced. Well, if Arrowsmith falls for that kind of fellow, no wonder people don't trust him. That's so. Well, it's too bad Arrowsmith goes drinking and helling around and neglecting his family and his patients. I can see his finish. Shame. Well, wonder what time of night it's getting to be. Part 2. Bert Tozer wailed, "Mart, what you been doing to Dr. Coughlin of Leopolis? Fellow told me he was going around saying you were a booze hoister and so on. Did he? People do sort of keep an eye on one another around here, don't they?" "You bet your life they do, and that's why I tell you you ought to cut out the poker and the booze. You don't see me needing any liquor, do you?" Martin, more desperately than ever, felt the whole county watching him. He was not a praise eater. He was not proud that he should feel misplaced. But however sturdily he struggled, he saw himself outside the picture of Wheatsylvania and trudging years of country practice. Suddenly, without planning it, forgetting in his admiration for Sondolaus and the health war, his pride of the laboratory, he was thrown into a research problem. Part 3. There was blackleg among the cattle in Crimson County. The state veterinarian had been called and Dawson Hunziker vaccine had been injected, but the disease spread. Martin heard the farmers wailing. He noted that the injected cattle showed no inflammation or rise in temperature. He was roused by a suspicion that the Hunziker vaccine had insufficient living organisms, and he went yelping on the trail of his hypothesis. He obtained, by misrepresentations, a supply of the vaccine and tested it in his stuffy closet of a laboratory. He had to work out his own device for growing anaerobic cultures, but he had been trained by the Gottlieb, who remarked, "Any man that is unable to build a filter out of toothpicks, if he has to, would maybe better buy his results along with his fine equipment." Out of a large fruit jar and a soldered pipe, Martin made his apparatus. When he was altogether sure that the vaccine did not contain living blackleg organisms, he was much more delighted than if he had found that good Mr. Dawson Hunziker was producing honest vaccine. With no excuse and less encouragement, he isolated blackleg organisms from sick cattle and prepared an attenuated vaccine of his own. It took much time. He did not neglect his patients, but certainly he failed to appear in the stores, at the poker games. Leora and he dined on a sandwich every evening and hastened to the laboratory to heat the cultures in the improvised water bath, an ancient and leaky oatmeal cooker with an alcohol lamp. The Martin who had been impatient of Hesselink was of endless patience as he watched his results. He whistled and hummed, and the hours from 7 to midnight were a moment. Leora, frowning placidly, the tip of her tongue at the corner of her mouth, guarded the temperature like a good little watchdog. After 3 efforts, with 2 absurd failures, he had a vaccine which satisfied him, and he injected a stricken herd. The blackleg stopped, which was for Martin the end and the reward, and he turned his notes and supply of vaccine over to the state veterinarian. For others it was not the end. The veterinarian of the county denounced him for intruding on their right to save or kill cattle. The physicians hinted, "That's the kind of monkey business that ruins the dignity of the profession. I tell you, Arrowsmith's a medical nihilist and a notoriety seeker. That's what he is. You mark my words, instead of his sticking to decent regular practice, you'll be hearing of his opening a quack sanitarium one of these days." He commented to Leora, "Dignity hell. If I had my way I'd be doing research. Oh, not this cold, detached stuff of Gottlieb, but really practical work. And then I'd have some fellow like Sondeleius take my results and jam 'em down people's throats. And I'd make them and their cattle and their tabby cats healthy whether they wanted to be or not. That's what I'd do." In this mood he read in his Minneapolis paper, between a half column on the marriage of the light middleweight champion and 3 lines devoted to the lynching of an IWW agitator, the announcement, "Gustav Sondeleius, well-known authority on cholera prevention, will give an address on Heroes of Health at the University Summer School next Friday evening." He ran into the house gloating. "Lee, Sondeleius going to lecture in Minneapolis. I'm going. Come on. We'll hear him and have a bat and everything." "No, you run down by yourself. Be fine for you to get away from the town and the family and me for a while. I'll go down with you in the fall. Honestly. If I'm not in the way, maybe you can manage to have a good long talk with Dr. Sondeleius." "Fat chance. The big city physicians and the state health authorities will be standing around him 10 deep. But I'm going." Part 4. The prairie was hot. The wheat rattled in a weary breeze. The day coach was gritty with cinders. Martin was cramped by the hours of slow riding. He drowsed and smoked and meditated. "I'm going to forget medicine and everything else," he vowed. "I'll go up and talk to somebody in the smoker and tell him I'm a shoe salesman." He did. Unfortunately, his confidant happened to be a real shoe salesman, with a large curiosity as to what firm Martin represented, and he returned to the day coach with a renewed sense of injury. When he reached Minneapolis in mid-afternoon, he hastened to the university and besought a ticket to the Sondeleius lecture before he had even found a hotel, though not before he had found the long glass of beer which he had been picturing for 100 miles. He had an informal but agreeable notion of spending his first evening of freedom in dissipation. Somewhere he would meet a company of worthies who would succor him with laughter and talk and many drinks, not too many drinks, of course, and motor very rapidly to Lake Minnetonka for a moonlight swim. He began his search for the brethren by having a cocktail at a hotel bar and dinner in a Hennepin Avenue restaurant. Nobody looked at him, nobody seemed to desire a companion. He was lonely for Leora, and all his state of grace, all his earnest and simple-hearted devotion to carousal, degenerated into sleepiness. As he turned and turned in his hotel bed, he lamented, "And probably the Sondeleius lecture will be rotten. Probably he's simply another Roscoe geek." Part 5. In the hot night, desultory students wandered up to the door of the lecture hall, scanned the modest Sondeleius poster, and ambled away. Martin was half-minded to desert with them, and he went in sulkily. The hall was a third full of summer students and teachers, and men who might have been doctors or school principals. He sat at the back, fanning with his straw hat, disliking the man with side whiskers who shared the row with him, disapproving of Gustav Sondeleius, and as to himself, having no good opinions whatever. Then the room was charged with vitality. Down the central aisle, ineffectively attended by a small fussy person, thundered a man with a smile, a broad brow, and a straw pile of curly flaxen hair. A Newfoundland dog of a man. Martin sat straight. He was strengthened to endure even the depressing man with side whiskers, as Sondeleus launched out in a musical bellow with Swedish pronunciation and Swedish sing-song. The medical profession can have but one desire, to destroy the medical profession. As for the laymen, they can be sure of but one thing. 9/10 of what they know about health is not so, and with the other tenth they do nothing. As Butler shows in Erewhon, the swine stole that idea from me too, maybe 30 years before I ever got it, the only crime for which we should hang people is having tuberculosis. Humph, grunted the studio audience, doubtful whether it was fitting to be amused, offended, bored, or edified. Sondeleus was a roarer and a playboy, but he knew incantations. With him, Martin watched the heroes of yellow fever, Reed, Agramonte, Carroll, and Lazière. With him, he landed in a Mexican port stilled with the plague and famished beneath the virulent sun. With him rode up the mountain trails to a hill town rotted with typhus. With him, in crawling August, when babies were parched skeletons, fought an ice trust beneath the gilt and blunted sword of the law. That's what I want to do, not just tinker with a lot of worn-out bodies, but make a new world. Martin hungered. Gosh, I'd follow him through fire. And the way he lays out the crepe hangers that criticize public health results. If I could only manage to meet him and talk to him for a couple of minutes. He lingered after the lecture. A dozen people surrounded Sondeleus on the platform. A few shook hands. A few asked questions. A doctor worried, but how about the danger of free clinics and all those things drifting into socialism? Martin stood back till Sondeleus had been deserted. A janitor was closing the windows, very firmly and suggestively. Sondeleus looked about, and Martin would have sworn that the great man was lonely. He shook hands with him, and quaked. Sir, if you aren't due someplace, I wonder if you'd like to come out and have a... Sondeleus loomed over him in solar radiance and rumbled, Have a drink? Well, I think maybe I would. How did the joke about the dog and his fleas go tonight? Do you think they liked it? Oh, sure, you bet. The warrior, who had been telling of feeding 5,000 Tatars, of receiving a degree from a Chinese university, and refusing a decoration from quite a good Balkan king, looked affectionately on his band of one disciple and demanded, Was it all right? Was it? Did they like it? So hot tonight, and I've been lecturing 9 times a week. Des Moines, Fort Dodge, La Crosse, Elgin, Joliet. But he pronounced it Joliet. And I forget. Was it all right? Did they like it? Simply corking. Oh, they just ate it up. Honestly, I've never enjoyed anything so much in my life. The prophet crowed. Come, I buy a drink. As a hygienist, I war on alcohol. In excessive quantities, it is almost as bad as coffee or even ice cream soda. But as one who is fond of talking, I find a nice long whiskey and soda a great solvent of human idiocy. Is there a cool place with some Pilsener here in Detroit? No. Where am I tonight? Minneapolis? I understand there's a good beer garden, and we can get the trolley right near here. Sondeleus stared at him. Oh, I have a taxi waiting. Martin was abashed by this luxury. In the taxi cab, he tried to think of the proper things to say to a celebrity. Tell me, doctor, do they have city health boards in Europe? Sondeleus ignored him. Did you see that girl going by? What ankles! What shoulders! Is it good beer at the beer garden? Have they any decent cognac? Do you know Courvoisier 1865 cognac? Oof, lecturing. I swear I will give it up. And wearing dress clothes on night like this. You know, I mean all the crazy things I say in my lectures. But let us now forget being earnest. Let us drink. Let us sing Der Graf von Luxemburg. Let us detach exquisite girls from their escorts. Let us discuss the joys of Die Meistersinger, which only I appreciate." In the beer garden, the tremendous Sonderlaeus discoursed of the Cosmos Club, Halle's investigation of infant mortality, the suitability of combining Benedictine and Applejack, Biarritz, Lord Haldane, the Doane Buckley method of milk examination, George Gissing, and Omar Thermidor. Martin looked for a connection between Sonderlaeus and himself, as one does with the notorious or with people met abroad. He might have said, "I think I met a man who knows you," or "I have had the pleasure of reading all your articles." But he fished with, "Did you ever run into the two big men in my medical school, Winnemac, Dean Silva and Max Gottlieb?" "Silva I don't remember, but Gottlieb, you know him? Oh!" Sonderlaeus waved his mighty arms. "The greatest! The spirit of science. I had the pleasure to talk with him at McGurk. He would not sit here bawling like me. He makes me like a circus clown. He takes all my statements about epidemiology and shows me I am a fool. He beamed, and was off on a denunciation of high tariff. Each topic had its suitable refreshment. Sonderlaeus was a fantastic drinker, and zinc-lined. He mixed pilsner, whiskey, black coffee, and a liquid which the waiter asserted to be absinthe. "I should go to bed at midnight," he lamented, "but it is a cardinal sin to interrupt good talk. Used tempt me a little. I am an easy one to be tempted. But I must have 5 hours sleep, absolute. I lecture it's some place in Iowa, tomorrow evening. Now that I am past 50, I cannot get along with 3 hours as I used to, and yet I have found so many new things that I want to talk about." He was more eloquent than ever. Then he was annoyed. A surly-looking man at the next table listened and peered and laughed at them. Sonderlaeus dropped from Hafkeen's cholera serum to an irate, "If that fellow stares at me some more, I am going over and kill him. I am a peaceful man, now that I am not so young, but I do not like starers. I will go and argue with him. I will yust hit him a little." While the waiters came rushing, Sonderlaeus charged the man, threatened him with enormous fists, then stopped, shook hands repeatedly, and brought him back to Martin. "This is a born countryman of mine, from Gothenburg. He is a carpenter. Sit down, Nielsen. Sit down and have a drink. Humph! Waiter!" The carpenter was a socialist, a Swedish Seventh-day Adventist, a ferocious arguer, and fond of drinking aquavit. He denounced Sonderlaeus as an aristocrat. He denounced Martin for his ignorance of economics. He denounced the waiter concerning the brandy. Sonderlaeus and Martin and the waiter answered with vigor, and the conversation became admirable. Presently they were turned out of the beer garden, and the three of them crowded into the still waiting taxicab, which shook to their debating. Where they went, Martin could never trace. He may have dreamed the whole tale. Once they were apparently in a roadhouse on a long street which must have been University Avenue. Once in a saloon on Washington Avenue South, where 3 tramps were sleeping at the end of the bar. Once in the carpenter's house where an unexplained man made coffee for them. Wherever they might be, they were at the same time in Moscow and Curaçao and more Willumba. The carpenter created communistic states, while Sonderlaeus, proclaiming that he did not care whether he worked under socialism or an emperor, so long as he could bully people into being well, annihilated tuberculosis, and by dawn had cancer fleeing. They parted at 4, tearfully swearing to meet again in Minnesota or Stockholm, in Rio or on the southern seas, and Martin started for Wheatsylvania to put an end to all this nonsense of allowing people to be ill. And the great god Sonderlaeus had slain Dean Silva, as Silva had slain Gottlieb. Gottlieb had slain Encore Edwards, the playful chemist. Edwards had slain Doc Vickerson, and Vickerson had slain the minister's son, who had a real trapeze in his barn. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dr. Vorstein of Vanderhyde's Grove acted in spare time as Superintendent of Health for Crimson County, but the office was not well paid and it did not greatly interest him. When Martin burst in and offered to do all the work for half the pay, Vorstein accepted with benevolence, assuring him that it would have a great effect on his private practice. It did. It almost ruined his private practice. There was never an official appointment. Martin signed Vorstein's name, spelling it in various interesting ways, depending on how he felt, to papers, and the Board of County Commissioners recognized Martin's limited power, but the whole thing was probably illegal. There was small science and considerably less heroism in his first furies as a health officer, but a great deal of irritation for his fellow townsmen. He poked into yards, he denounced Mrs. Beeson for her reeking ash barrels, Mr. Norblom for piling manure on the street, and the school board for the school ventilation and lack of instruction in tooth-brushing. The citizens had formerly been agitated by his irreligion, his moral looseness, and his lack of local patriotism, but when they were prodded out of their comfortable and probably beneficial dirt, they exploded. Martin was honest and appallingly earnest, but if he had the innocence of the dove, he lacked the wisdom of the serpent. He did not make them understand his mission. He scarce tried to make them understand. His authority as Vorstein's alter ego was imposing on paper but feeble in action, and it was worthless against the stubbornness which he aroused. He advanced from garbage spying to a drama of infection. The community at Delft had a typhoid epidemic which slackened and continually reappeared. The villagers believed that it came from a tribe of squatters 6 miles up the creek, and they considered lynching the offenders as a practical protest and an interesting break in wheat farming. When Martin insisted that in 6 miles the creek would purify any waste, and that the squatters were probably not the cause, he was amply denounced. "He's a fine one, he is, to go around blatting that we'd ought to have more health precautions. Here we go and show him where there's some hellhounds that ought to be shot, and them old bohunks anyway, and he doesn't do a darn thing but shoot a lot of hot air about germicidal effect or whatever the fool thing is," remarked Kays, the wheat buyer at the Delft elevator. Flashing through the county, not neglecting, but certainly not enlarging his own practice, Martin mapped every recent case of typhoid within 5 miles of Delft. He looked into milk routes and grocery deliveries. He discovered that most of the cases had appeared after the visits of an itinerary seamstress, a spinster, virtuous and almost painfully hygienic. She had had typhoid 4 years before. "She's a chronic carrier of the bugs. She's got to be examined," he announced. He found her sewing at the house of an old farmer preacher. With modest indignation she refused to be examined, and as he went away she could be heard weeping at the insult, while the preacher cursed him from the doorstep. He returned with the township police officer and had the seamstress arrested and confined in the segregation ward of the county poor farm. In her discharges he found billions of typhoid bacilli. The frail and decent body was not comfortable in the board-lined whitewashed ward. She was shamed and frightened. She had always been well beloved, a gentle, shabby, bright-eyed spinster who brought presents to the babies, helped the overworked farm wives to cook dinner, and sang to the children in her thin sparrow voice. Martin was reviled for persecuting her. He wouldn't dare pick on her if she wasn't so poor, they said, and they talked of a jail delivery. Martin fretted. He called upon the seamstress at the poor farm. He tried to make her understand that there was no other place for her. He brought her magazines and sweets. But he was firm. She could not go free. He was convinced that she had caused at least 100 cases of typhoid with 9 deaths. The county derided him. Cause typhoid now, when she had been well for 4 years? The county commissioners and the county board of health called Dr. Hesselink in from the next county. He agreed with Martin and his maps. Every meeting of the commissioners was a battle now, and it was uncertain whether Martin would be ruined or throned. Leora saved him and the seamstress. Why not take up a collection to send her off to some big hospital where she can be treated, or where they can keep her if she can't be cured, said she. The seamstress entered a sanitarium, and was amiably forgotten by everybody for the rest of her life, and his recent enemies said of Martin, "He's mighty smart, and right on the job." Hesselink drove over to inform him, "You did pretty well this time, Arrowsmith. Glad to see you're settling down to business." Martin was slightly cocky, and immediately bounded after a fine new epidemic. He was so fortunate as to have a case of smallpox and several which he suspected. Some of these lay across the border in Mencken County, Hesselink's domain, and Hesselink laughed at him. "It's probably all chicken pox, except your one case. Mighty rarely you get smallpox in summer," he chuckled, while Martin raged up and down the 2 counties, proclaiming the scourge, imploring everyone to be vaccinated, thundering, "There's going to be all hell let loose here in 10 or 15 days." But the United Brethren parson, who served chapels in Wheatsylvania and 2 other villages, was an anti-vaccinationist, and he preached against it. The villages sided with him. Martin went from house to house, beseeching them, offering to treat them without charge. As he had never taught them to love him and follow him as a leader, they questioned, they argued long and easily on doorsteps, they cackled that he was drunk. Though for weeks his strongest draught had been the acrid coffee of the countryside, they peeped one to another that he was drunk every night, that the United Brethren minister was about to expose him from the pulpit. And 10 dreadful days went by, and 15, and all but the first case did prove to be chicken pox. Hesselink gloated, and the village roared, and Martin was the butt of the land. He had only a little resented their gossip about his wickedness, only in evenings of slow depression had he meditated upon fleeing from them, but at their laughter he was black furious. Leora comforted him with cool hands. "It'll pass over," she said, but it did not pass. By autumn it had become such a burlesque epic as peasants love through all the world. He had, they mirthfully related, declared that anybody who kept hogs would die of smallpox. He had been drunk for a week and diagnosed everything from gallstones to heartburn as smallpox. They greeted him, with no meaning of offence in their snickering. "Got a pimple on my chin, Doc. What is it, smallpox?" More terrible than their rage is the people's laughter, and if it rends tyrants with equal zest it pursues the saint and wise man and befouls their treasure. When the neighborhood suddenly achieved a real epidemic of diphtheria and Martin shakily preached antitoxin, one half of them remembered his failure to save Mary Novak, and the other half clamored, "Oh, give us a rest. You got epidemics on the brain." That a number of children quite adequately died did not make them relinquish their comic epic. Then it was that Martin came home to Leora and said quietly, "I'm licked. I've got to get out. Nothing more I can do here. Take years before they'd trust me again. They're so damned humorous. I'm going to go get a real job. Public health." "I'm so glad. You're too good for them here. We'll find some big place where they'll appreciate your work." "No, that's not fair. I've learned a little something. I've failed here. I've antagonized too many people. I didn't know how to handle them. We could stick it out, and I would, except that life is short, and I think I'm a good worker in some ways. Been worrying about being a coward, about running away, turning my hand from the plow. I don't care now. By God, I know what I can do. Gottlieb saw it, and I want to get to work. On we go. All right?" "Of course." Part 2. He had read in the Journal of the American Medical Association that Gustav Sondelæus was giving a series of lectures at Harvard. He wrote asking whether he knew of a public health appointment. Sondelæus answered, in a profane and blotty scrawl, that he remembered with joy their Minneapolis vacation, that he disagreed with Entwistle of Harvard about the nature of metathrombin, that there was an excellent Italian restaurant in Boston, and that he would inquire among his health official friends as to a position. 2 days later he wrote that Dr. Almus Pickerbaugh, Director of Public Health in the city of Nautilus, Iowa, was looking for a second in command and would probably be willing to send particulars. Leora and Martin swooped on an almanac. Gosh, 69,000 people in Nautilus, against 366 here. No, wait, it's 367 now, with that new baby of Pete Yesca's that the dirty swine called in Hesseling for. People that can talk, theaters, maybe concerts. Leora, we'll be like a pair of kids let loose from school. He telegraphed for details, to the enormous interest of the station agent, who was also a telegraph operator. The mimeographed form which was sent to him said that Dr. Pickerbaugh required an assistant who would be the only full-time medical officer besides Pickerbaugh himself, as the clinic and school doctors were private physicians working part-time. The assistant would be epidemiologist, bacteriologist, and manager of the office clerks, the nurses, and the lay inspectors of dairies and sanitation. The salary would be $2,500 a year against the $1,500 or $1,600 Martin was making in Wheatsylvania. Proper recommendations were desired. Martin wrote to Sondelæus, to Dad Silva, and to Max Gottlieb, now at the McGurk Institute in New York. Dr. Pickerbaugh informed him, I have received very pleasant letters from Dean Silva and Dr. Sondelæus about you, but the letter from Dr. Gottlieb is quite remarkable. He says you have rare gifts as a laboratory man. I take great pleasure in offering you the appointment. Kindly wire. Not till then did Martin completely realize that he was leaving Wheatsylvania. The tedium of Bert Tozer's nagging, the spying of Pete Yesca and the Norbloms, the inevitability of turning, as so many unchanging times he had turned, south from the Leopolis Road at the 2-mile Grove, and following again that weary, flat, unbending trail, the superiority of Dr. Hesselink and the malice of Dr. Coughlin, the round which left him no time for his dusty laboratory, leaving it all for the achievement and splendor of the great city of Nautilus. Leora, we're going. We're really going. Part 3. Bert Tozer said, You know by golly there's folks that would call you a traitor, after all we've done for you, even if you did pay back the $1,000, to let some other doc come in here and get all that influence away from the family. Ada Quist said, I guess if you ain't too popular with the folks around here, you'll have one fine time in a big city like Nautilus. Well, Bert and me are going to get married next year, and when you two swells make a failure of it, I suppose we'll have to take care of you at our house when you come sneaking back. Do you think we could get your house at the same rate you paid for it? Oh, Bert, why couldn't we take Mart's office instead? It would save money. Well, I've always said, since we were in school together, you couldn't stand a decent regular life, Orrie. Mr. Tozer said, I simply can't understand it, with everything going so nice. Why, you'd be making $3,000–4,000 a year some day, if you just stuck to it. Haven't we tried to treat you nice? I don't like to have my little girl go away and leave me alone, now I'm getting on in years. And Bert gets so cranky with me and mother, but you and Orrie would always kind of listen to us. Can't you fix it somehow so you could stay? Pete Yesca said, Doc, you could have knocked me down with a feather when I heard you were going. Course you and me have scrapped about this drug business, but Lord, I've been kinda half thinking about coming around sometime and offering you a partnership and let you run the drug end to suit yourself, and we could get the Buick agency maybe and work up a nice little business. I'm really sorry you're going to leave us. Well, Come back some day and we'll take a shot at the ducks and have a good laugh about that bull you made over the smallpox. I never will forget that. I was saying to the old woman just the other day, when she had an earache, 'Ain't got smallpox, have you, Bess?' Dr. Hesselink said, 'Doctor, what's this I hear? You're not going away? Why, you and I were just beginning to bring medical practice in this neck of the woods up to where it ought to be. So I drove over tonight. Huh? We panned you? Yes, I suppose we did. But that doesn't mean we didn't appreciate you. Small place like here or Groningen, you have to roast your neighbors to keep busy. Why, doctor, I've been watching you develop from an unlicked cub to a real upstanding physician. And now you're going away. You don't know how I feel.' Henry Novak said, 'Why, Doc, you ain't going to leave us? And we got a new baby coming, and I said to the woman just the other day, it's a good thing we got a doc that hands you out the truth, and not all this guff we used to get from Dr. Winter.' The wheat buyer at Delft said, 'Doc, what's this I hear? You ain't going away? A fellow told me you was, and I says to him, don't be more of a damn fool than the Lord meant you to be, I says. But I got to worrying about it, and I drove over and, Doc, I fire off my mouth pretty easy, I guess. I was agin you in the typhoid epidemic when you said that seamstress was carrying the sickness around, and then you showed me up good. Doc, if you'd like to be state senator, and if you'll stay, I got quite a little influence. Believe me, I'll get out and work my shirt off for you.' Alec Engelblad said, 'You're a lucky guy.' All the village was at the train when they left for Nautilus. For 100 autumn-blazing miles, Martin mourned his neighbors. 'I feel like getting off and going back. Didn't we used to have fun playing 500 with the Frasers? I hate to think of the kind of doctor they may get. I swear, if some quack settles there, or if Vostein neglects the health work again, I'll go back and run 'em both out of business. And be kind of fun to be state senator some ways.' But as evening thickened, and nothing in all the rushing world existed save the yellow pinch gas globes above them in the long car, they saw ahead of them great Nautilus, high honor and achievement, the making of a radiant model city, and the praise of Sonderlaeus, perhaps even of Max Gottlieb. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Midmost of the black-soiled Iowa plain, watered only by a shallow and insignificant creek, the city of Nautilus bakes and rattles and glistens. For hundreds of miles the tall corn springs in a jungle of undeviating rows, and the stranger who sweatily trudges the corn-walled roads is lost and nervous with the sense of merciless growth. Nautilus is to Zenith what Zenith is to Chicago. With 70,000 people, it is a smaller Zenith, but no less brisk. There is one large hotel to compare with a dozen in Zenith, but that one is as busy and standardized and frenziedly modern as its owner can make it. The only authentic difference between Nautilus and Zenith is that in both cases all the streets look alike, but in Nautilus they do not look alike for so many miles. The difficulty in defining its quality is that no one has determined whether it is a very large village or a very small city. There are houses with chauffeurs and Bacardi cocktails, but on August evenings all save a few score burghers sit in their shirt sleeves on front porches. Across from the 10-story office building, in which a little magazine of the new prose is published by a young woman who for 5 months lived in the cafés of Montparnasse, is an old frame mansion comfortable with maples, and a line of Fords and lumber wagons in which the overalled farmers have come to town. Iowa has the richest land, the lowest illiteracy rate, the largest percentages of native-born whites and motor car owners, and the most moral and forward-looking cities of all the states, and Nautilus is the most Iowan city in Iowa. 1 out of every 3 persons above the age of 60 has spent a winter in California, and among them are the champion horseshoe pitcher of Pasadena and the woman who presented the turkey which Miss Mary Pickford, the cinema princess, enjoyed at her Christmas dinner in 1912. Nautilus is distinguished by large houses with large lawns and by an astounding quantity of garages and lofty church spires. The fat fields run up to the edge of the city, and the scattered factories, the innumerable railroad side tracks, and the straggly cottages for workmen are almost amid the corn. Nautilus manufactures steel windmills, agricultural implements, including the celebrated Daisy manure spreader, and such corn products as maize mealies, the renowned breakfast food. It makes brick, it sells groceries wholesale, and it is the headquarters of the Corn Belt Cooperative Insurance Company. One of its smallest but oldest industries is Mugford Christian College, which has 217 students and 16 instructors, of whom 11 are ministers of the Church of Christ. The well-known Dr. Tom Bissix is football coach, health director, and professor of hygiene, chemistry, physics, French, and German. Its shorthand and piano departments are known far beyond the limits of Nautilus, and once, though that was some years ago, Mugford held the Grinnell College baseball team down to a score of 11-5. It has never been disgraced by squabbles over teaching evolutionary biology. It never has thought of teaching biology at all. Part 2. Martin left Leora at the Sims house, the old-fashioned second-best house in Nautilus, to report to Dr. Pickerbaugh, director of the Department of Public Health. The department was on an alley, in a semi-basement at the back of that large greystone fungus, the City Hall. When he entered the drab reception office, he was highly received by the stenographer and the 2 visiting nurses. Into the midst of their flutterings, "Did you have a good trip, doctor? Dr. Pickerbaugh didn't hardly expect you till tomorrow, doctor." "Is Mrs. Arrowsmith with you, doctor?" charged Pickerbaugh, thundering welcomes. Dr. Almus Pickerbaugh was 48. He was a graduate of Mugford College and of the Wassaw Medical School. He looked somewhat like President Roosevelt, with the same squareness and the same bristly mustache, and he cultivated the resemblance. He was a man who never merely talked. He either bubbled or made orations. He received Martin with 4 wells, which he gave after the manner of a college cheer. He showed him through the department, led him into the director's private office, gave him a cigar, and burst the dam of manly silence. "Doctor, I am delighted to have a man with your scientific inclinations. Not that I should consider myself entirely without them. In fact, I make it a regular practice to set aside a period for scientific research, without a certain amount of which even the most ardent crusade for health methods would scarcely make much headway." It sounded like the beginning of a long seminar. Martin settled in his chair. He was doubtful about his cigar, but he found that it helped him to look more interested. "But with me, I admit, it's a matter of temperament. I have often hoped that, without any desire whatever for mere personal aggrandizement, the powers above may yet grant me the genius to become at once the Roosevelt and the Longfellow of the great and universally growing movement for public health measures. Is your cigar too mild, doctor? Or perhaps it would be better to say the Kipling of public health rather than the Longfellow, because despite the beautiful passages and high moral atmosphere of the Sage of Cambridge, his poetry lacked the swing and punch of Kipling. I assume you agree with me, or you will when you have had an opportunity to see the effect our work has on the city, and the success we have in selling the idea of better health. That what the world needs is a really inspired, courageous, overtowering leader, say a Billy Sunday of the movement, a man who would know how to use sensationalism properly and wake the people out of their sloth. Sometimes the papers, and I can only say they flatter me when they compare me with Billy Sunday, the greatest of all evangelists and Christian preachers, Sometimes they claim that I'm too sensational. Huh! If they only could understand it. Trouble is, I can't be sensational enough. Still, I try, and look here. Here's a placard. It was painted by my daughter Orchid, and the poetry is my own humble effort. And let me tell you, it gets quoted around everywhere. You can't get health by a pussyfoot stealth, so let's every health booster crow just like a rooster. Then there's another. This is a minor thing. It doesn't try to drive home general abstract principles, but it'd surprise you the effect it had on careless housewives, who of course don't mean to neglect the health of their little ones and merely need instruction and a little pep put into them, and when they see a card like this it makes them think. Boil the milk bottles or by gum, you better buy your ticket to Kingdom Come. I've gotten quite a lot of appreciation in my small way for some of these things that didn't hardly take me 5 minutes to dash off. Some day, when you get time, glance over this volume of clippings just to show you, Doctor, what you can do if you go at the movement in the up-to-date and scientific manner. This one, about the temperance meeting I addressed in Des Moines, say, I had that hall and it was jam-packed full, lifting right up on their feet when I proved by statistics that 93% of all insanity is caused by booze. Then this. Well, it hasn't anything to do with health directly, but it'll just indicate the opportunity you'll have here to get in touch with all the movements for civic weal. He held out a newspaper clipping in which, above a pen and ink caricature portraying him with a large mustached head on a tiny body, was the headline, Doc Pickerbaugh Banner Booster of Evangeline County leads big go-to-church demonstration here. Pickerbaugh looked it over, reflecting, that was a dandy meeting. We increased church attendance here 17%. Oh, Doctor, you went to Minimac and had your internship in Zenith, didn't you? Well, this might interest you then. It's from the Zenith Advocate-Times, and it's by Chum Frink, who, I think you'll agree with me, ranks with Eddie Guest and Walt Mason as the greatest, as they certainly are the most popular, of all our poets, showing that you can bank every time on the literary taste of the American public. Dear old Chum, that was when I was in Zenith to address the National Convention of Congregational Sunday Schools. I happen to be a Congregationalist myself, on the morality of A1 health. So Chum wrote this poem about me. Zenith welcomes with high hurrah a friend in Almas Pickerbaugh, the two-fisted fightin' poet doc, who stands for health like Gibraltar's rock. He's jammed with figures and facts and fun, the plucky old lucky old son of a gun. For a moment, the exuberant Dr. Pickerbaugh was shy. Maybe it's kind of immodest in me to show that around. And when I read a poem with such originality and swing, when I find a genuine vest pocket masterpiece like this, then I realize that I'm not a poet at all, no matter how much my jingles may serve to jazz up the cause of health. My brain children may teach sanitation and do their little part to save thousands of dear lives, but they aren't literature, like what Chum Frink turns out. No, I guess I'm nothing but just a plain scientist in an office. Still, you'll readily see how one of these efforts of mine, just by having a good laugh and a punch and some melody in it, does gild the pill and make careless folks stop spitting on the sidewalks and get out into God's great outdoors and get their lungs packed full of ozone and lead a real hairy-chested he life. In fact, you might care to look over the first number of a little semi-yearly magazine I'm just starting. I know for a fact that a number of newspaper editors are going to quote from it and so carry on the good work as well as boost my circulation. He handed to Martin a pamphlet entitled Pickerbaugh Pickings. In verse and aphorism, Pickings recommended good health, good roads, good business, and the single standard of morality. Dr. Pickerbaugh backed up his injunctions with statistics as impressive as those the Reverend Ira Hinckley had once used at Digamma Pi. Martin was edified by an item which showed that among all families divorced in Ontario, Tennessee, and southern Wyoming in 1912, the appalling number of 53% of the husbands drank at least one glass of whiskey daily. Before this warning had sunk in, Pickerbaugh snatched pickings from him with a boyish, "Oh, you won't want to read any more of my rot. You can look it over some future time, but this second volume of my clippings may perhaps interest you, just as a hint of what a fellow can do." While he considered the headlines in the scrapbook, Martin realized that Dr. Pickerbaugh was vastly better known than he had realized. He was exposed as the founder of the first Rotary Club in Iowa, superintendent of the Jonathan Edwards Congregational Sunday School of Nautilus, president of the Moccasin Ski and Hiking Club, of the West Side Bowling Club, and the 1912 Bull Moose and Roosevelt Club, organizer and cheerleader of a joint picnic of the Woodmen, Moose, Elks, Masons, Oddfellows, Turnverein, Knights of Columbus, B'nai B'rith, and the YMCA, and winner of the prizes both for reciting the largest number of biblical texts and for dancing the best Irish jig at the Harvest Moon soiree of the Jonathan Edwards Bible class for the grown-ups. Martin read of him as addressing the Century Club of Nautilus on A Yankee Doctor's Trip Through Old Europe, and the Mugford College Alumni Association on Wanted, a man-sized feet-ball coach for old Mugford. But outside of Nautilus as well, there were loud alarums of his presence. He had spoken at the Toledo Chamber of Commerce weekly luncheon on More Health, More Bank Clearings. He had edified the National Interurban Trolley Council, meeting at Wichita, on Health Maxims for Trolley Folks. 7,600 Detroit automobile mechanics had listened to his observations on Health First, Safety Second, and Booze Nowhere A-Tall. And in a great convention at Waterloo, he had helped organize the first regiment in Iowa of the Anti-Rum Minutemen. The articles and editorials regarding him, in newspapers, house organs, and one rubber goods periodical, were accompanied by photographs of himself, his buxom wife, and his 8 bounding daughters, depicted in Canadian winter costumes, among snow and icicles, in modest but easy athletic costumes, playing tennis in the backyard, and in costumes of no known genus whatever, frying bacon against a background of northern Minnesota pines. Martin felt strongly that he would like to get away and recover. He walked back to the Sims house. He realized that to a civilized man, the fact that Pickerbaugh advocated any reform would be sufficient reason for ignoring it. When he had gone thus far, Martin pulled himself up, cursed himself for what he esteemed his old sin of superiority to decent normal people. Failure. Disloyalty. In medical school, in private practice, in his bullying health administration. Now again? He urged, this pep and heartiness stuff of Pickerbaugh's is exactly the thing to get across to the majority of people the scientific discoveries of the Max Gottliebs. What do I care how much Pickerbaugh gasses before conventions of Sunday school superintendents and other morons, as long as he lets me alone and lets me do my work in the lab and dairy inspection. He pumped up enthusiasm and came quite cheerfully and confidently into the shabby, high-ceilinged hotel bedroom where Leora sat in a rocker by the window. "Well?" she said. "It's fine. Gave me fine welcome. And they want us to come to dinner tomorrow evening." "What's he like?" "Oh, he's awfully optimistic. He puts things over. Oh, Leora, am I going to be a sour, cranky, unpopular, rotten failure again?" His head was buried in her lap, and he clung to her affection, the one reality in a world of chattering ghosts. Part 3. When the maples fluttered beneath their window in the breeze that sprang up with the beginning of twilight, when the amiable citizens of Nautilus had driven home to supper in their shaky Fords, Leora had persuaded him that Pickerbaw's flamboyance would not interfere with his own work, that in any case that they would not remain in Nautilus forever, that he was impatient, and that she loved him dearly. So they descended to supper, an old-fashioned Iowa supper with corn fritters and many little dishes which were of interest after the loving but misinformed cooking of Leora. And they went to the movies and held hands and were not ill-content. The next day Dr. Pickerbaugh was busier and less buoyant. He gave Martin a notion of the details of his work. Martin had thought of himself, freed from tinkering over cut fingers and earaches, as spending ecstatic days in the laboratory, emerging only to battle with factory owners who defied sanitation. But he found that it was impossible to define his work, except that he was to do a little of everything that Pickerbaugh, the press, or any stray citizen of Nautilus might think of. He was to placate voluble voters who came in to complain of everything, from the smell of sewer gas to the midnight beer parties of neighbors. He was to dictate office correspondence to the touchy stenographer, who was not a working girl, but a nice girl who was working, to give publicity to the newspapers, to buy paper clips and floor wax and report blanks at the lowest prices, to assist in need the 2 part-time physicians in the city clinic, to direct the nurses and the 2 sanitary inspectors, to scold the garbage removal company, to arrest, or at least to jaw at, all public spitters, to leap into a Ford and rush out to tack placards on houses in which were infectious diseases, to keep a learned, implacable eye on epidemics from Vladivostok to Patagonia, and to prevent, by methods not very clearly outlined, their coming in to slay the yeomanry and even halt the business activities of Nautilus. But there was a little laboratory work, milk tests, Wassermanns for private physicians, the making of vaccines, cultures in suspected diphtheria. "I get it," said Leora, as they dressed for the dinner at Pickerbaw's. "Your job will only take about 28 hours a day, and the rest of the time you're perfectly welcome to spend in research, unless somebody interrupts you." Part 4. The home of Dr. and Mrs. Almus Pickerbaugh on the steeple-prickly west side was a real old-fashioned home. It was a wooden house with towers, swings, hammocks, rather mussy shade trees, a rather mangy lawn, a rather damp arbor, and an old carriage house with a line of steel spikes along the ridge-pole. Over the front gate was the name, "You Need a Rest." Martin and Leora came into a shambles of salutations and daughters. The 8 girls, from pretty Orchid, aged 19, to the 5-year-old twins, surged up in a tidal wave of friendly curiosity and tried to talk all at once. Their hostess was a plump woman with an air of worried trustfulness. Her conviction that everything was all right was constantly struggling with her knowledge that a great many things seemed to be all wrong. She kissed Leora while Pickerbaugh was pump-handling Martin. Pickerbaugh had a way of pressing his thumb into the back of your hand, which was extraordinarily cordial and painful. He immediately drowned out even his daughters by an oration on the home nest. "Here you've got an illustration of health in the home. Look at these great strapping girls, Arrowsmith. Never been sick a day in their lives, practically. And though mother does have her sick headaches, that's to be attributed to the early neglect of her diet, because while her father, the old deacon, and a fine upstanding gentleman of the old school he was too, if there ever was one, and a friend of Nathaniel Mugford, to whom more than any other we owe not only the foundation of Mugford College, but also the tradition of integrity and industry which have produced our present prosperity, but he had no knowledge of diet or sanitation, and I've always thought—" The daughters were introduced as Orchid, Verbena, Daisy, Jonquil, Hibisca, Narcissa, and the twins, Arbuta and Gladiola. Mrs. Pickerbaugh sighed. I suppose it would be dreadfully conventional to call them my jewels. I do so hate these conventional phrases that everybody uses, don't you? But that's what they really are to their mother and the doctor, and I have sometimes wished. Of course, when we'd started giving them floral names, we had to keep it up. But if we'd started with jewels, just think of all the darling names we might have used, like agate and cameo and sardonyx and beryl and topaz and opal and esmeralda and chrysoprase. It is chrysoprase, isn't it? Not chrysalis? Oh well, many people have congratulated us on their names as it is. You know the girls are getting quite famous. Their pictures in so many papers, and we have a pickleball ladies baseball team all our own. Only the doctor has to play on it now, because I'm beginning to get a little stout. Except by their ages, it was impossible to tell the daughters apart. They were all bouncing, all blonde, all pretty, all eager, all musical, and not merely pure, but clamorously clean-minded. They all belonged to the Congregational Sunday School, and either to the YWCA or the Campfire Girls. They were all fond of picnicking, and they could all of them, except the 5-year-old twins, quote practically without error the newest statistics showing the evils of alcohol. In fact, said Dr. Pickerbaugh, we think they're a very striking brood of chickabiddies. They certainly are, quivered Martin. But best of all, they are able to help me put over the doctrine of the mens sana in the corpus sano. Mrs. Pickerbaugh and I have trained them to sing together, both in the home and publicly, and as an organization we call them the Healthet Octet. Really, said Leora, when it was apparent that Martin had passed beyond speech. Yes, and before I get through with it, I hope to popularize the name Healthet from end to end of this old nation. And you're going to see bands of happy young women going around spreading their winged message into every dark corner. Healthet bands, beautiful and pure-minded and enthusiastic and good basketball players. I tell you, they'll make the lazy and willful stir their stumps. They'll shame the filthy livers and filthy talkers into decency. I've already worked out a poem slogan for the Healthet bands. Would you like to hear it? Winsome young womanhood wins with a smile, boozers, spitters, and gamblers from things that are vile. Our parents and teachers have explained the cause of life, so against the evil-minded we'll also make strife. We'll shame them, reclaim them from bad habits, you bet. Better watch out, Mr. Loafer, I am a Healthet. But of course an even more important cause is, and I was one of the first to advocate it, having a Secretary of Health and Eugenics in the Cabinet at Washington. On the tide of this dissertation, they were swept through a stupendous dinner, with a hearty, "Nonsense, nonsense, man, of course you want a second helping. This is Hospitality Hall." Pickerbaugh so stuffed Martin and Leora with roast duck, candied sweet potatoes, and mince pie that they became dangerously ill and sat glassy-eyed. But Pickerbaugh himself did not seem to be affected. While he carved and gobbled, he went on discoursing till the dining room, with its old walnut buffet, its Hoffman pictures of Christ, and its Remington pictures of cowpunchers, seemed to vanish, leaving him on a platform beside a pitcher of ice water. Not always was he merely fantastic. Dr. Arrowsmith, I tell you we're lucky men to be able to get a living out of doing our honest best to make the people in a he-town like this well and vital. I could be pulling down 8,000 or 10,000 a year in private practice, and I've been told I could make more than that in the art of advertising. Yet I'm glad, and my dear ones are glad with me, to take a salary of 4,000. Think of our having a job where we've got nothing to sell but honesty and decency and the brotherhood of man. Martin perceived that Pickerbaugh meant it, and the shame of the realization kept him from leaping up, seizing Leora, and catching the first train out of Nautilus. After dinner, the younger daughters desired to love Leora in swarms. Martin had to take the twins on his knees and tell them a story. They were remarkably heavy twins, but no heavier than the labor of inventing a plot. Before they went to bed, the entire Healthette octet sang the famous health hymn, written by Dr. Almus Pickerbaugh, which Martin was to hear on so many bright and active public occasions in Nautilus. It was set to the tune of the Battle Hymn of the Republic, but as the twins' voices were energetic and extraordinarily shrill, it had an effect all its own. Oh, are you out for happiness, or are you out for pelf? You owe it to the grand old flag to cultivate yourself, to train the mind, keep clean the streets, and ever guard your health. Then we'll go marching on. A healthy mind in a clean body, a healthy mind in a clean body, a healthy mind in a clean body, the slogan for one and all. As a bedtime farewell, the twins then recited, as they had recently recited at the Congregational Festival, one of their father's minor lyrics. What does little birdie say on the sill at break o' day? Hurrah for health in Nautilus, for Pa and Ma and all of us. Hooray, hooray, hooray. There, my popsy-wopsies, up to bed we go, said Mrs. Pickerbaugh. Don't you think, Mrs. Arrowsmith, they're natural-born actresses? They're not afraid of any audience, and the way they throw themselves into it, perhaps not Broadway, but the more refined theaters in New York would just love them. And maybe they've been sent to us to elevate the drama. Up-sy-go! During her absence, the others gave a brief musical program. Verbena, the second oldest, played Chaminade. Of course, we all love music and popularize it among the neighbors, but Verby is perhaps the only real musical genius in the family. But the unexpected feature was Orchid's cornet solo. Martin dared not look at Leora. It was not that he was sniffly superior to cornet solos, for in Elk Mills, Wheatsylvania, and surprisingly large portions of Zenith, cornet solos were done by the most virtuous females. But he felt that he had been in a madhouse for dozens of years. I've never been so drunk in my life. I wish I could get at a drink and sober up, he agonized. He made hysterical and completely impractical plans for escape. Then Mrs. Pickerbaugh, returning from the still audible twins, sat down at the harp. While she played, a faded woman and thickish, she fell into a great dreaming, and suddenly Martin had a picture of her as a gay, good, dove-like maiden who had admired the energetic young medical student, Almus Pickerbaugh. She must have been a veritable girl of the late 80s and the early 90s, the naive and idyllic age of Howells, when young men were pure, when they played croquet and sang Swanee River, a girl who sat on a front porch enchanted by the sweetness of lilacs, and hoped that when Almus and she were married they would have a nickel-plated base-burner stove and a son who would become a missionary or a millionaire. For the first time that evening, Martin managed to put a respectable heartiness into his "enjoyed that so much." He felt victorious and somewhat recovered from his weakness. But the evening's orgy was only begun. They played word games, which Martin hated, and Leora did very badly indeed. They acted charades, at which Pickerbaugh was tremendous. The sight of him on the floor, in his wife's fur coat, being a seal on an ice floe, was incomparable. Then Martin, Orchid and Hibisca, aged 12, had to present a charade, and there were complications. Orchid was as full of simple affections, of smilings and pattings and bouncings, as her younger sisters, but she was 19, and not altogether a child. Doubtless she was as pure-minded and as devoted to clean and wholesome novels as Dr. Pickerbaugh stated, and he stated it with frequency, but she was not unconscious of young men, even though they were married. She planned to enact the word doleful, with a beggar asking a dole and a corn crib full. As they skipped upstairs to dress, she hugged Martin's arm, frisked beside him, and murmured, "Oh, doctor, I'm so glad Daddy has you for assistant. Somebody that's young and good-looking. Oh, was that dreadful of me? But I mean, you look so athletic and everything. And the other assistant director, don't tell Daddy I said so, but he was an old crank." He was conscious of brown eyes and unshadowed virginal lips. As Orchid put on her agreeably loose costume as a beggar, he was also conscious of ankles and young bosom. She smiled at him as one who had long known him, and said loyally, "We'll show 'em. I know you're a dandy actor." When they bustled downstairs, as she did not take his arm, he took hers, and he pressed it slightly, and felt alarmed, and relinquished it with emphasis. Since his marriage he had been so absorbed in Leora, as lover, as companion, as helper, that till this hour his most devastating adventure had been a glance at a pretty girl in a train. But the flushed young gaiety of Orchid disturbed him. He wanted to be rid of her. He hoped that he would not be altogether rid of her, and for the first time in years he was afraid of Leora's eyes. There were acrobatic feats later, and a considerable prominence of Orchid, who did not wear stays, who loved dancing, and who praised Martin's feats in the game of follow the leader. All the girls, save Orchid, were sent to bed, and the rest of the fête consisted of what Pickerbaugh called a little quiet, scientific conversation by the fireside, made up of his observations on good roads, rural sanitation, ideals in politics, and methods of letter filing in health departments. Through this placid hour, or it may have been an hour and a half, Martin saw that Orchid was observing his hair, his jaw, his hands, and he had, and dismissed, and had again, a thought about the innocent agreeableness of holding her small friendly paw. He also saw that Leora was observing both of them, and he suffered a good deal, and had practically no benefit whatever from Pickerbaugh's notes on the value of disinfectants. When Pickerbaugh predicted for Nautilus in 15 years a health department thrice as large, with many full-time clinic and school physicians, and possibly Martin as director, Pickerbaugh himself having gone off to mysterious and interesting activities in a larger field, Martin merely croaked, "Yes, that'd be fine," while to himself he was explaining, "Damn that girl, I wish she wouldn't shake herself at me." At 8:30 he had pictured his escape as life's highest ecstasy. At 12 he took leave with nervous hesitation. They walked to the hotel. Free from the sight of Orchid, brisk in the coolness, he forgot the chit and pawed again the problem of his work in Nautilus. "Lord, I don't know whether I can do it. To work under that gas bag with his fool pieces about boozers." "They weren't so bad," protested Leora. "Bad? Why, he's probably the worst poet that ever lived, and he certainly knows less about epidemiology than I thought any one man could ever learn all by himself. But when it comes to this, what was it Cliff Clawson used to call it? By the way, wonder what's ever become of Cliff. Haven't heard from him for a couple of years. When it comes to this overpowering Christian domesticity, oh, let's hunt for a blind pig and sit around with the nice restful burglars." She insisted, "I thought his poems were kind of cute." "Cute? What a word!" "It's no worse than the cuss words you're always using. But the cornet yowling by that awful oldest daughter, ugh!" "Well now, she played darn well." "Martin, the cornet is the kind of an instrument my brother would play, and you so superior about the doctor's poetry and my saying cute. You're just as much a backwoods hick as I am, and maybe more so." "Why gee, Leora, I never knew you to get sore about nothing before. And can't you understand how important, you see, a man like Pickerbaugh makes all public health work simply ridiculous by his circusing and his ignorance. If he said that fresh air was a good thing, instead of making me open my windows, it'd make me or any other reasonable person close 'em. And to use the word science in those flop-eared limericks, or whatever you call 'em, it's sacrilege. Well, if you want to know, Martin Arrowsmith, I'll have no more of these hijinks with that orchid girl. Practically hugging her when you came downstairs and then mooning at her all evening. I don't mind your cursing and being cranky and even getting drunk, in a reasonable sort of way, but ever since the lunch when you told me and that Fox woman, I hope you girls won't mind, but I just happened to remember that I'm engaged to both of you. You're mine, and I won't have any trespassers. I'm a cave woman, and you'd better learn it. And as for that orchid, with her simper and her stroking your arm and her great big absurd feet, orchid. She's no orchid. She's a bachelor's button. But honest, I don't even remember which of the 8 she was. Huh, then you've been making love to all of 'em. That's why. Drat her. Well, I'm not going to go on scrapping about it. I just wanted to warn you, that's all. At the hotel, after giving up the attempt to find a short, jovial, convincing way of promising that he would never flirt with Orchid, he stammered, "If you don't mind, I think I'll stay down and walk a little more. I've got to figure this health department business out." He sat in the Sims House office. Singularly dismal it was after midnight, and singularly smelly. That fool Pickerbaugh. I wish I'd told him right out that we know hardly anything about the epidemiology of tuberculosis, for instance. Just the same, she's a darling child. Orchid. She's like an orchid. No, she's too healthy. Be a great kid to go hunting with. Sweet. And she acted as if I were her own age, not an old doctor. I'll be good, oh, I'll be good, but I'd like to kiss her once. Good. She likes me. Those darling lips, like rosebuds. Poor Leora, I never was so astonished in my life. Jealous. Well, she's got a right to be. No woman ever stood by a man like Lee. Sweet, can't you see, idiot? If I skipped round the corner with 17 billion orchids, it'd be you I loved, and never anybody but you. I can't go round singing Healthet Octet Pantalette stuff, even if it did instruct people, which it don't. Be almost better to let 'em die than have to live and listen to. Leora said I was a backwoods hick. Let me tell you, young woman, as it happens, I'm a Bachelor of Arts, and you may recall the kind of books the backwoods hick was reading to you last winter, and even Henry James, and everybody, and... Oh, she's right. I am. I do know how to make pipettes and agar. And yet some day I want to travel like Sondeleus. Sondeleus. God, if it were he I was working for instead of Pickerbaugh, I'd slave for him. Or does he pull the bunk too? Now that's just what I mean. That kind of phrase, pull the bunk. Horrible. Hell, I'll use any kind of phrase I want to. I'm not one of your social climbers like Angus. The way Sondeleus cusses, for instance, and yet he's used to all those highbrows. And I'll be so busy here in Nautilus that I won't even be able to go on reading. Still, I don't suppose they read much, but there must be quite a few of these rich men here that know about nice houses, clothes, theaters, that stuff. Rats. He wandered to an all-night lunch wagon where he gloomily drank coffee. Beside him, seated at the long shelf which served as table, beneath the noble red glass window with a portrait of George Washington, was a policeman who, as he gnawed a hamburger sandwich, demanded, "Say, ain't you this new doctor that's come to assist Pickerbaugh? Seen you at City Hall." "Yes. Say, how does the city like Pickerbaugh? How do you like him? Tell me honestly, because I'm just starting in, and, you get me." With his spoon held inside the cup by a brawny thumb, the policeman gulped his coffee and proclaimed, while the greasy friendly cook of the lunch wagon nodded in agreement, "Well, if you want the straight dope, he hollers a good deal, but he's one awful brainy man. He certainly can sling the Queen's English. And you ever hear one of his poems? They're darn bright. I'll tell you, there's some people say Pickerball pulls the song and dance too much. But way I figure it, course maybe for you and me, Doctor, it'd be all right if he just looked after the milk and the garbage and the kids' teeth. But there's a lot of careless, ignorant, foreign slobs that need to be jollied into using their conchs about these health business, so they won't go getting sick with a lot of these infectious diseases and pass 'em on to the rest of us. And believe me, old Doc Pickerbaugh is the boy that gets the idea into their noodles. Yes, sir, he's a great old coot. He ain't a clam like some of these docs. Why, say, one day he showed up at the St. Patrick picnic, even if he is a dirty Protestant, and him and Father Costello chummed up like two old cronies, and darn if he didn't wrestle a fellow half his age and awful near throw him. Yes, you bet he did. He certainly give that young fellow a run for his money all right. We fellows on the force all like him, and we have to grin the way he comes around and soft-soaps us into doing a lot of health work that by law we ain't hardly supposed to do, you might say, instead of issuing a lot of fool orders. You bet. He's a real guy. I see, said Martin, and as he returned to the hotel he meditated. But think of what Gottlieb would say about him. Damn Gottlieb. Damn everybody except Leora. I'm not going to fail here, way I did in Wheatsylvania. Some day Pickerball will get a bigger job. He's just the kind of jollying four-flusher that would climb. But anyway, I'll have my training then, and maybe I'll make a real health department here. Orchid said we'd go skating this winter. Damn Orchid. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Martin found in Dr. Pickerbaugh a generous chief. He was eager to have Martin invent and clamor about his own causes and movements. His scientific knowledge was rather thinner than that of the visiting nurses, but he had little jealousy, and he demanded of Martin only the belief that a rapid and noisy moving from place to place is the means and possibly the end of progress. In a two-family house on Social Hill, which is not a hill but a slight swelling in the plain, Martin and Leora found an upper floor. There was a simple pleasantness in these continuous lawns, these wide maple-shaded streets, and a joy in freedom from the peering whispers of Wheatsylvania. Suddenly they were being courted by the nice society of Nautilus. A few days after their arrival, Martin was summoned to the telephone to hear a masculine voice rasping, "Hello, Martin. I bet you can't guess who this is." Martin, very busy, restrained his desire to observe, "You win. Goodbye." And he buzzed, with the cordiality suitable to a new assistant director, "No, I'm afraid I can't." "Well, make a guess." "Oh, Cliff Clawson?" "Nope. Say, I see you're looking fine. Oh, I guess I've got you guessing this time. Go on, have another try." The stenographer was waiting to take letters, and Martin had not yet learned to become impersonal and indifferent in her presence. He said with a perceptible tartness, "Oh, I suppose it's President Wilson. Look here." "Well, Mart, it's Irv Waters. What do you know about that?" Apparently the jester expected large gratification, but it took 10 seconds for Martin to remember who Irving Waters might be. Then he had it. Waters, the appalling normal medical student whose faith in the good, the true, the profitable had annoyed him at Digamma Pi. He made his response as hearty as he could. "Well, well, what you doin' here, Irv?" "Why, I'm settled here. Been here ever since internship. And got a nice little practice, too. Look, Mart, Mrs. Waters and I want you and your wife, I believe you are married, aren't you? To come up to the house for dinner tomorrow evening. and I'll put you onto all the local slants." The dread of Waters' patronage enabled Martin to lie vigorously. "Awfully sorry, awfully sorry. Got a date for tomorrow evening and the next evening." "Then come have lunch with me tomorrow at the Elks Club, and you and your wife take dinner with us Sunday noon." Hopelessly. "I don't think I can make it for lunch, but well, we'll dine with you Sunday." It is one of the major tragedies that nothing is more discomforting than the hearty affection of the old friends who never were friends. Martin's imaginative dismay at being caught here by Waters was not lessened when Leora and he reluctantly appeared on Sunday at 1:30 and were by a fury of old friendship dragged back into the days of Digamma Pie. Waters' house was new, and furnished in a highly built-in and leaded glass manner. He had in 3 years of practice already become didactic and incredibly married. He had put on weight and infallibility, and he had learned many new things about which to be dull. Having been graduated a year earlier than Martin, and having married an almost rich wife, he was kind and hospitable with an emphasis which aroused a desire to do homicide. His conversation was a series of maxims and admonitions. If you stay with the Department of Public Health for a couple of years, and take care to meet the right people, you'll be able to go into very lucrative practice here. It's a fine town, prosperous, so few deadbeats. You want to join the country club and take up golf. Best opportunity in the world to meet the substantial citizens. I've picked up more than one high-class patient there. Pickerbaw's a good active man and a fine booster, but he's got a bad socialistic tendency. These clinics, outrageous. The people that go to them, that can afford to pay. Pauperized people. Now this may startle you, oh, you and a lot of crank notions when you were in school. But you aren't the only one that does some thinking for himself. Sometimes I believe it'd be better for the general health situation if there weren't any public health departments at all, because they get a lot of people into the habit of going to free clinics instead of to private physicians, and cut down the earnings of the doctors and reduce their number, so there are less of us to keep a watchful eye on sickness. I guess by this time you've gotten over the funny ideas you used to have about being practical. Commercialism, you used to call it. You can see now that you've got to support your wife and family, and if you don't, nobody else is going to. Any time you want a straight tip about people here, you just come to me. Pickerbaugh is a crank. He won't give you the right dope. The people you want to tie up with are the good, solid, conservative, successful businessmen. Then Mrs. Waters had her turn. She was meaty with advice, being the daughter of a prosperous person, none other than Mr. S.A. Peasley, the manufacturer of the Daisy manure spreader. "You haven't any children?" she sobbed at Leora. "Oh, you must. Irving and I have 2. And you don't know what an interest they are to us, and they keep us so young." Martin and Leora looked at each other pitifully. After dinner, Irving insisted on their recalling the good times we used to have at the dear old U. He took no denial. "You always want to make folks think you're eccentric, Mart. You pretend you haven't any college patriotism, but I know better. I know you're showing off. You admire the old place and our profs just as much as anybody. Maybe I know you better than you do yourself. Come on now, let's give a long cheer and sing 'Winnemac, Mother of Brawny Men.'" And, "Don't be silly, of course you're going to sing," said Mrs. Waters as she marched to the piano, with which she dealt in a firm manner. When they had politely labored through the fried chicken and brick ice cream, through the maxims, gurglings, and memories, Martin and Leora went forth and spoke in tongues. "Pickerbaugh must be a saint if Waters roasts him. I begin to believe he has sense enough to come in when it rains." In their common misery, they forgot that they had been agitated by a girl named Orchid. Part 2. Between Pickerbaugh and Irving Waters, Martin was drafted into many of the associations, clubs, lodges, and causes with which Nautilus foamed, into the Chamber of Commerce, the Moccasin Ski and Hiking Club, the Elks Club, the Oddfellows, and the Evangeline County Medical Society. He resisted, but they said in a high, hurt manner, "Why, my boy, if you're going to be a public official, and if you have the slightest appreciation of their efforts to make you welcome here—" Leora and he found themselves with so many invitations that they, who deplored the dullness of Wheatsylvania, complained now that they could have no quiet evenings at home. But they fell into the habit of social ease, of dressing, of going places without nervous anticipation. They modernized their rustic dancing. They learned to play bridge, rather badly, and tennis rather well. And Martin, not by virtue of heroism, but merely by habit, got out of the way of resenting the chirp of small talk. Probably they were never recognized by their hostesses as pirates, but considered a bright young couple who, since they were protégés of Pickerbaugh, must be earnest and forward-looking, and who, since they were patronized by Irving and Mrs. Waters, must be respectable. Waters took them in hand and kept them there. He had so thick a rind that it was impossible for him to understand that Martin's frequent refusals of his invitations could conceivably mean that he did not wish to come. He detected traces of heterodoxy in Martin, and with affection, diligence, and an extraordinary heavy humor, he devoted himself to the work of salvation. Frequently he sought to entertain other guests by urging, "Come on now, Mart, let's hear some of those crazy ideas of yours." His friendly zeal was drab compared with that of his wife. Mrs. Waters had been reared by her father and by her husband to believe that she was the final fruit of the ages, and she set herself to correct the barbarism of the Arrowsmiths. She rebuked Martin's dams, Leora's smoking, and both their theories of bidding at bridge. But she never nagged. To have nagged would have been to admit that there were persons who did not acknowledge her sovereignty. She merely gave orders, brief, humorous, and introduced by a strident, "Now don't be silly," and she expected that to settle the matter. Martin groaned, "Oh Lord, between Pickerbaugh and Irv, it's easier to become a respectable member of society than to go on fighting." But Waters and Pickerbaugh were not so great a compulsion to respectability as the charms of finding himself listened to in Nautilus as he never had been in Wheatsylvania, and of finding himself admired by Orchid. Part 3. He had been seeking a precipitation test for the diagnosis of syphilis, which should be quicker and simpler than the Wassermann. His slackened fingers and rusty mind were becoming used to the laboratory and to passionate hypotheses when he was dragged away to help Pickerbaugh in securing publicity. He was coaxed into making his first speech, an address on What the Laboratory Teaches About Epidemics, for the Sunday afternoon free lecture course of the Star of Hope Universalist Church. He was flustered when he tried to prepare his notes, and on the morning of the affair he was chill as he remembered the dreadful thing he would do this day, but he was desperate with embarrassment when he came up to the Star of Hope Church. People were crowding in, mature, responsible people. He quaked. They're coming to hear me, and I haven't got a darn thing to say to him. It made him feel the more ridiculous that they, who presumably wished to listen to him, should not be aware of him, and that the usher, profusely shaking hands at the Byzantine portal, should bluster, "You'll find plenty room right up the side aisles, young man." "I'm the speaker for the afternoon." Oh, yes, doctor. Right round to the Beavis Street entrance, if you please, doctor." In the parlors he was unctuously received by the pastor and a committee of 3, wearing morning clothes and a manner of Christian intellectuality. They held his hand in turn. They brought up rustling women to meet him. They stood about him in a polite and twittery circle. and dismayingly they expected him to say something intelligent. Then, suffering, ghastly frightened, dumb, he was led through an arched doorway into the auditorium. Millions of faces were staring at his apologetic insignificance, faces in the curving lines of pews, faces in the low balcony, eyes which followed him and doubted him and noted that his heels were run down. The agony grew while he was prayed over and sung over. The pastor and the lay chairman of the lecture course opened with suitable devotions. While Martin trembled and tried to look brazenly at the massed people who were looking at him, while he sat nude and exposed and unprotected on the high platform, the pastor made announcement of the Thursday missionary supper and the little lads' marching club. They sang a brief cheerful hymn or two, Martin wondering whether to sit or stand, and the chairman prayed that our friend who will address us today may have power to put his message across. Through the prayer, Martin sat with his forehead in his hand, feeling foolish and raving, I guess this is the proper attitude. They're all gawping at me. Gosh, won't he ever quit? Oh, damn it. Now what was that point I was going to make about fumigation? Oh, Lord, he's winding up and I've got to shoot. Somehow he was standing by the reading desk, holding it for support, and his voice seemed to be going on, producing reasonable words. The blur of faces cleared, and he saw individuals. He picked out a keen old man and tried to make him laugh and marvel. He found Leora toward the back, nodding to him, reassuring him. He dared to look away from the path of faces directly in front of him. He glanced at the balcony. The audience perceived a young man who was being earnest about sera and vaccines, but, while his voice buzzed on, that churchly young man had noted two silken ankles distinguishing the front row of the balcony, had discovered that they belonged to Orchid Pickerbaugh, and that she was flashing down admiration. At the end, Martin had the most enthusiastic applause ever known. All lecturers, after all lecturers, are gratified by that kind of applause, and the chairman said the most flattering things ever uttered, and the audience went out with the most remarkable speed ever witnessed, and Martin discovered himself holding Orchid's hand in the parlors while she warbled in the most adorable voice ever heard, "Oh, Dr. Arrowsmith, you were just wonderful. Most of these lecturers are old stuffs, but you put it right over. I'm going to dash home and tell Dad. He'll be so tickled." Not till then did he find that Leora had made her way to the parlors and was looking at them like a wife. As they walked home, Leora was eloquently silent. "Well, did you like my spiel?" he said, after a suitable time of indignant waiting. "Yes, it wasn't bad. It must have been awfully hard to talk to those stupid people." "Stupid? What do you mean by stupid? They got me splendidly. They were fine." "Were they? Well, anyway, thank heaven you won't have to keep up this silly gassing. Pickerbaugh likes to hear himself talk too well to let you in on it very often." "I didn't mind it. Fact, don't know but what it's a good thing to have to express myself publicly now and then. Makes you think more lucidly." "As for instance, the nice, lovely, lucid politicians." "Now you look here, Lee. Of course we know your husband is a mutt and no good outside the laboratory, but I do think you might pretend to be a little enthusiastic over the first address he's ever made, the very first he's ever tackled, when it went off so well." "Why, silly, I was enthusiastic. I applauded a lot. I thought you were terribly smart. It's just, there's other things I think you can do better. What shall we do tonight? Have a cold snack at home or go to the cafeteria?" Thus was he reduced from hero to husband, and he had all the pleasures of inappreciation. He thought about his indignities the whole week, but with the coming of winter there was a fever of dully sprightly dinners and safely wild bridge, and their first evening at home, their first opportunity for secure and comfortable quarrelling, was on Friday. They sat down to what he announced as getting back to some real reading, like physiology, and a little of this fellow Arnold Bennett, nice quiet reading, but which consisted of catching up on the news notes in the medical journals. He was restless. He threw down his magazine. He demanded, "What are you going to wear at Pickerbaw's snow picnic tomorrow?" "Oh, I haven't. I'll find something." "Lee, I want to ask you, why the devil did you say I talked too much at Dr. Strafford's last evening? I know I've got most of the faults going, but I didn't know talking too much was one of 'em." "It hasn't been, till now." "Till now?" "You look here, Sandy Arrowsmith. You've been pouting like a bad brat all week. What's the matter with you?" "Well, gosh, it makes me tired. Here everybody is so enthusiastic about my Star of Hope spiel, that note in the Morning Frontiersman, and Pickerbaugh says Orchid said it was a corker, and you never so much as peep." "Didn't I applaud? But it's just that I hope you aren't going to keep up this drooling." "You do you? Well, let me tell you, I am going to keep it up. Not that I'm going to talk a lot of hot air. I gave 'em straight science last Sunday, and they ate it up. I hadn't realized it isn't necessary to be mushy to hold an audience. And the amount of good you can do. Why, I got across more health instruction and ideas about the value of the lab in that 3/4 of an hour than... I don't care for being a big gun, but it's fine to have people where they have to listen to what you've got to say, that they can't butt in, where they did in Wheatsylvania. You bet I'm going to keep up what you so politely call my damn fool drooling. Sandy, it may be all right for some people, but not for you. I can't tell you. That's one reason why I haven't said more about your talk. I can't tell you how astonished I am to hear you, who are always sneering at what you call sentimentality, simply weeping over the dear little tots." "I never said that, never used the phrase, and you know it. And by God, you talk about sneering. Just let me tell you that the public health movement, by correcting early faults in children, by looking after their eyes and tonsils and so on, can save millions of lives and make a future generation—" "I know it. I love children much more than you do, but I mean all this ridiculous simpering—" "Well, gosh, somebody has to do it. You can't work with people till you educate them. There's where old Pick, even if he is an imbecile, does such good work with his poems and all that stuff. Probably be a good thing if I could write 'em. Golly, wonder if I couldn't learn to." "They're horrible." "Now there's a fine consistency for you. The other evening you called 'em cute." "I don't have to be consistent. I'm a mere woman. You, Martin Arrowsmith, you'd be the first to tell me so. And for Dr. Pickerbaugh, they're all right, but not for you. You belong in a laboratory, finding out things, not advertising them. Do you remember once in Wheatsylvania, for 5 minutes you almost thought of joining a church and being a respectable citizen? Are you going on for the rest of your life, stumbling into respectability and having to be dug out again? Will you never learn you're a barbarian?" "By God, I am. And what was that other lovely thing you called me? I'm also, soul of my soul, a damn backwoods hick. And a fine lot you help, when I want to settle down to a decent and useful life and not go round antagonizing people. You, the one that ought to believe in me, you're the first one to crab." "Maybe Orchid Pickerbaugh would help you better." "She probably would. Believe me, she's a darling, and she did appreciate my spiel at the church. And if you think I'm going to sit up all night listening to you sneering at my work and my friends, I'm going to have a hot bath. Good night." In the bath he gasped that it was impossible he should have been quarreling with Leora. Why? She was the only person in the world, besides Gottlieb and Sondeleus and Cliff Clausen. By the way, where was Cliff? Still in New York? Didn't Cliff owe him a letter? But anyway, he was a fool to have lost his temper, even if she was so stubborn that she wouldn't adjust her opinions, couldn't see that he had a gift for influencing people. Nobody would ever stand by him as she had, and he loved her. He dried himself violently. He dashed in with repentances. They told each other that they were the most reasonable persons living. They kissed with eloquence, and then Leora reflected. "Just the same, my lad, I'm not going to help you fool yourself. You're not a booster. You're a lie hunter. Funny, you'd think to hear about these lie hunters, like Professor Gottlieb and your old Voltaire. They couldn't be fooled. But maybe they were like you, always trying to get away from the tiresome truth, always hoping to settle down and be rich, always selling their souls to the devil and then going and double-crossing the poor devil. I think, she sat up in bed, holding her temples in the labor of articulation. You're different from Professor Gottlieb. He never makes mistakes or wastes time on... He wasted time at Hunziker's nostrum factory all right, and his title is doctor, not professor, and if you must give him a... If he went to Hunziker's, he had some good reason. He's a genius. He couldn't be wrong. Or could he? Even he? But anyway, you, Sandy, you have to stumble every so often, have to learn by making mistakes. I will say one thing, you learn from your crazy mistakes, but I get a little tired sometimes watching you rush up and put your neck in every noose, like a blinking orator, or yearning over your orchid. Well, by golly, after I come in here trying to make peace, it's a good thing you never make any mistakes, but one perfect person in a household is enough. He banged into bed. Silence. Soft sounds of, Mart, Sandy. He ignored her, proud that he could be hard with her, and so fell asleep. At breakfast, when he was ashamed and eager, she was curt. I don't care to discuss it, she said. In that very mood, they went on Saturday afternoon to the Pickerbaw's snow picnic. Part 4. Dr. Pickerbaugh owned a small log cabin in a scanty grove of oaks among the hillocks north of Nautilus. A dozen of them drove out in a bobsled filled with straw and blue woolly robes. The sleigh bells were exciting, and the children leaped out to run beside the sled. The school physician, a bachelor, was attentive to Leora. Twice he tucked her in, and that, for Nautilus, was almost compromising. In jealousy, Martin turned openly and completely to Orchid. He grew interested in her, not for the sake of disciplining Leora, but for her own rosy sweetness. She was wearing a tweed jacket, with a tam, a flamboyant scarf, and the first breeches any girl had dared to display in Nautilus. She patted Martin's knee, and when they rode behind the sled on a perilous toboggan, she held his waist resolutely. She was calling him Dr. Martin now, and he had come to a warm Orchid. At the cabin there was a clamor of disembarkation. Together Martin and Orchid carried in the hamper of food. Together they slid down the hillocks on skis. When their skis were entangled, they rolled into a drift, and as she clung to him, unafraid and unembarrassed, it seemed to him that in the roughness of tweeds she was but the softer and more wonderful, eyes fearless, cheeks brilliant as she brushed the coating of wet snow from them, flying legs of a slim boy, shoulders adorable in their pretense of sturdy boyishness. But I'm a sentimental fool. Leora was right, he snarled at himself. I thought you had some originality. And poor little Orchid, she'd be shocked if she knew how sneak-minded you are. But poor little Orchid was coaxing. Come on, Dr. Martin, let's shoot off that high bluff. We're the only ones that have any pep. That's because we're the only young ones. It's because you're so young. I'm dreadfully old. I just sit and moon when you rave about your epidemics and things. He saw that, with her infernal school physician, Leora was sliding on a distant slope. It may have been pique, and it may have been relief, that he was licensed to be alone with Orchid. But he ceased to speak to her as though she were a child, and he a person laden with wisdom, ceased to speak to her as though he were looking over his shoulder. They raced to the high bluff. They skied down it and fell. They had one glorious swooping slide and wrestled in the snow. They returned to the cabin together, to find the others away. She stripped off her wet sweater and patted her soft blouse. They ferreted out a thermos of hot coffee, and he looked at her as though he was going to kiss her, and she looked back at him as though she did not mind. As they lay out the food, they hummed with the intimacy of understanding, and when she trilled, "Now hurry up, lazy one, and put those cups on that horrid old table," it was as one who was content to be with him forever. They said nothing compromising. They did not hold hands, and as they rode home in the electric snow-flying darkness, though they sat shoulder by shoulder, he did not put his arms about her except when the bobsled slewed on sharp corners. If Martin was exalted with excitement, it was presumably caused by the wholesome exercises of the day. Nothing happened, and nobody looked uneasy. At parting, all their farewells were cheery and helpful. And Leora made no comments, though for a day or two there was about her a chill air which the busy Martin did not investigate. End of chapter 20.